and we just felt so relaxed and grateful. Got up this morning, we did a nice Legends camp, they call it, at Newport, which was great, but, hard yakka, as we say in Australia, hard work. But then I was anticipating a good 4 or 5 hour drive to try and just make it for the Djokovic Tien match tonight. And then Bob and Mike, did me a huge solid. They let me bum a ride on the chopper. And I choppered in, Zena. Yep, 45 glorious minutes. Just
you left here in economy and came back luxury.
Exactly, yes. Blue collar to white collar in one fell swoop.
Had you been on a chopper before? And how was it?
Not for a long, long time. We took a couple of choppers from the Nice airport to Monte Carlo, and from Monte Carlo back to Nice back in the day, Mike, Bob and I. But that's a long time ago. So, yeah, it was really, really comfy.
Guys, it's been a real pleasure, Zena and David. Before we pass along to Mike Cation and Nick McCarville and David, of course, will be doing the match between Novak and Lerner. Let's give you just a rundown of some of the scores still ongoing. Quinn and Kim, they're into a 4-set tiebreak, 2-all, so that's going to be huge. Obviously, Kim is trying to close it out, while Quinn is trying to get to set number 5. Bencic, Olympic champion, up 5-3 in that first set on Zhang Shuai. Potapova and Julin. Julin loves playing on the hard courts, but it's Potapova who won the first set, a gritty competitor she is, and looking to close it out in 2 sets. Mike and the gang will keep you posted on what else is happening around the grounds, obviously focusing on the great Novak, one of the game's best ever players, if not the best ever to play this terrific game. So stay with Mike and the team for the call. Night sessions in New York, always so special. Stick around on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
I'm going to go with the second match on Grandstand, the 14th seed Clara Tauson versus Alexandra Eala.
Clara Tauson now down 2 break points, 5-4. Second time serving for the match, hits the tape and misses wide. So now she's got to come up with a second serve. 1 of 9 on second serves here in this third set. Inside the baseline comes Eala. She's ready to attack. Doesn't need to do anything. A double fault again from Tauson. Floated it into the net at 74 miles an hour. 5-all in the third set.
Eala was the first Filipina to win a Grand Slam junior singles title when she won it here at the 2022 US Open junior singles title.
Tauson, having saved the match point, is right there. 5-6 here in the third. The 14th seed, the toss, serves down the center, backhand middle from Eala. Now an inside and forehand Tauson. Eala backhand. Tauson forehand on the left sideline, running forehand. One step too late was Alexandra Eala. Tauson finds a way through, and she has found herself into a third set tiebreak here in this first round match. That was impressive stuff from Clara Tauson, given everything that was working against her over the last few minutes.
Upset alert on that one.
4-5 as Eala's now halfway home here in this 10-point tiebreak. Backhand cross, now a forehand from Tauson. Backhand down the line from Eala. Tauson on the run with a slice backhand. Another drop shot from Eala, carving it up for 6-4 here in this third set tiebreak. Eala won the first set 6-3, lost the second and was down 5-2 in the third, and now she's got a third match point. Eala, the toss, the serve, it's out into the backhand cross court from Tauson on match point. Tauson backhand big up the left sideline. It's just good, as Kader Nouni held the hand out in the chair to let everybody know that we have at least 2 more points in this epic 10-all here in this third set tiebreak. 12-11, match point number 5. Forehand middle from Tauson. Forehand Eala. Tauson with a middle forehand. Eala off forehand, pulling Tauson right. She lines the forehand into the cross court. Forehand of the left-handed player. Now Eala goes forehand middle, staying on that forehand wing and finding herself into the second round of the US Open. Tauson was long, and Alexandra Eala, a former junior champion here, has served notice that she's a force to be reckoned with in the main draw. Raucous support here on the grandstand sees her through in 2 hours, 36 minutes. 6-3, 2-6, 7-6 in an epic 24-point third set tiebreak. And now Eala leaping in the air, pumping her arms. Her team loves it. This crowd loves it. and Alexandra Eala, the first star of this 2025 U.S. Open.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular?
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand missing, cross-court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crowd is on their feet inside Ash.
The next epic match, destined to leave you breathless.
Oh, no, he didn't. What did he just do? It's an eight, and the dream has become a reality.
The next champion.
He winds up flat on his back. He's turned over. He's sobbing. And he is the U.S. Open champion.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And a pleasant good evening. Welcome inside Armstrong Stadium. National anthem about to get us underway, and we're getting you set for Novak Djokovic and learner Tien. My name is Mike Cation, joined by David McPherson. We'll also have Nick McCarville and Gil Gross along for the ride. Macca, if you were listening just a few minutes ago, just walking us through an incredible Hall of Fame weekend that you just had. And I think a lot of people were focused on the Serena appearance out of nowhere, but you also getting the opportunity to induct the Bryan brothers. What an incredible weekend. I'm just glad you're back in time. I was a little bit concerned, Macca.
Yes, I mean, the traffic can be a little bit imposing, but Mike and Bob totally bailed me out, and there was one seat on their chopper that was taking them back from Newport, so I made it in fabulous time.
It could have gotten a little dicey, but I'm just imagining like Succession. You're just on a chopper, just landing and just getting a full escort over to Arthur Ashe Stadium.
I have a little story for you, Mike.
Okay, shoot.
So we land, we get off the chopper like important people or whatever, and there's a US Open car right there,
Sure.
100 yards from where the chopper landed, and so we pile on into it, and we're saying, away, driver. And he's going, who are you blokes? I'm here for Andy Roddick. And we're like,
no.
Oh, we're like, oh, really? Well, I wonder where our car is. So calls were made. They called back to Newport, and the bottom line is, Andy must have landed minutes earlier and jumped in the Bryan brother car and just took that into the city.
What a typical singles player, right?
What a singles player. That was a singles player move right there. So meanwhile, we're all worried about Andy. Oh, I wonder, we can't take his car.
Yeah.
We better wait around and all this sort of business. So 45 minutes later, we finally figured out Andy had the Bryan brothers car. And so then it was okay to take Andy's car into the US Open.
Well, he's got a very important podcast nowadays, and you know what they say about podcasters, right? Listen, we're getting you set for what should be a thrilling start to night number 1. Novak Djokovic and Lerner Tien. And listen, I think you and I both know never to bet against Novak Djokovic, right? But there's so much unpredictability right now. How is his health? And that is the number one question. How does he come out tonight against Lerner Tien?
Well, we will find out shortly. And it's just this Lerner Tien's been on such a roll. He's such a good competitor.
Mm-hmm.
And then you match him up with like a wonderful mind, Michael Chang, his new coach. And that just seems like a very dangerous, formidable combination. And of course, when we think of Michael Chang, we think of the great upset of Ivan Lendl.
Right.
You can't help but think that. And so, put it this way: Novak Djokovic will be on red alert.
Yep.
He'll know that he's up against a very quick, determined, talented player with a very, very wise owl in his coaching box.
Yeah, and listen, Novak is a little bit on his own right now. Had Dusan Vjemic, who is with him in Roland Garros and Wimbledon, who is not here this week. He was teasing, Novak, that he might have Monica Seles as part of his coaching team moving forward, which was a very odd note that he mentioned to the Serbian journalists who were traveling with him here. But yeah, just how's the physicality? I mean, that's what it comes down to, isn't it, at this stage?
Yes, look, if you, as you said in the intro, you never want to bet against Novak Djokovic. So we're certainly not, we don't know. All we know is that this is a really exciting first round matchup.
Yes.
And if Novak will need to be, in top shape and in for the fight, as he always is, of course. But I'm just really think we're in for the absolute jewel of the first round matchups here tonight.
Novak is 35-0 in first 2 rounds here, 18-0 in his first round matchups, 35-0 over the first couple of rounds. So, yeah, you certainly expect that Novak is going to be ready to go here tonight. Lerner Tien, as Maka just mentioned, now working with Michael Chang along with Eric Cortland. So that is a new partnership started right before Washington. They just announced it last night officially. So that is certainly the big off-the-court news, but the on-the-court news is really what we're going to be paying attention to. We also will be keeping one eye on Aeva and Paolini. Here's Chris Eubanks and Lerner Tien.
These big-time matches that brings out some of your best tennis.
Yeah, I mean, I think of it in the sense that I'm really lucky to get the chance to play these matches. I just go out there, try to enjoy it as much as possible, and it really takes the pressure off of me and, helps the nerves a lot.
So speaking of nerves, this is your 4th U.S. Open. This will be your 2nd time playing on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Do you think you can draw from the experience of previous years being able to play on that court tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps. It's not often you play on a court like this, so I think any time you spend on court is a big help. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Best of luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right, so Lerner heads towards the court. And now we will hear Chris Eubanks interviewing Novak Djokovic.
Novak, we haven't seen you since Wimbledon. First off, how's the body, how's the mind, and how's the game?
Great. Very excited to be back. Biggest stadium in our sport, and I've had some great battles, amazing matches in this stadium, so I look forward to it. I missed competition and haven't played since Wimbledon, so hopefully I can come out with my A game.
You spoke about it, playing some spectacular matches on this court. You've produced some of the most legendary performances we've ever seen in tennis on this very court. What is it about this court or the New York crowd that really brings out some of your best?
Just the energy. I mean, everyone loves sports here in New York and States in general, tennis particularly because of the long US Open history. People love night sessions. It's the most famous night session. It gets so electric. The vibes are amazing, so I try to feed off that and use it to play well.
Best of luck tonight, and that is a nice jacket.
Yeah, let's describe the jacket. We're going to hear the introductions here, but it's a white jacket with 4 balls on the back, if you will, tennis balls or half of a tennis balls. It appears to be one
New
for
York,
each of the
here
slams.
We go. Please welcome the players for tonight's first round match. From the United States, 19-year-old Lerner Tien.
played his other Arthur Ashe match against Francis Tiafoe 2 years ago.
And from Serbia, 24-time Grand Slam champion, Novak Djokovic.
Andy Taylor, our PAA announcer, introducing Novak to a packed Arthur Ashe Stadium. And indeed, we do see Novak heading out onto court. White jacket, black shorts, black socks, black shoes. Yeah, the only color on that jacket, the 4 tennis balls on the back. Learner Tien in one of the Adidas white and black kits with a pattern on the right side. And, you know, you heard Learner talk about it. You know, he has been out there before, but he's 4-1 against top 10 this year. What makes him so special in those big moments?
And that's another reason why Novak could be on red alert.
Yeah.
He's shown a propensity to beat top players. He beat Andre Medvedev at the Australian Open this year in an epic. So I think he has got the great man's attention here tonight. And Novak gave a very nice pre-game interview there. I think he looked quite fresh.
Yep.
You know, he hasn't played since Wimbledon, so he almost looked like he was enjoying the Chris Eubanks questions. So, I mean, players play so much that they can get a little worn down, and they still obviously get the job done on the court, but it can be a little bit of an arduous process. When you haven't played for a couple of months, at least in competition, there is a little bit of a freshness factor that may or may not work for him here at this tournament. We know how well it worked for Roger Federer back when he had his enforced break. He comes back at the Australian Open and plays one of the tournaments of his life to beat Rafa in a final we'll never forget. So we'll just see how this break from tennis affects Novak.
All right, let's hear a coin toss.
Why don't you take the red one? And you take the white. You're wearing white, so you take the white one. Just about the video review. Now you can request a review after the point. Okay, so if there's a not up, maybe you think it bounced twice, keep playing, and then after the point we can check it. Any questions? You only get 3 though, so if you waste 3, you have to wait for the next set before you get more. Now, Jahari's going to do the coin toss. Novak, we got options US Open or Trophy. All right, Learner. Okay, Learner. All right, sorry. We got US Open
so
or
magnanimous.
Trophy. Up to you. What would you like? US Open? All yours. You didn't practice.
Wow, the coin toss went across the net. Still rolling.
Show me
She did well. She made it over the net.
That's
a good toss.
So your call. You serve. You stay. Don't run away. I'll get in trouble. We have to do photos. All right. You're serving. You're receiving, and the photos here, please.
You're listening to umpire John Blom from Australia, who's one of my absolute all-time favorite umpires.
Just Johari, let the players
he is
together.
Fantastic.
Wow, you did good except for the toss.
You did good except for the toss, which was your one job.
Well. She flicked it from one side of the net, and instead of going straight up, it propelled forwards across the net like a nice little touch volley. I think John should have been congratulating her on her touch.
I don't know. I think it's supposed to go straight up and spin around.
Mike, you're such a traditionalist.
I know. I'm sorry. Let's get the stage set with our good friend Nick McCarville, who is courtside. Nick, hello.
Oh, well, good evening, guys. Good evening from courtside here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. And first of all, my first stop, Mikecation, is a congratulations to our co-commentator, David McPherson, who, Macca, you just did a fantastic job yesterday at the International Tennis Hall of Fame introducing Bob and Mike Bryan. How are the nerves 24 hours later?
Oh, Nick, thank you very much. My goodness, I'm feeling light as a feather tonight. I've got to tell you, I'm excited for this match. But yes, I'm not going to lie to you. For the last few days and weeks even, it's been looming like a little cloud over my shoulder. Like, I hope I can get through this introduction speech.
Well, you delivered, Macca, and we're going to be curious tonight, aren't we, Mike, if Novak Djokovic, who's I think we can assure is going to be taking his place in Newport in a few years' time, but not before he hopes to get Grand Slam number 25, Mike Cation. And just watching Novak, obviously phones were out here courtside and around Arthur Ashe Stadium as he walked onto court. You can hear Andy Taylor in the PA announcement. There's a nice cheer for Lerner Tien. I can tell you Lerner looking pretty relaxed. 4-1 against top 10 players this year, but all eyes are on Novak. He's dressed in all black. He's got no sleeve on tonight. We saw the sleeve for the first pitch at the Yankees game the other night. He is looking like a gladiatorial superhero out here, and it's nearly packed inside Ash Stadium, and just every eye on Novak as he walked out. He looks cool, calm, and collected. I was watching him in practice earlier on this court, had a hit up with another lefty that's got a pretty good resume in Jack Draper. But Novak, guys, I think the question is, how cold is he coming in, having not played since Wimbledon, and especially, Mike, against a very smart, cerebral player in Lerner Tien?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Macca, the fact that Michael Chang is now part of the team for Lerner along with Eric Cortland, are they going to really see if he can make a push early in this one to threaten Novak early?
Well, I'm really fascinated to see what kind of tactical match Lerner Tien tries to play here against Novak Djokovic, because as we've seen for decades, there aren't any holes really in Novak's game. I mean, we've had occasional matches like the Popyrin one where the serving and the forehand was just so big that he was able to break through Novak's defenses, but that's not something that Lerner is going to be trying to do. He won't be able to serve Novak off the court. He'll be able to use his left-handedness to provide some awkward variety, but Lerner Tien doesn't miss many balls either. He is very consistent, very fast, and a really cerebral competitor. So we could be in for quite a battle and a long night. We'll see.
I mean, Mike, I don't know about you guys, but you know, obviously it'll be interesting to see. I mean, Lerner Tien is, as Mike, I know you'll describe very well tonight, he is established on the ATP Tour. I think a career high of 48 right now. He's 19 years young. Michael Chang, what a hire. I think that's brilliant. I'll be curious to see how he handles this occasion, but I give him every chance not only just to steal a set, but to really challenge Novak, because for you tennis fans around the world, you might know Lerner Tien somewhat, but this is a very tricky, especially first round, because Lerner Tien gives you nothing from his side of the net.
That's exactly right. He's so smart with how he uses angles. He's increased the MPH on both wings as well as the serve. That was the big issue for him, was that he didn't have pace. His body is developing more and more, and now he is a little bit more of an offensive threat as well. And listen, it's still Novak over there. And he's been honest, Lerner has, about saying, listen, this was a childhood dream to play Novak once on Ash before he retires. He's getting that opportunity tonight, and he's not somebody who's afraid of the big stage.
Yes, I mean, really thinking about it, I mean, because Novak hasn't played in 2 months, I could possibly see Michael Chan saying to Lerner Tien, play to your strengths. I mean, like, let's really test the physicality here. Like, Novak hasn't played in a couple of months. Of course, he's well renowned for his endurance and his flexibility and his consistency, but I mean, Lerner is probably going to say, let's play to my strengths, which is refusing to miss and making the other player do a lot of running, and turn it into a very physical encounter early on.
So lots of great tennis around the grounds right now. We're going to keep you updated on all of it. And that includes over on Armstrong right now, Destiny Ieva, the Aussie qualifier, up an early break over Jasmine Paolini. That is an interesting start over there. Brandon Nakashima, the 30th seed on the men's side, another one of the talented young Americans, up a break early on Jesper de Jong of the Netherlands. All of that going on here as we are ready to go here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And in case you did just miss the coin toss, Novak electing to serve here tonight to get the proceedings started. As Nick McCarville mentioned, all black for Novak. He's from the far side right now as we're celebrating 75 years of breaking barriers here at the U.S. Open. This crowd settling in, as is Novak, waiting for them to quiet. Now, of course, will take his time. Ready to go. First serve is good. It's an ace to get things started. Right up the tee at 119.
Such a beautiful ball toss, Novak Djokovic. Goran Ivanisevic really had an impact on his game, and especially with his serve. It's so simple, so pure, body weight into the court.
Misses the first serve here, trying to get to the corner on the sad side. World number 7, 428 weeks at the world number 1 spot. Second serve, good to a backhand Tien through the middle. Djokovic inside out forehand to a Tien forehand cross. Djokovic forehand into the deuce corner. Tien tracks that down. Now Djokovic inside out with the forehand. Tien there as well, but misses just long off that forehand side for 30 love. 26-9 this year is Novak Djokovic, 12-5 on the hard courts. Semifinals in all 3 of the previous slams. The losses there to Zverev, Sinner, and Sinner. 30 love here in our opening service game. Serve is good up the tee. It is another ace. It's time at 121, just loosening up the shoulder right now.
And Novak would have done his homework. There's a slight lean from most left-handers to their backhand side, especially ones with two-handers with the reach issue. And Novak is painting 2 tee serves to the lefty forehand to kick off the match.
Serve tee, backhand miss for Tien. So in, let's call it about 83 seconds. It is a comfortable hold to love for Novak. Winner of this one will get Zach Svajda, another talented young American who went through qualies this year. Got through Jambor Pirosh earlier today. In straight sets. Good win for a kid who is one of the best ball strikers I've ever seen.
One of the prettiest backhands. We had used to coach John Isner, as you know, for a lot of years, and Zach Svajda was, I think, John's favorite practice partner when he was young because he was so pure off the backhand and such a nice kid. You know, we had a lot of fun practices in Dallas with Zach.
Yep.
And he got a couple of wild cards, obviously, for winning Kalamazoo.
Correct.
And now he's done it the hard way, coming through quali. So good for Zach Svajda.
Getting our first look at Michael Chang, watching intently as Tien serves here. Love 1. First serve is off the net, trying to go tee, misses out wide, bounces very high off these taut nets. Second serve for Tien, good. Djokovic backhand catches the baseline. Tien pushes an inside-out forehand wide for love 15. 5 straight points here for Novak to start.
Novak taking the second serve return very early inside the baseline, and his depth was extraordinary there. Lerner was on the back foot when he hit that first shot. Sailed it wide.
Love 15, serve out wide. Djokovic backhand lands good. Tien backhand cross. Djokovic tracks that down with the forehand. Tien forehand up the line to a Djokovic backhand. Now Tien sets up. Inside out forehand. Squash shot from Djokovic. Can't track it down. So Tien on the scoreboard at 15 all. And that's what you were talking about. The physicality, test the movement early.
Yes, well, that was a lefty point right there.
Yes,
the swinger wide. Novak was standing, from my mind, a little bit too deep, so he allowed the swinger to take him well outside the court. And then from that moment on, Lerner Tien just dictated play.
15 all, serve good. Djokovic backhand to a Tien forehand cross. Djokovic goes backhand up the line to a Tien backhand middle that's into the net. Trouble early for the American at 15-30.
Yeah, guys, there, Mike just did not get the feet set. I just feel like Lerner's taking a little bit of time to settle into this match. Maybe the nerves, the occasion playing out in the body to start.
Could be. Serve, Tien, good into the body. Gets a forehand, goes up the line short. Djokovic steps into a forehand. Tien, forehand up the line, passing Djokovic for 30 all. Yeah, how long, Macca, does it take for you if you do suffer those nerves? It's so important, though, to get that first game under your belt, isn't it?
Yes, it's a fairly significant hold for Lerner Tien. The best of 5, obviously, you know that there is time, but it's a nice relieving feeling to get that first hold if he does indeed get it. I'm a little surprised at how deep Novak's standing to return first serve. Normally with lefties, I feel like you want to take away their spin. You want to try to... Well, Novak drawing a double fault by playing the deep position, so proving me wrong there perhaps. But especially on the ad court, I really am a fairly strong believer in taking away that lefty angle and trying not to get yourself pulled out of court.
Could be that he just kind of wants to read it first time meeting. Serve good, forehand from Djokovic short. Tien goes forehand up the line, but hits the back tarp with it. That was a very nervy service game, and Djokovic, the beneficiary, to love.
Djokovic leads by 2 games to love.
Definitely just opening jitters there. There was a backhand that he rarely ever misses that missed halfway up the net, and then that one was quite a good serve. Novak hit a short return inside out to the Tien forehand, and he missed it by quite some margin long.
So Djokovic now from the near side with this break lead, looking to consolidate early. Serve up the tee is long, said in pre-tournament press as well, along with some of the coaching rumors that He's a career now officially just built around the slams. Second serve, good. Tien goes inside out forehand. Djokovic rolls that one back, but it will miss long, love 15. But he was also critical as well about the length of time of these Masters tournaments. It's now 12-day tournaments. Said, it's not something I really want to be doing at this stage of his career. Takes a toll, and that's understandable.
Totally understandable. He can do whatever he likes with his schedule. He's been an absolute titan of the game.
He's earned it. Left 15, serve, out wide, misses long. So 3 of his first 6 is Djokovic. Second serve here for Novak. This is where the ball bounces, can get a little lengthy sometimes. Serves good. Tien goes backhand into the net. No movement forward from Tien right now.
Yes, that was very interesting. The first point of the game, he took the second serve early and right inside the baseline, went on the offense, won the point, and then that time he got a second serve and retreated 8-10 feet behind the baseline and left his return short into the net.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a very comfortable Lerner Tien at this stage. So 2-love, 15-all, serve Djokovic, out wide, misses wide. Second serve here for Novak, 90-14 over the years, 4 titles here in New York. Amongst his 24 Grand Slam titles. That is a double fault from Novak.
15,
Looks up at his box with a couple of motions.
Yeah, not happy, Mike. I wasn't clear if that was quit talking to his box or say something more.
Yeah.
Oh, now getting a signal from someone in the box to keep the reach up with that left arm.
Serve for Novak is good. Tien chips a backhand to a Djokovic inside-out forehand. Tien tracks that down. Now Novak backhand up the line to a Tien inside-out backhand. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien goes forehand into the net. It's 30-all.
Guys, Lerner Tien is just having no feel off the ground. That was 3 miss hits in a row.
Just doesn't feel like the body weight's moving forward. Everything's off the back heel right now, Macca.
He does look a little deep in the court, a little bit on the defense to me, coming out of the gates. I'm sure that will improve as the match goes on. But
he's wearing concrete shoes, Macca.
So we're a little too close to New Jersey for that one, Nick. Forehand, Tien goes inside out. Djokovic squash shot. Tien goes inside out forehand again. Novak rolls a forehand, this time into the net. So it's going to be a break chance here for Lerner at 30-40 with neither player looking incredibly sharp.
Oh, that's Lerner Tien at his best there. It was an offensive return, and then he had control of the point, and that's the winning player tonight will control the tempo. They will make the other player run, force the errors with good shots, and that time it was Lerner doing the dictating right there, stretching Novak wide to his forehand to the point where he could not retrieve it.
It's an important first serve here for Djokovic. 30-40 here in the opening set of games. 2-love for the world number 7, and a time violation from John Blom as well.
Novak smiling up at him.
Yeah, but I think he's just setting the tone, though. Like, he has to set the tone.
Yeah.
You have a shot clock. If you go over the shot clock, better to get it done early and get the player on notice.
Nole annoyed by that, though.
As always. So now tries again. First serve T good. Ship return is into the net from Tien. It's deuce now.
But that's the best thing you can ever do for Nole, is annoy him.
Yes. If you give him an enemy, he will take it.
Oh, my goodness. No one has ever played better as when he's been unjustly treated.
He's aggrieved.
Yeah, aggrieved.
And that's when
that's
he's
the word
dangerous.
I was looking for, Mike. Thank you.
Deuce now. Serve. Out wide. Good. Tien blocks the return long off the backhand wing. Note that he has made 2 straight first serves after that time violation.
Thank you, John Blom, says the Novak camp.
So game point, here for Novak. Gets to the line a little bit quicker. Still plenty of time. 16 seconds left on that serve clock. Toss goes up. Serve for Djokovic. T is just long. 9 minutes into this one on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And a second serve here for Novak. 2 of 4 so far on his second serve points. Wipes off the sweat from his right hand. And does it again. Doesn't have to worry about the serve clock here. Can take an extra second or 2, maybe just to prove a point. Second serve now, good. Tien forehand right into the net. Sloppy start from Lerner Tien. Novak Djokovic right there for it. He's got a 3-love lead, and you're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. a rather intense changeover. Nick McCarville, walk us through the conversations there between Novak Djokovic and our chair umpire, John Blom.
Oh, yeah, some spice there from Novak guys arguing for most of that changeover, and basically said to John Blom, are you following what's going out on court? Now, I don't know if that meant to John Blom, that they had played a long point, I guess, in that previous point, but Novak quite unhappy and very much making a point of it to John Blom during that changeover.
So Lerner Tien now from the near side serving here, love 3. Serve is long. Trying to go up the tee on his first. Second serve here for Lerner. He is good to a Djokovic backhand middle that is into the net. Yeah, it's been an interesting coaching year for Lerner. Started with Eric Diaz. Moved to Eric Cortland in the spring of this year. Brought Michael Chang on board right around Washington just a few weeks ago. Somebody he's known for quite some time. Serve tee good. Tien gets a backhand, goes inside out to a Djokovic backhand slice that will float on him. Chang, of course, 34 titles to his credit. What's the biggest thing he can bring to Lerner Tien?
Well, that winner's mentality. When Michael speaks, you listen, because he was such a great champion himself, and he was known for his strategy, his toughness, his grit. And those are the things that Lerner also has. So I feel like that should be a tremendous team, possibly going forward.
Forehand to a backhand for Tien now that catches the baseline, lands good. Now a backhand right through the middle that will miss long. It's always an interesting time. Obviously, so much discussion has been brought up about Coco bringing on new team right now. Lerner's had a few weeks at least to kind of work on some different tactics, you would think.
Yeah, but in general, you like stability, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, once you get into a great groove like Novak's years, obviously with Marian Vida and then Goran Ivanisevic. So, I really, obviously there's time for change when things aren't working and you're looking to move the margins and make a new start and impact. But in general, you want stability. And when you can trust your coaching staff over hopefully years, there's a comfort in that and the reliability.
Game points here for Tien at 40-15. Serves out wide. Will get a backhand. Goes right up the line for a precision winner. And Lerner Tien hears from the crowd as he gets on the scoreboard. Still trailing here 3-1.
Yeah, guys, I just thought that was a huge game for Lerner Tien, right, to feel settled. And this crowd, I will tell you, certainly, man, it is nearly packed in here, Mike. They are pro-Novak, but I think that they just gave Lerner a lot of love on that game win.
So Novak here wants to get the crowd back onto his terms. Serving 3-1 from the far side. Serves out wide for an ace. Tien had actually taken one step to cover that tee after being burned there a couple of times. But Novak grabs his third ace out wide. Now the crowd will be participatory, I think is a safe way to say it, Macca.
They always are here in New York.
Are. So he will calmly wait for them to settle. Serve tee. Tien throws up a lob. Djokovic, short forehand, inside in. Tien there with the backhand. Volley from Djokovic is into the net. He rolls his eyes. It's 15-all.
It was another super precise serve. My goodness, it was a very easy approach shot. That's 2 approach shots in the early going where Novak hasn't done anything with the approach and has paid the prices. Tien made a terrific passing shot, but Novak really should be putting that approach shot away once he's fully fired up.
15-all, 10 seconds left on the serve clock. Plenty of time. Tosses up. Serve is good out wide. Short reply, but it's into the doubles alley from Tien, so 30-15.
I'd say the only thing that's been super sharp to the start of this match has been Novak's first serve. He's absolutely painted the corners to all 4 corners of the box. He's just a beautiful server. Something that perhaps we don't talk about as much as we should is Novak's beautiful service motion.
8 of 10 so far on the first serve points. Gets a forehand, goes inside in. It'll make it 9 of 11 as he gets it quickly to 40-15.
And that forehand had more authority. It was a similar shortish return, only 2/3 deep into the court. But that time Novak was not messing about. He loaded up on the outside leg and ripped it cross court for an unreturnable forehand.
He's got a couple of game points, does Novak. Loads up. Serve out wide is just long. Looking very Johnny Cash-esque, the man in black. Second serve here for Novak. Tosses up, serve is good. Tien backhand middle. Djokovic forehand rolled up the line into the net. Unforced error number 3 for him. On the other side, Tien with 6 unforced errors so far, which is very unlearner-like.
Yes, most of them on the forehand. The forehand's been the culprit thus far tonight. Perhaps one off the backhand, but that backhand return there was compact, very Jimmy Connors-like. You feel like he can make that flattish lefty backhand all night.
Serve is good. Chip return. Djokovic right behind him with an inside-out forehand as he gets it to 4-1. And Maka, listen, just 4 Masters events for Novak this year, and he's very honest about the fact that he's trying to just manage his schedule, manage some more time at home with his kids. But, you know, it's just really interesting to see Novak, I mean, the GOAT of our sport on the men's side, only 4 Masters events and just 5 and 4 this year, the final in Miami.
Oh, look, it's hard to get into the mind of every player. Is so unique and individual. I thought there was a possibility when he won the gold medal last year that would have been the perfect bow to put on his career, because I know he loves his family so much. He loves his country so much. It must be so nice for him to be getting a little bit more family time and more time in his home country of Serbia. So when he does decide to retire, it'll be bittersweet. Obviously, he'll miss the competition like all the great champions do, but the joy, that the relief that he will feel to finally put the rackets down and to say, you know, it's time to just be a husband and a father, and that will be an emotional day for him. My goodness.
I mean, Nick McCarville, you can speak to this too. I mean, he's been so involved lately as well about the political situation in Serbia, but he's going to be running for office there, isn't he?
I mean, it certainly feels like he's laid the groundwork. I guess I don't know too much about Serbian politics, but Novak is an absolute national hero. That gold medal last year, he said it was the most meaningful moment of his life in terms of what he's done for his country. And certainly we know in tennis terms, guys, he's done everything. He didn't need that gold medal.
Right.
But the fact that he has been feted time and again in Belgrade and beyond, I mean, he is, I think, there are singular athletes that stand alongside Novak, not only present day, but in all of Serbian sports history. He is and Maka, I think the gold medal only motivated him more. There's even been rumblings around LA 28.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. He's indefatigable.
Serve here from Tien from the far side is good. Gets a forehand, goes inside out, but pushes that wide for love 15. You know, there was also, I hate to steal your thunder, as I know you do a lot of work with the Olympics, Nick, but there was a feature on learner Tien, actually, on the Olympics.com here the last couple of days, just talking about how important it would be for him to be playing at LA 28 as well. Gets a forehand, goes inside in. Djokovic backhand up the line to a Tien backhand cross. Djokovic there with a forehand to a Tien backhand cross that's into the net. And yeah, it's amazing, Nick, isn't it, how the Olympics does seem to motivate a lot of these athletes nowadays?
Yeah, especially from countries like Serbia. Of course, for the American guys, I think Taylor Fritz has been really outspoken about LA 2028. Emilio Nava, I interviewed him before the U.S. Open. Of course, learner as well. But I will say right now, you guys, Tien, he still isn't settled in here as we get this point, love 30, Mike. Just the feet are not moving in court, and there's a great pass from Novak. Lerner came in, but kind of on a nothing ball there.
Yeah, not only that, but there wasn't a lot of urgency to move forward behind it as well. It's going to be break chances, 3 of them here for Djokovic to take a 2-break lead in this first set. Yeah, just I said it a while ago, it just doesn't feel like a Lerner Tien match at this stage.
It's been a very surprising start. You would have thought the adrenaline would be coursing through the veins and we'd see tremendous footwork and execution right away, but that has not been the case yet.
Forehand for Tien. Djokovic goes back in up the line to a Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand up the line. Lerner steps into a forehand, misses that into the net as well. This has just been an ugly set for Lerner Tien. And listen, best of 5 gives him more time to get into it. But 5-1 and Novak, this is kind of, we've seen it over the years, right? First and second rounds, he just kind of ramps his way into a tournament. He hasn't had to do much driving at this stage.
I mean, I think from Novak's point of view, he's really grateful. He's been able to get rewarded for directing traffic to the Lerner Tien forehand. He's gotten multiple unforced errors off that wing. So for him to get his juices flowing and his teeth into the match and have a 5-1 lead. I mean, what a boon for Novak to get off to such a positive start.
Serving from the near side, has a serve and volley, but gets a return miss out of Tien.
This is nightmare stuff so far for Lerner. 22 minutes on the clock, but guys, how crisp does Novak look? I mean, he hasn't been super tested yet, but he just looks like he's in a nice flow state.
Yeah, and I think just the fact that he's not getting pushed allows him to just kind of work into that very easily. Let first serve here, trying to go T on the ad side. We're also seeing that Andre Agassi is here tonight.
Always great to see a fellow bald man. He's got a tighter shave than I have, that's for sure.
I don't know if that's a shave.
Well,
I'm going to...
Oh, no, we baldies, we have to shave. You know, the hair grows in funny places, and it takes more work than you think, fellas.
Okay, I'm going to leave it for there, yeah. Novak, who has a full flow of hair, goes forehand up the line. Lob here from Tien. Djokovic waits, will go Djoko smash. Good. Tien rolls that back with the forehand, but misses long. Yeah, the Novak overheads. You know, listen, there's so many things we could be exemplary about with Novak. The one that is always a little questionable is the overhead. That's the
how ironic, because
the Achilles heel.
Ivan Lendl told me once, that the only shot that he had no confidence in, but no one realized the whole of his career, was that he hated his smash. Yeah, and I said, I didn't know that either. How about that?
Serve is good. Djokovic goes backhand cross. Tien runs down a forehand. Djokovic backhand up the line into the net. 30-15 now. Yeah, it's one of those things as we as commentators look for what you can, how you can adapt to what's happened in the first set. I mean, at this stage, it's going to be all about whether Tien is able to step up his game. There's nothing more to it, and then we can start talking strategy. 30-15, Djokovic 2 points away. Serve out wide is just long. Drops him down to about 63% on his first serve percentage, which is certainly manageable. Second serve here for Djokovic. Good to a forehand Tien cross. Djokovic backhand to a Tien. Again through the middle. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien goes backhand middle, but misses long. And again, just looks at his racket. Adjust the tension. Something has to be done here from a Tien perspective, regardless. 2 set points on what's been a very quiet set here for Novak Djokovic. The only thing that's bothered him is the time violation he received. Serve, good. Tien chips a return to a Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien backhand middle. Djokovic goes forehand up the line to a running forehand for Tien that will miss long again. Very quiet, comfortable, calm Novak Djokovic. 6-1 first set here on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Mike Cation, David McPherson, a.k.a. Macca. Nick McCarville's down courtside. And listen, Novak has actually left the court right now, which is a bit on the odd side. 24 minutes in to see him leave the court. He was pointing, he's come back pretty quickly, so maybe he overhydrated a little bit.
It's been an odd start to the match, hasn't it, fellas?
Yeah. I don't know, guys. I actually just think that was literally to change his shirt. I mean, if that was a pee break, that was a really quick bathroom break. And that makes me think, does Novak have any taping on his upper body? Now, that's all just conjecture from me. But you don't see the men especially leave the court usually just to change his shirt. And he said to John Blum as he left the court, I'm just going to change my shirt. So, but hey, they flashed up the stats from that first set on the big boards, 10 unforced errors from Lerner Tien. And man, he's got to start from zero here in the second set, doesn't he?
That's exactly right. Yeah, 3 winners to go along with those 10 unforced errors, waiting for the crowd to settle back in. And it's really interesting, and Nick, I'll get to the shirt change here in a moment. Tien serving from the near side with new balls, misses long, trying to go into the backhand body. Second serve upcoming here for Lerner. That is good to a Djokovic runaround forehand. Tien goes inside in forehand. Djokovic backhand cross lands good. Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line, missed it long. At the challenger level, where I spend a lot of time, they actually require the shirt change to be where the chair umpire can see it, which is a new rule that they've actually instituted over the last years.
I didn't realize that.
If it's just a shirt change, it has to be done where the chair umpire can see it.
For what reason?
I don't have an answer for the whys, Nick. Second serve here for 10, 15 love. Serve good. Djokovic backhand cross just wide for 30 love.
Just a couple of loose errors there from Novak, giving Lerner just a little glimmer of sort of a breath.
Nick, I believe the answer to your question, though, is just to make sure it's expedient so that they get to it a little bit faster as opposed to leave the court and come back. Here, it's a little bit different, obviously. You have a little bit more room. You can get into a bathroom a little bit quicker. Second serve for your 10, good. Djokovic rolls a forehand up the line to a 10 forehand middle. Djokovic backhand up the line to a 10 backhand middle. Djokovic backhand middle. 10 goes backhand middle. Djokovic backhand slice into the backhand corner for 10, who rolls it cross court, now steps into a backhand up the line. Djokovic has to throw up a lob that will land good. Tien goes forehand up the line. Djokovic rolls a forehand cross. Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand up the line is too good. What a shot from Novak Djokovic. 30-15 now.
Yes, that forehand down the line has been a really winning shot, a good pattern for Novak Djokovic so far tonight. On that occasion, it was so clean and so well struck, it was a winner. But his forehand down the line has drawn some unforced, semi-forced errors off the Lerner Tien lefty forehand all first set. So look for Novak to keep going down the line on the forehand while it's working as well as it has.
Serve for Tien. T just misses wide. That was our longest rally of the night at 16 shots. Average rally length is low, 3.28 for the night, which is very low. Backhand for Tien. Djokovic rolls a forehand middle. Tien goes inside out forehand, just misses long. I think he's got to tighten up the tension by 1 pound.
Oh gosh, he's probably got a variety of different tensions out there. But he's missed some short too. Like he's all over the place, Mike.
Yeah,
he certainly missed some balls long, some wide, some in the net. So it's just finding his breathing and getting in a good place mentally right now.
30 all forehand from Tien. He missed that one long by a good foot, and he's down break chance again.
Novak guys talking to his box sort of continuously. He's on their end, getting some feedback and also asking for a little bit more vocal support from them.
Odd. Not abnormal for him. Forehand return. Djokovic now will get a backhand, goes slice cross court. Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand slice up the line to a Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross missed wide. We're at deuce now, and hands on his hips here for Djokovic. Considering how easy that first set was, he seems a little bit agitated, or maybe he needs to be agitated right now.
Oh, absolutely. No, he doesn't look supremely comfortable, as you wouldn't be. He hasn't played since Wimbledon, and Tien made it very easy on him in the first set. But if Lerner picks up his game here, Novak doesn't look that settled to me that this we couldn't have a momentum shift very easily.
Tien goes forehand cross, rolled to a Djokovic backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line to a Tien backhand middle. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien goes backhand cross with pace. Djokovic matches. Tien goes backhand up the line to a running backhand from Djokovic, who now will get a forehand. Goes right through the middle. Tien goes backhand up the line to a Djokovic backhand middle. Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand line misses long and a little bit off balance for Djokovic as well, as Tien grabs a game point.
Once again, one of the few rallies we've seen all match where Tien's been able to just be consistent.
Yes.
The hallmark of his game is that he doesn't give many points away, and that is much more like a trademark point, but we have seen very few thus far this evening.
So game point here for Tien. Wants to apply some scoreboard pressure in this set. Gets a forehand cross. Djokovic goes back up the line to a Djokovic forehand inside out to a Tien forehand cross that catches the baseline. Off the net from Djokovic. Tien steps into a forehand. Will get another forehand. No, he won't. That Djokovic backhand misses well long. And Tien, fighting off a break chance in the process, gets the opening hold here in this second set at 1-love.
Huge energy, guys, there from the Tien box, both in that penultimate point of the game. Michael Chang really giving him a lot of positive feedback, fist pump. I think they really felt like that was, well, we know that was a big game for him, and the box telling him as much.
Yeah, and it's just so good to see Michael Chang back. Obviously was with Kei Nishikori for a while. Kei has been battling injuries, some personal issues as well for him. So Chang, just starting to kind of work with him, has kept an eye on Lerner's game, and also has said at length about how important it is for more Asian Americans to be involved in the sport here in the U.S. and how big of a cause that is for him.
Oh, you can see the intensity written all over Michael Chang's face. I mean, he is a natural-born competitor.
Yes, he is.
And he wouldn't be happy with what transpired in the first set. Nick, to me, it looks like Lerner's feet are moving a little bit slow. I mean,
it's been slow all night, Macca.
Yeah, really.
Maybe just those last, don't you think those last two longer points, even the one that he lost to Novak with that forehand up the line, just really felt like the first time we've seen some true tennis from Lerner Tien tonight.
Agreed. I think if he can get his footwork sharp, and then he'll stop making these mistakes because his game is built on consistency.
I wish I could make this up. We were just waiting on Gayle King to take a seat there, Nick.
Were we?
Yes, that's exactly who we were waiting on. Now, in the midst of this point, forehand to forehand we go. Inside out forehand for Djokovic, who will now get a backhand, goes through the middle. Tien goes backhand inside out to a Djokovic backhand middle. Tien inside out forehand to a Djokovic rolled forehand. Tien runs around, gets a forehand to a Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand cross. Djokovic has forehand up the line. Lob from Tien. Djokovic will backtrack, and misses long. I can't believe that Gayle King is awake right now. She has to get up at like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, her wake-up call is probably, 3:30 or 4 for CBS this morning?
Just shows you she loves her tennis.
She loves her tennis, doesn't she? Gayle King, man, I'll name pop some of the celebrities, guys. It is bumping tonight in the suites.
I'm gonna need a list of names. I saw Angela Kinsey earlier.
Yes,
from
my
The
new
Office.
bestie.
Yeah. Oh, really?
From the Hall of Fame. Yeah, she was up there playing some good tennis.
I'm gonna have to have a talk with you. Serve is good from Djokovic, and the return is not. We got Chelsea Handler around. I know Jordan Clarkson was here, the NBA player.
Anna Wintour.
Okay, I know her.
Yes, Andre Agassi, front row. We can call him a celebrity, can't we?
I think so.
Plays pretty well for a celebrity, Andre.
He's done all right for himself.
He'd do all right in the Pro-Am.
Love 130 love. Serve from Djokovic is long. He's serving from the near side. If you're joining us late, black outfit top to bottom for Djokovic with a little bit of gold piping. Second serve here for Novak, the 7 seed here this year. Second serve is good. Tien goes back in middle. Djokovic digs out of back into a Tien back and up the line. Sliced from Djokovic. Run around now from Tien. Goes inside out with a forehand. Djokovic tries to go forehand up the line. This is into the doubles alley for 30-15 now.
Can we just say that Novak looks like so cool? I mean, the all black, the high socks. He looks like a superhero out here. I love it.
Looking very sharp, but I would say not playing, even though he's up 6-1, not playing as sharply, and it's perfectly understandable as he's had a protracted break, but I think he's still finding his comfort level out there.
Tien goes backhand through the middle, but misses the return long by about a foot, and I've seen enough of Lerner Tien, a lot of the challengers that he played last year. He doesn't get flustered very often. Right now, you can sense it in his face. It's been so easy for Novak to this stage, just facing one break chance. He's got game points here, 15 of 18 on his first serve points on the night. 40-15 serve good. Tien chips a return up the line. Djokovic backhand right behind him. Tien digs that out short. Djokovic forehand inside in. Tien backhand up the line, had a clean look at it, misses into the net. It's 1 game all.
And Nick, can you explain the chemistry between Novak and his box? It seems like it's a a fraction irritable.
Yeah, but that's how, I mean, Mike sort of nodded to this, but that's how Novak rolls. I mean, the tension is there, Macca, and I actually think that's a good sign. You know, when do you ever see Novak come out and have this sort of smooth, there's always something that he's sort of niggling at, and don't you guys think that that is part of what makes him such a great champion, is there's always something that's niggling at him, and I think that then allows him to play a little freer. So yeah, Mac, I would say it's been a little, there's been some irksome moments between the camp and Novak.
Lerner serves here 1-all, gets a forehand, goes inside out. Djokovic rolls a forehand. Tien stepping in, big forehand into the ad corner for 15 love.
My point would be, Nick, is that just under Marian Vida and Goran Ivanisevic, you just felt like, yes, even though Novak would, you know, get a little testy at times and there'd be some conversations, you just felt like they were his rock. And you know that he trusted them implicitly. I don't know where his situation is right now with his trust in his coaching staff. Is it as strong as those two bonds that he had with those two gentlemen?
Forehand from Tien goes cross, just catches the baseline. Now another forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line to a Tien backhand up the line. Sliced from Djokovic to a forehand for Tien, goes cross. Djokovic backhand up the line, perfect, and just impossible for Tien to get strings on that one. It's 15-all.
I will say on that point, though, Macca, is even just then, he's looking up to the box and asking for strategic and even mechanical advice, and they're giving it to him. So there's certainly
extraordinary.
And they're discussing right now, I think especially on the backhand, I mean, there's a full-on technical conversation happening with the box.
That's fascinating to me.
Unfathomable.
Yeah. 15-all, 1-all, second set. Serve missed, trying to go forehand body.
And Novak was asking for that technical feedback from them.
Second serve here for Tien, good. Djokovic back into a Tien backhand cross that lands just on the baseline. Now he has a backhand up the line. Djokovic backhand cross lands good and short. Tien forehand to a slice up the line from Djokovic. Tien backhand cross, squash shot from Djokovic. Tien stepping in, drop shot, perfect. 30-15. Who is in the box right now? I know that Boris Bogdanovic is there. Boris has been there for a long time with Novak, but who's up there to give him technical advice? I mean, it's a large team.
Yes, I know. It's just, it's hard to... I mean, Novak's the greatest player of all time, and he certainly knows how to hit a forehand and a backhand, and you wouldn't think he would need to change anything. Just trust in himself. It's just probably a sign that out of competition for a couple of months, he's just uncomfortable and maybe doubting himself. This would not happen in the middle of a protracted stretch of tournaments where he's totally comfortable with his own game. We'll see how it pans out, but it's, to me, not a great sign of his confidence if he's looking for any kind of technical help at this stage in his career.
Djokovic has missed a backhand long, third unforced error already of the set after only 4 in the first. 40-15, Tien serve into the net, trying to go forehand body with it. Second serve here for Lerner with the game points. That is well long, his second double of the night. Yeah, now is at a -1 is Djokovic in the winners to unforced errors count. 6 winners, 7 unforced errors. And again, that kind of shows that, I mean, 6 winners to this stage. It's not like he's blowing Lerner Tien off of the court. It's just a matter of Tien not getting comfortable at any stage with 13 unforced errors after that double fault. Can't let this game get away from him, Lerner. Game point, 40-30, serve, good. Djokovic backhand will miss long and wide, and Djokovic shrugs his shoulders again after that backhand miss, looking for answers from the box. Lerner Tien has a 2-1 lead in this second set. Getting our first update from Gil Gross here tonight, who is keeping track on the match between Destiny Aeva and Jasmine Paolini over on Armstrong. Gil?
Hey, Mike. Well, Novak looking good in his all-black kit. So is Jasmine Paolini in her all-black kit, taking the opening set 6-2. She came off of her run to the final in Cincinnati. So Paolini, who is the current world number 8 and made the 4th round here last year, is doing a good job of backing up her breakthrough 2024. Her opponent, Destiny Aeva, came through qualifying, world number 168 from Australia, hit her peak ranking back in 2017, and that was 147 in the world. And right now in the second set, it's 1 game apiece. Paolini serving at 15:30. Guys, I was hearing you discuss Djokovic going to his box for technical changes. I've got something to add there. So Andy Murray, who started the year coaching Novak Djokovic and did for most of the first half, gave an interview recently about the experience. And he said that coaching Novak was great, but Novak would often ask him for technical advice. And that's what Andy felt most uncomfortable with. As a former player, he didn't feel like he could really give Novak what he was looking for in that department.
Yeah, I thanks so much, Gil. Yeah, I listened to that interview as well, and it that kind of felt funny to me, but I also understood it from Andy's perspective, right? I mean, how do you tell somebody who's probably, got one of the best backhands of all time, how do you tell them what to do and change technically?
I guess I have a little concept of, because, Mike Bryan, of the two twin brothers, Mike was, even though he had the most magnificent technique on return, he later in his career would often ask me, what am I doing wrong? And all I really felt like saying is, Mike, just relax. Your technique is beautiful. Trust yourself.
Yeah.
So I feel like Novak could be at that sort of a stage where all he needs to do is relax and trust his muscle memory.
Serve from him here at 1-2 is good. Gets a short ball, goes forehand inside out, and gets the forehand error out of Tien. Another ball that Tien doesn't miss all that often. I don't know if they're going to count that as an unforced error. I think it's going to be a forced error, but again, one that you just expect him to make.
Yes, I mean, sometimes you get a match where both players are playing unbelievable, and you just feel like, wow, they're feeding off each other and somebody's got to lose this match. This is a match that at the moment it feels like somebody's got to win this match. They're both really out of sorts.
Big lob here from Tien. Djokovic has to retreat. Overhead, good right through the middle of the court as Tien had picked the deuce corner. 30 love here in this 1-2 service game. Some of the other matches going on right now. Victoria Azarenka is in action. She's got a 4-3 break lead. This might be one of her last tournaments, as some of the rumblings going around right now. 1-2, 30 love. Serve here for Djokovic out wide. Tien goes backhand middle. Djokovic goes backhand cross. Clean serve +1. Also in action right now, Jordan Thompson. 2-1 lead over Quentin Moutet. They're 3-all in a fourth set.
Tomo, a great Australian stalwart. Such a fine competitor. Novak, a clean backhand winner there cross court. I mean, I don't think he needs to look up at his box anymore. There's nothing wrong with that stroke, Novak.
Let first serve here at 40 love. Yeah, Jordan, one of the very, very few players who's able to do it in both singles and the doubles, although the body is not really allowed for that this year as much. First serve into the net. In fact, Andrea Vavasori, our mixed doubles champion, lauded the fact that Jordan has been able to do both over the last couple of years. His Vavasori's ranking's been around the 300 level the last couple of years on the singles side. Backhand from Djokovic cross, forehand from Tien. Djokovic forehand run around inside out, now has a backhand slice, goes cross court. Tien forehand up the line is into the net. It's 2-all. Djokovic, despite the fact that he hasn't looked incredibly comfortable, has only lost 1 point on serve here in this second set.
Yes, I mean, he's really gotten a lot of unforced errors out of the Lerner Tien forehand side. That's been the tail of the tape thus far. We'll see if Lerner can find his balance, find his footwork, find his range on the forehand wing. And if that happens, then we could really still have a fight on our hands, because I feel like Novak's certainly not comfortable with his own game, asking for technical advice from his box. That's not a terrific sign on his part.
Tien, 2-all, serve good. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien goes backhand inside out. Djokovic tracks that down. Now Tien goes forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line to a Tien backhand middle. Djokovic forehand middle. Tien goes forehand inside out, but misses that in the bottom of the net. Feet just didn't get around it.
Sorry, Mike.
No, you're fine.
Just a full conversation there between games, between Michael Chang and Lerner. Talking about obviously the Novak side of things, but Chang giving him some wisdom there. 2-all here in the second set.
Serve good up the tee. Chip return will miss long. Were you able to make out anything that they said?
No, but Lerner was over there for a second, and then they engaged. So obviously, maybe Lerner. Obviously, I can't hear across the court, but I think Lerner maybe asked for some advice.
Serve here, 15-all into the net. Yeah, Lerner's not somebody, when he was with Eric Diaz, there was not a ton of communication. He's not a guy who relies on that. He's obviously got the brain for it. Throws in a double here. It just feels like it's feet. There's just not that energy that we're used to with Lerner. Think about it again. 4-1 versus top 10 this year. That included obviously that dramatic win over Daniil Medvedev. in Australia this year. Serve is a let. Also wins this year over Zverev, Shelton, and Rublev. Serve up the tee is an ace, it appears. Did that clip off the racket?
Definitely
like
the best serve we've seen from Lerner so far tonight. It was to the backhand court, and he painted the tee, outstretched Novak to his forehand side at 116.
They did not give him credit for an ace, so must have clicked off the racket. Still aceless is Lerner Tien. Second serve good. Djokovic backing up the line. Back is Tien into a forehand that goes right through the middle but misses long. I'm flummoxed by what we're seeing here from Lerner Tien. Just looks completely lost in terms of what he wants to do. That is unforced error number 16. It's a break chance here for Djokovic. First here, serve out wide, good. Djokovic goes backhand cross. Tien goes forehand up the line, rolled. Djokovic forehand cross misses long.
That was a miss-hit forehand, guys.
Yeah.
From Tien. I mean, I'm just surprised we haven't seen more positive body language from him, you know, trying to move the feet quicker, get his body loose, because to me it's still a tale of nerves for him out here in this occasion on Ash.
Yeah, you expect sometimes you see somebody jumping around trying to get the feet active, and we're not seeing that. Deuce, serve out wide, good. Now Tien gets a backhand, goes up the line. Djokovic has to slice the backhand into the net. A little bit of a fist pump there from Lerner Tien, some signs of life. Djokovic yelling at his team.
I think Lerner's best chance here is Novak's irritability. I mean, he's really sort of there for the taking at the moment, but we'll see how this match progresses.
So game point here for Tien. Serve out wide. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien forehand middle into the net. Ay.
Yeah, that'd be double-digit unforced errors off the forehand side for sure. He's leaning off it, the footwork. He's not taking enough little steps. There's just sort of one big step. The body weight's leaning back and away. So it's very wild. You see the great forehands. There's a lot of little steps involved.
Right through the middle of the court we were going there, and then Djokovic just yanks a forehand. He's laughing at himself right now, shaking his head.
This has turned scratchy here in the last couple games.
That's a great way to describe it, Nick. So scratchy.
That's a very nice way of describing it, Nick. So another game point here for Tien. Each player has had one game point here in this one. 2-all in the second set. Serve T netted from Tien. 24 minutes into this second set, 24-minute first set. Second serve, Tien good. Forehand from Djokovic short. Tien goes forehand cross, stays back at the baseline, has a forehand, hits it into the net. All right.
Nick, was that forehand clean?
He was late on it, that miss.
Yeah, looked like he got it a little close to the throat. I mean, it's just really misfiring on the forehand wing on multiple occasions.
So we'll try this again. Another deuce, longest game we've had so far tonight. Serve T, good. Djokovic hits the ground. Lost his footing after hitting the return. Says he's okay. He will be given an extra second or two to towel off. It was a slider T. And Djokovic, it looks like the feet just came together. We're getting a look at the replay right now. So yeah, slider T. Djokovic, big right foot. And then just kind of buckles underneath it.
Took a big step across to reach for the backhand return. If he's really moving at his best, there's a shuffle step in there before the outstretched return, and he would have been fine. But such as his nerves, I think he's not moving to his best. He just reached out with one big lunge step laterally.
That could have been much, much worse. That could have been a rolled ankle very easily. So another game point here for Tien. Serve into the body. Forehand for Djokovic is into the net. It has been a little bit ugly here, but Tien and Djokovic stay on serve midway through the second here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express on this day one, the kickoff match as far as Armstrong night sessions are concerned. The number 7 seed Jasmine Paolini took the opener 6-2 against Destiny Ayava, the qualifier from Australia. Exchange of breaks in the second. They are on serve with Paolini up 3-2. And just taking a look at the stats, the problem so far for Ayava is her first serve win percentage, taking just 41% of points when she lands her first serve.
Yikes.
However, that's typical against Paolini because she returns phenomenally well against the first serve, a top 10 player on the WTA Tour, if you look at that metric specifically, Mike.
Yeah, thanks so much, Gil. And I think the thing that I'm most depressed about with Destiny is she's not gone back to the vintage outfits that we saw from her in Melbourne. If you remember, she came dramatically through qualifying wearing some vintage stuff from Serena's collection back in 2015. It was really interesting to see her having curated a really new set of outfits that just brought back, you know, some of the history of the game, and just kind of, it looks like she's gotten sponsored recently.
Yeah, very original. That was clever. You know,
Yeah.
We're all proud of Destiny back in Australia, coming through the qualies and doing well here in New York.
Novak Djokovic here serving 2-3, down love 15. Very rare deficit moment for him. Actually, just lost his first point on first serve here in this set. Misses his first serve here long. Again, 6-1, 2-3, love 15, serving from the near side. And Novak is absolutely drenched right now in that black shirt. It is a little bit humid, but the temperature's right around 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Left second serve here. He doesn't have matches under his belt, right? It takes a while to kind of get all of the body systems clicking. Second serve good. Tien goes forehand to a Djokovic backhand up the line that misses by about 6 inches. How long does it take to get to that point where you feel comfortable again?
Oh, I think if you're just in a good mental headspace, this is no problem. Like if Novak was just at peace with his emotions and had confidence in his team, to be frank, I think he'd be rolling right now. But I think right from the outset, even when he was winning, there was some irritation with the team, and his footwork is slowed to a very subpar Djokovic standard right now. I mean, I'm sure he'll snap out of it at some point, but this is just very un-Novak-like right now.
He's got 4 unforced errors on the backhand wing alone here in this set, does Novak. Second serve at love 30. It's good to a Tien chip return. Djokovic forehand inside end. Tien goes backhand. Volley from Djokovic short. Tien there. Forehand right through the middle. And Lerner Tien, 3 break chances at love 40. And you see Michael Chang with a huge fist pump here, trying to get the 19-year-old up here in this second set.
Lerner just using his speed there. The passing shot wasn't particularly crash hot, but Novak really put too much on the drop volley, landed it on hard court. You've got to be very precise with your drop volleys. That one was not precise. It was quite deep, and for someone as fast as Lerner Tien, that was an easy pass.
Serve is good. Lob return short. Djokovic swinging volley inside out into the ad corner to fight off one. Lerner's now 0 for 2 with break chances. Had one in Novak's second service game.
This place is going to explode, guys, if Lerner Tien gets this break. The crowd wants something to sink their teeth into.
Yes.
This is New York City, baby.
15:40 here for Djokovic. Got about 8 seconds left on the serve clock. Ready to go now. Tosses up. Serve is into the net. 1 of 4 on his second serve points in this set is Djokovic. And you do wonder about the physicality as a match progresses with somebody who hasn't played in a couple of months. Second serve here for Djokovic. Good. Tien goes back into the net. That's a really aggressive second serve out wide.
Novak has the ability to go big on second serve. He's always owned that. He varies the speeds of his second serve so well. He can give you the slow one, the roller to the backhand that you're out in front of, or then he can rush you to your forehand as a right-hander. In this instance, he rushed Lerner Tien to his backhand side out wide.
So a third break chance here for Lerner. 30-40 at 2-3. Toss goes up, serve, Djokovic out wide, well wide. And now second serve at 30-40. We'll pause here as there was a shout in the crowd there, so we'll back off, restart the motion. Now ready. Second serve, 30-40, good. Tien goes backhand middle. Djokovic forehand middle. Tien goes backhand rolled to Djokovic inside out forehand. Now Novak gets a forehand, goes inside out. Tien tracks that down, forehand middle short. Djokovic forehand inside in. Tien throws up a lob. Doesn't look like it's going to get there. In fact, it lands short, so all three break chances by the wayside to deuce.
Yeah, two excellent first serves from Novak to save two of the break points, and then Tien got his opportunity there with a second serve, but played an extremely passive point.
Yes.
Hit everything short, retreated deep, and was perhaps hoping for a Djokovic mistake, and he was waiting in vain for that as Novak saved his third break point with full confidence.
Again, Maka not catching the ball cleanly off the strings from Lerner Tien, which that's been part of his come-up, is clean hitting.
Serve, just long, trying to get into the body. Novak again looks up at his team, rolls his eyes. Second serve now coming. Takes one look over at Lerner, who's about 3 feet behind the baseline right now. About a meter for those of you who follow the metric system, as you should. Second serve good. Tien goes backhand middle and missed it long.
Yes, he stood pretty deep for a second serve there, and as Novak threw up the ball, he charged forward, tried to perhaps confuse Novak and take him by surprise, but I think I would rather see him position himself pretty much on the baseline and then just glide into the return and try and take more control of these second serve points.
So game point here for Novak. 2-3, looking to level us. Serve, long, into the body. Has missed quite a few here in this game. Now 9 of 17 for the set. Second serve here, where he has won 3 straight second serve points in this game. Toss goes up, serve, good. Tien goes forehand middle, Djokovic backhand middle. Tien goes forehand cross, Djokovic tracks down backhand cross. Tien goes forehand middle, Djokovic inside in forehand to a Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross, Tien goes backhand up the line into the net. Just a woeful performance from Love 40 from Lerner Tien. Again, just very basic, passive, and you can't do that against the greatest of all time. It's 3-all.
Yes, and can Novak use that as sort of an escape? He needs to release the pressure valve on himself. To hold from Love 40 is normally such a good feeling that it can turn into a break or a streak of games for yourself. Let's see what happens with Novak's return game here, if that can help him get kick-started in the second set.
It's going to be so important for Lerner to find first serves. He does here. Backhand from Djokovic. Tien goes inside-out forehand to a Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Now we'll get a forehand goes cross again. Tien runs around a forehand. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien has to slice a backhand middle. Djokovic inside-out forehand that's pushed wide, and he screams up at the roof. It's 15-love.
It is so rare to see Novak Djokovic miss a ball wide. And he missed that ball wide by maybe 2 feet, I think. I mean, that is so rare. I mean, you really see with his balance and his beautiful technique, that is such a strange thing to see.
Backhand from Djokovic on the return. Now gets the forehand, goes middle. Tien goes inside-out forehand to a running forehand from Djokovic that lands on the baseline. Squash shot from Tien will miss long. It's 15-all.
That was terrific balance from Novak Djokovic. He was on his outside leg and really stayed stable and low and strong. Powered his forehand deep down the line again to the Lerner Tien forehand to draw the mistake.
Lerner's serve into the net. For the night, Lerner Tien is 5 of 15 on his second serve points. It's 3 of 10 here in the second. Serve, good. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien has to retreat. Forehand to a Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand goes cross. Djokovic forehand up the line. Right on the line. Forehand winner for Djokovic. It's 15-30. Rory McIlroy is here. He's decent at golf and also plays a little bit of tennis. Has been training with my friend Vicky in Atlanta from time to time.
Isn't it amazing how far Rory hits the golf ball? Like, he's not, it just shows you technique is everything. I know he's very strong, but he's not huge in stature, but good technique. It just takes you so far.
We're in a backhand slice battle right now. Djokovic backhand slice from Tien. Djokovic comes over the top and misses long and looks up at his team with some angry words.
It was a routine backhand, a backhand that Novak could make 1,000 times in a row when he's in the groove. Just a cross-court backhand from around his knees.
Wow, Rory was playing in the Tour Championships today in Atlanta, tied for 23rd, and then just flew up. I mean, that's got to be a PJ, right? That's got to be on the PJ.
I think Delta could have gotten him here that fast.
That's a Nick McCarville PJ right there. Forehand from Tien here at 30-all to a Djokovic forehand middle. Tien goes backhand cross. Djokovic stepping into a forehand to a Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand middle. Djokovic has a forehand cross. Tien goes backhand up the line. Djokovic digs out a backhand. Tien forehand cross to a Djokovic backhand cross on the baseline and good. Now Djokovic run around forehand to a Tien forehand cross. Djokovic drop shot short. Tien with a game point.
For me, that was the best point of the match so far. There was more velocity on the ball. We had a 14 or 16 shot rally, and every shot had purpose, footwork, velocity. That's what we expected to see tonight. Hopefully that can be a catalyst for a much, much better standard match right there. That was a big point, 3-all, 30-all. Lerna Tien up 40-30 now, the chance to hold.
That was a huge point, and that drop shot hit the ground before it hit the net, guys, from Novak. I'm shocked by that shot selection and execution.
Tien's serve is just long, trying to go T.
I thought he was going to try to choke Lerner through that point at 30-all, 3-all.
That can serve good. What a great wide serve from Lerner Tien. As we just cross over the 1 hour mark, Tien gets it to 4-3 in this second set. Break chances, 3 of them here for Tien, 2 of them for Djokovic in the set with 0 conversions. You're listening to US Open Radio presented by American Express. We're, of course, keeping an eye on things over on Armstrong, where it's been very tense in the second set. Breaks back and forth between Destiny Ayava and Jasmine Paolini. For the update, let's go to Gil Gross. Gil?
Absolutely, Mike. Both women have held serve pretty comfortably since an early exchange of breaks. Ayava's lifted her serving level. She's got short takebacks off both wings, and she's a very flat hitter. So when she's locating her attacks, that ball skids through the court. Very difficult to defend for Jasmine Paolini. But Paolini has taken care of her serve. Just gone up 5-4 here in the second set inside Armstrong.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. Djokovic has just hit an overhead cleanly into the corner for 15 love. A couple of winners. Brinkova over Starldovseva. 3-1. Jordan Thompson in 4 over Corentin Moutet. As we're starting to wind down here on night number 1 for Sunday start here in New York.
Just back to what Nick said about that poor drop shot that Novak played at the 30-all point. That's one of his favourite shots, that one-handed dropper down the line. But I really don't think it's a great night to play that shot. We're on a hard court. We're playing against a really, really fast player that he's going to punish you unless you hit that perfectly. So to play that on a big point, I just think shows you that Novak's head isn't quite in its best place.
I think sometimes that's you hear players talk about how they need matches all the time, right? Novak is one of those few who doesn't, but you can see it takes him some time to work himself up to full form. He's got a second serve here, 15-love, good to a Tien forehand rolled middle. Djokovic sprays a forehand on the ensuing ball for 15-all.
Mike, I will tell you guys, I mean, Novak absolutely has sweat through this second shirt that he's put on. We're an hour and 8 minutes on the clock, and it is the most perfect of conditions. I'd almost argue it's starting to feel a little chilly out here, so certainly laboring through the first. I mean, he'd want to go up 2-0, wouldn't he?
Of course. Gets a serve and volley, just threads the needle with a touch on the backhand wing, does Djokovic for 30-15. I'm looking back through last year at the Open here for Novak, at a really comfortable win over Radu Albat. The match against Laszlo Djere, 4-4, and then a retirement in the third set from Djere. But that I remember calling that match and just kind of shaking my head. That felt uncomfortable before losing to Popyrin in the third round. I don't have a great feeling at this stage.
Mike, I don't blame you. Yeah, I mean, it's just not that confidence that we see from Sinner and Alcaraz exuding in these early rounds here in 2025 at least.
Backhand from Djokovic, just catches the baseline. Now he has a backhand slice middle. Tien stepping in, forehand inside out to a Djokovic forehand. Tien runs around for another inside out forehand. He's going to get another one. Goes big inside out, and this one is a clean winner. And starting to feel it just a little bit more is Lerner Tien. It's 30-all. A little bit more of the aggression that we're kind of expecting from him at this stage.
He played a few deeper shots there, and Novak's response was a little short, a little lacking in penetration, which is unlike him. He normally doesn't sit balls up on a tee for you to play shots like that.
Big spot right here, huh? Of course, missing out on the 3 break chances in the last. Now Tien looking to create another break chance here. Serve clock counting down to 2. 1 just gets the serve in, and it's a quality one as well. Djokovic with an ace. First of the set, fourth of the night.
Oh, the shot clock was at 1. That would have been a big call for John Blom right there, because Novak's on the razor's edge as it is. If he had called a point penalty there, my goodness.
Yeah, he had a time violation very early in this match, did Novak Djokovic. Has a game point here. Serve out wide, good. Lob return's going to miss wide. So escapes another bit of a mini threat there, does Novak Djokovic.
Isn't that, guys? Isn't that just the point of Novak that we haven't hit enough on in his career? Is his spot serving and his ability. That was 30-all at 3-4 serving, and he throws in 2 beauty first serve. They're not Isner bombs. He's not serving Tien out of this match, but he picks his spots and he executes perfectly.
Beautiful ball toss, just so repeatable, and he can trust it under pressure.
So 4-all, serve for Tien out wide. Gets a return miss out of Djokovic. Hour and 11 minutes into this on a humid but very cool night in New York City. Djokovic a couple nights ago throwing out the first pitch at the Yankees game. Serve here, out wide from Tien, off the net and long. I feel like they really have those nets taut this year. Very taut. That one doesn't have to do much work. That is a double fault from Tien, missing that ball into the net. That is third of the set, fourth of the night for Lerner Tien.
4 is a lot. That's a big number to double fault that much. And especially in a lot of his second serves have dropped very short too. There's been many that have barely cleared the net. I think that's an area of improvement. Oh, look at that one. Just barely clearing the tape.
Going backhand to backhand through the middle right now. Tien just catches the baseline. Now gets a forehand, goes inside in to a Djokovic backhand cross. Tien tracking down a forehand to a Djokovic runaround forehand that misses by 8 feet. And he's bent over with his hands on his knees. Boy, it's tough sometimes.
Yes, his body language is definitely not instilling us with any confidence here, Mike. The scoreline doesn't look too bad, 6-1 4-all, but his body language would suggest he's really ailing here.
So 30-15, serve good up the tee, forehand to a Tien backhand cross. Djokovic tracks that down. Tien backhand up the line, misses wide. Oh boy, 16 unforced errors for Djokovic, now 20 for Tien, accounting for the majority of the points on the night. 36 unforced errors between the two of them. It has been a struggle. But a big spot here. 4-all, 30-all, serve Tien good. Djokovic backhand inside out to a Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand cross, good angle. Djokovic tracks it down. Now Tien up the line to a Djokovic backhand cross. Tien forehand up the line. Djokovic goes forehand cross. Tien goes backhand cross. What an angle! Does Djokovic dig it up? Yes, he does. Tien drop shot back behind him. Djokovic there, pops it up short. Tien forehand cross into the net. What a dig from Novak Djokovic. How did he get that up?
Mike, there were two different times in that point I thought that he wasn't going to get there. There was this sort of lucky cross-court angle from Tien that I thought was going to go for a winner. Now that could totally turn things around if Novak gets the crowd behind him and starts to feel better about himself. Incredible speed. The final shot from Tien was a really poor forehand. It was an absolute sitter that he overspun into the net. Put too much topspin on it.
This is the third break chance of the set for Novak Djokovic. He is 0 for 2, 2 of 4 on the night. Serve Tien out wide, good. Lob return lands, good. Tien forehand inside in, right into the ad corner. He's fought it off. Starting to get a little tasty here. It's deuce.
Yeah, it sure is, guys. And Novak really laboring after that last point. Went over to the opposite towel from the ad court. And how about some gutsy stuff there from Tien?
His best serve of the night. Absolutely used his lefty swinger wide to the Djokovic back into perfection.
Starting to feel some night session vibes in here, too.
Serve out wide to a Djokovic forehand cross that catches the line. Tien digs it out. Slice from Djokovic in behind it. Forehand from Tien. Up the line for a forehand winner. Tien gets fist pumps from everybody in his box. He's got a game point.
Bringing the crowd to its feet. A scramble, one-handed backhand kept him alive in the point. Novak was drawn in with an approach shot off a one-handed slice. And then really, his net coverage was poor. He just stayed in the middle of the court and allowed Tien to pass him down the line with the forehand.
Tien serve into the body, gets a forehand, goes through the middle. Djokovic goes backhand cross, good angle. Tien forehand middle. Djokovic forehand inside into a Tien backhand cross, barely clears. Djokovic forehand up the line, lob Tien. Djokovic at the baseline, goes forehand inside in. Tien tracks that down, backhand slice. Djokovic forehand cross looped, in behind it. Tien backhand up the line for a clean winner. Tien turns towards his box. Huge fist pumps. Tien fighting off a break chance. He's got it to 5-4, and finally, Nick, it feels like this crowd is coming alive to match the match.
100%, Mike, and now Novak really laboring here in his chair. He's got a towel over his head, and Mike leaning back against the back of the chair as Billie Jean King shown on the big screen, getting a huge ovation. Also, Novak asking for a sports drink, Mike, from his team. It's just run over by one of the ball crew. Man,
Nick, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're right behind Novak, correct?
Yeah, I am.
He is reaching at his ribs, trying to get air.
You know, he did that actually in that 30-all point that was big that he won with the drop shot. He went over to the towel and he was stretching back, trying to open his chest. Mike, did we see that a bit at Wimbledon, I think, or the French Open? So is it a breathing issue? His team looks rather concerned in the box, too. It is all happening here courtside on Ash.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned by that, right? Because, again, if Tien, let's say he steals this set right here, then you've got another 2 hours for Novak to go, and you're seeing that already an hour and 15 in. That's really disconcerting, Macca.
It's very concerning, but we don't know where Novak is with his body. We know he doesn't look comfortable emotionally, mentally right now. If there's some physical issues as well, he could be in real trouble here. And really, Tien's speed there showed up. The weapon that is speed saved him multiple times in that game. This could be Novak up 5-4 serving for the match. but instead the speed saved him 2 or 3 times, and Novak came into the net and was passed very routinely because Lerner was in position to make those passing shots.
Stretching and trying to get some air.
Guys, I don't have much insight on this, but Novak just pulled 2 circular round objects from a cooler, and Maka, he was gripping them. They look like miniature, like dumbbell weights. I don't know if that was...
they weren't tuning forks, were they, Nick?
They were not tuning forks.
Okay,
That's a Taro Daniel move.
Okay, thank you.
But something akin to a tuning fork. Mike, he was wrapping both of his palms around them for that entire changeover. I have never seen that. I don't know what those are.
Are they crystals?
They could be.
Chip return. Forehand Djokovic inside out. Lob from Tien. Djokovic retreating. That ball will miss long. I mean, that's not out of the question.
I only laugh because you could be 100% right.
That is a man who is more in tune with his own body than anybody in the world. I think we can all agree upon that. 4-5, 15 love here for Novak Djokovic. He's serving from the near side right now. Serve into the net. Second serve here for Novak for the night, 11 of 19 on his second serves. Again, will take his time here in between first and second. Second's good. Tien goes forehand right through the middle. Djokovic inside out forehand to a Tien forehand cross. Djokovic goes backhand middle off the net and good. Tien has to slice that as a result. Djokovic forehand to a Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line to a Tien backhand. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien goes forehand middle. Djokovic is missed into the net off the backhand wing.
And perhaps just the first signs of Leonard Tien starting to slip into a consistent mode where he's making Novak earn the points. He's been so brittle from the ground so far tonight, but he didn't do anything special there. He just made forehands, made backhands, moved well, and he was rewarded with an unforced error.
7 backhand unforced errors. Serve is good. Forehand Tien, forehand Djokovic. Tien now has a backhand, goes middle with good depth. Now able to step into a forehand, inside out. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien goes backhand up the line. Djokovic digs out a backhand. Tien goes forehand back up the line. Running forehand Djokovic. Tien run around forehand, perfect. Djokovic bent over again, frustrated physically, and Tien 2 points away from the set.
Definitely a more assertive Leonard Tien in the last 10 minutes. He's taking a forehand down the line there. That stretched the court, then pulled the forehand inside in, starting to turn the forehand, which has been a weakness in this match, into a strength by moving his feet better. He's starting to, his feet look a little bit more electric in the last 5 or 10 minutes.
So this is a massive spot here. 4-5, 15-30. Djokovic near side, bouncing the ball. 3 on the serve clock. Toss goes up. Serve. Good. Tee. Tien goes backhand, misses wide. Huge free point there for 30 all.
Wow, it was a really good swinger tee from Novak. Accurate, but Leonard Tien could have easily aimed for the net strap, aimed for the middle of the court, which I always advise my players to do on first serve return. That way, if you catch it a little early or a little late, you shouldn't miss it wide, but that one sprayed into the doubles alley.
30 all. Here at 4-5, again starting to get really close on those serve clocks once again. Serve good. Tien chips a return. Good depth. Backhand Djokovic. Tien goes forehand middle. Djokovic backhand up the line. Running backhand from Tien. Forehand into the net from Novak Djokovic. It is a set point for Leonard Tien. He is 0 for 4 on his chances here on the night as this crowd meets the moment. Swinger tee on the last serve to this ad side from Novak.
Lerner standing very deep, 2 or 3. Medvedev deep almost.
Yeah, good 10 feet back behind that baseline, up at the far side. Djokovic finally ready. Tosses up, serve out wide. It's an ace. And what a big moment.
I should have backed myself there because when you stand back that far, you open up the angle of the wide serve. And Novak, the veteran with the pure service motion, took full advantage. He saw Leonard Tien way back on the back fence and just aced him wide.
Makes him 0 for 5 on his chances, 0 for 4 in the set. To deuce we go. This time a little bit closer, maybe about 7 feet behind the baseline. Serve T. Tien pops it short. Drop shot Djokovic. Tien going to get there. Backhand off the net. Back onto his side. He was there. Tough ball, but that's one you have to make Djokovic play.
He could have made that once again. That was a pretty well executed drop shot from Novak. It barely cleared the tape. It was a lovely touch. But on hard court against a blazing fast player, that is going to get you into more trouble than it's worth. And I think Novak was lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, they say it's a bailout shot from time to time, and that one did feel like a bailout.
Truly, it's a bailout shot at times of stress.
And Djokovic seems to be one of the best playing under duress, doesn't he? He's got a game point here to level us at 5. Ready to go. Serve clock's at 1. Serve is off the net and wide. He is testing John Blom repeatedly here in this set. Again, got the time violation very early in this match. Just a warning. Next one would be loss of first serve and then a point. Second serve here for Djokovic. Good. Tien has a backhand through the middle. Djokovic backhand middle off the baseline and good. Now has a forehand. Goes cross court. That one is not good. It's long by about 2 feet. This game goes on. To deuce we go.
Just an inexplicable footwork mistake from Novak. You hardly ever hear those terms used, a footwork mistake from Novak Djokovic, but his balance was all off. Really, you'd have to call that an unforced error.
5 minutes and 40 seconds game duration for this one. Deuce number 2. Again, threatening that serve clock. Serve good. Tien chips a return short. Forehand from Djokovic. Clean as the whistle into the deuce corner. Another game point for Novak.
Just a block, punch, slice return, giving Novak plenty of time to take the steps required, get on his outside leg and unload the forehand back behind Lerner Tien for an inside-in forehand winner. Lerner standing very deep again. The ace out wide is definitely at Novak's disposal.
Let's see if he goes there. Tosses up, serve into the body. Backhand Tien. Djokovic forehand rolled middle. Tien goes inside out forehand, just catches the baseline. Now backhand up the line to a running backhand slice from Djokovic. Tien inside out forehand. Djokovic can't track that one down. Misses well long. And as soon as Tien is able to get his teeth into a couple of swings now, Djokovic is retreating 3 meters back behind the baseline.
And you rarely see Novak move this poorly.
Yes.
Like his balance, you'd have to say his balance is poor right now. Every time.
And it's one of the strengths.
Exactly. For decades.
Yes.
So this is very unusual. It seems like every time Lerner's able to play a good offensive point and push Novak into the corners, he's rewarded. And that's the hallmark of the Djokovic game, is impenetrable defense.
Deuce number 3. Serve. Good. Tien goes back in volley from Djokovic. Tien there. Throws up a lob. Short ball. Djokovic there. Able to step right on top of the net. Get it before it drops. Puts it into the deuce corner for a game point.
Serve and volley there, guys. How about it from Novak? He was doubled over on the previous point, Mike. They didn't show that to you on the feed. Again, winded, and I think just thought, all right, if the serve goes in here, I'm moving in.
And especially on the deuce court, if Lerner plays deep, the wide swinger out wide to the backhand opens up the whole court. He really should have put that volley away.
16 points at the net for Djokovic here in this set. Serve T. Tien goes backhand through the middle and misses long. Fought off a set point. Levels us at 5. Here in the set, 11 winners, 15 unforced errors for Djokovic. On the other side, 9 winners, 10 unforced errors, and Lerner's been frozen at that 10 spot for a while. It's been a lot cleaner over these last 3 or 4 games from him.
He's definitely picked it up in the last 20 minutes. This is a better quality match.
Hasn't been able to get over one of those break chances, and Novak is stepping up in the biggest moments.
You would think if Novak gets through this second set and just relaxes and starts playing his normal level, he'll be fine. But if he does not, it certainly looks like there's a lot going on inside his head right now.
Tien missing a T serve long here at this 5-all service game. Again, serving from the far side of the court. Second serve good. Djokovic back into a Tien forehand middle. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien tracks it down. Forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien will step into a backhand middle. Djokovic backhand is into the net. If this wasn't Novak Djokovic, I would say this is somebody who has no chance at winning a title here. That's the thing, is he's again bent over, exhausted here.
maybe Nick could give us a feel of the weight of shot out there. To us, it doesn't look like they're hitting at a great velocity.
Yeah, it's felt like it's gone up and down tonight, Macca. At times, they've been clocking it pretty cleanly, but that has been rather inconsistent.
Second serve good. Backhand up the line. Tien goes backhand cross. Djokovic has to roll a forehand to a Tien. Backhand up the line. Djokovic backhand. Tien goes inside in with the forehand but misses. That's the first unforced error he's had in about 4 games. It's 15-all.
Once again, the forehand breaking down. It wasn't a particularly difficult ball, but perhaps just a little lackadaisical with the footwork. And once again, he over-smothered the forehand. With people with a somewhat Western grip can be guilty of that, over-spinning the forehand short.
Serve into the net. Yeah, 12 of his 21 unforced errors have come off of that forehand side. Second serve. Oh, it's a double. Absolutely brutal stuff here from Lerner these last 2 points.
And those serves were really clocking in slow. I think I saw a 98-mile-an-hour first serve.
That one was 80 miles an hour.
So here from Tien, off of the net and long. This is the serve breaking down at the worst possible time.
The serve rhythm, guys, is gone.
Second serve, Tien. Good. Djokovic backhand middle. He missed that long. Did Novak Djokovic at 15:30.
Just so unlike him to miss a second serve return that was right in the wheelhouse.
That was a shocking miss from Novak, trying to laugh it off. And here's another, what is it, the 3rd or 4th game in a row for Tien on his serve, 30-all. Man, these next 10, 15 minutes just feel like the whole match hinges on them.
Yep. 5-all, 30-all. Serve is good. Djokovic backhand to a Tien, forehand cross. Djokovic there, backhand middle. Tien goes forehand cross. Djokovic backhand middle. Good. Tien forehand to a Djokovic backhand middle that he missed long. He looks like he has no legs left.
I was trying to find words, Mike. You don't see Novak Djokovic miss these shots. You don't see him doubt himself this much. Like right from the beginning of the match, looking at his box, asking for technical advice on his backhand. I was just bewildered by that, bamboozled.
Serve into the net. Goodness, I thought we were having that level raised there for a few minutes. It's dropped back down in this game. Second serve good. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien goes backhand middle as well. Now we'll get a forehand, goes inside in, and Djokovic doesn't even make an effort for that ball. So Tien, 6-5. We'll see what Djokovic has left in the tank, trying to force the tiebreak here in a moment on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Novak Djokovic serving here at 5-6. First serve big up the tee to grab a freebie there. 2:15 love. 6-1, 5-6 for Novak Djokovic over Lerner Tien at this standpoint, but that scoreline doesn't tell anywhere near the story of what we've seen in this second set, which has been a little bit all over the place. 15 love serve with Tien again way back behind the baseline. Serve trying to go out wide was Djokovic. Misses into the net. Second serve coming for the world number 7 and 4-time champion. Second, good. Tien goes backhand middle off of the baseline and good. Tien now goes backhand up the line to a Djokovic running backhand. Tien forehand rolled up the line to a Djokovic forehand. Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand cross to a Tien forehand up the line. Djokovic will get there. Forehand cross lands good. Tien backhand cross will miss wide. A little bit passive again from Tien. A lot of spin on that ball, but not very heavy.
Mike, you've seen Lerner play so many matches. Yep. Do you see him playing this deep this often? Like, normally left-handers with flat backhands are better on the baseline. Yes. They're not designed to try and generate from deep.
This feels compact, like a coaching change.
Yeah, it does. He's deliberately playing deeper, and on first look, I'm not crazy about it.
I don't love it either. 5-6, 30 love. Serve here for Djokovic. Just misses long.
I mean, you would never see Jimmy Connors hitting backhands from this far back.
No.
He's a similar type of backhand, one of the greatest of all time. Andre Agassi, you would never see him this far back.
Second serve good. Tien goes forehand inside out to a Djokovic forehand pushed up the line with a ton of room to work with.
Hey, Mike, Novak did request of John Blum the physio, the trainer between sets.
I see them in the... Yeah, I do see them now. He's also
Watch
asked
this
for...
Space.
He's also asked for another electrolyte drink to be mixed with from his team.
Currently being mixed in the box.
I could use a mixed
Shaken,
electrolyte
not
drink.
Stirred.
Oh, great. Now we're going to throw Novak into the conversation for the next James Bond, really? Why not?
Why not? He's in all black.
Second serve at 30-15. That is good. Tien runs around, forehand to a Djokovic, forehand inside out. Tien tracks that down with a forehand to a Djokovic backhand cross. Tien goes forehand through the middle. Djokovic forehand inside in. Tien throws the lob up. Djokovic retreats at the baseline. Will hit an overhead. Good cross. Tien gets that. Now a volley from Djokovic. It's 40-15, but I'm just left wondering why is Tien that far back again on a big moment?
Yeah, it seems like it is a strategical change. Look, Novak is really struggling tonight, so making balls and the value of just not making mistakes is certainly being rewarded plenty of times, but in general, I just don't think that's the best version of himself.
Agreed. So game points to force the breaker. Djokovic pausing again, just a little bit of noise in the stands. Serve clock was turned off. Serve good, but will be a let. And again, every time there's a little bit of silence, you'll hear at least one Novak fan. That is on cue right there. 40-15. First serve into the net from Novak. Here in the set, serving 59%. A little bit of a drop off, about 4% lower than the first. Now has a second here. He's 8 of 16 in this set on his seconds. That's good to a Tien backhand that goes cross. Djokovic forehand rolled up the line to a Tien forehand middle. Djokovic inside in forehand. Tien has to throw up a lob. Djokovic there. Overhead. I don't even know if I'd call that an overhead. Just a little push into the ad corner. So Djokovic does force the issue. Headed to his chair right now just to towel off. No crystals are involved in this one. It will be a tiebreak to decide this second set, and it really feels like the weight of import here is massive, as Djokovic again is trying to stretch out his chest. Tien 12-7 tie breaks this year. Djokovic 7-10.
Yeah, that's a surprisingly negative stat for Novak. 7-10 in 2025 tiebreakers.
So Tien serving from the near side, serve good. Djokovic back into a Tien inside out forehand. Djokovic forehand to a Tien backhand cross that lands short. Djokovic forehand. Tien goes backhand up the line, misses into the net. I find myself just saying this is a match that is wide open for Lerner Tien as Djokovic is now stretching out his hip. And Lerner, this is rare for him. He's not meeting the moment. It's so rare for him.
And he's been here before. He's played on big stages, played a lot of top 10 players, had a tremendous 4-1 record, as we mentioned
Macca, night session,
yeah,
Novak,
it's
US
another level.
Open.
Yep.
And Lerner's never won a US Open match, guys.
That's true. We should point out it's been Kecmanovic, Tiafoe, and Fils over the last 3 years. All guys inside at worst the top 40. And now a guy who's been world number 1 for a very long period of his career, 428 weeks, misses his first serve here at 1-0. Second serve for Novak, good. Tien goes backhand middle. Djokovic forehand inside out. Tien rolls a forehand to a Djokovic forehand inside out. Off the net, back onto his side. It's 1-1. And Novak is feeling it. It's the left leg.
Yeah, he's almost limping at this point now, stretching out that left leg, and a lot of concern out of the box. No communication between them here. Mike?
Yeah, no, it's just quite, I mean, there's, what can you say, right? The physio is coming onto court at the end of the set. I don't know. Listen, the coaching team for Lerner Tien, they don't want to stress him, but they have to say, you know, it's one of those moments that if he is able to take this set, I can't see Novak coming through in 4 or 5. Serve here for Novak into the net. He almost collapses upon himself there.
Trying to serve volley and keep the point short. Once again, he was going with the wide serve volley to the backhand play. That time he just missed the serve, but he was on his way to the net for sure.
Second serve here. 1-1 in the tiebreak. Throws up the toss. Second serve, good. Tien goes backhand through the middle. Forehand from Djokovic middle. Tien goes forehand through the middle. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien goes backhand middle. Djokovic rolls a forehand. He looks awful. Backhand up the line from Djokovic. Backhand cross from Tien. Forehand rolled from Djokovic. Now we'll get another forehand. Goes cross. Tien goes backhand middle. Djokovic forehand inside out to a Tien rolled forehand. Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien goes backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand cross. Djokovic there, forehand cross. Tien goes forehand up the line. Now Djokovic backhand cross. Forehand from Tien to a backhand dropper from Djokovic. Lands on the line. Tien pops it up the line. Lob Djokovic will land good. Tien has to, he can't even make contact. Wait, it's a close call.
I think it was long, Mike.
Long. We don't actually have the full confirmation for us here.
It is confirmed, and Novak collapsed here at his player bench. He's got his head in his bag. That ball was long from Novak. I mean, he is completely spent, guys.
Yep. Okay, so that regardless, it is, that the lob from Djokovic missed long, so it is 10-2-1 with a mini break here. But
once again, it was a long rally, and Novak went with the bailout down the line drop shot.
Goes backhand through the middle. Tien backhand cross. Djokovic digs that out. Forehand from Tien. He misses into the net. 4 mini breaks here to 2-2. And again, that is such a simple forehand for Tien, middle of the court.
And he's missing them a lot the same way. He's smothering them with too much topspin into the net.
Lots of drama. The quality is not there.
A lot of drama.
Oh, the drama's high, though.
Yes.
Come on.
That's what we came for.
2-2. Serve. Tien, good. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien goes backhand middle. Sliced from Djokovic. Tien rolls a forehand deep. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien goes forehand cross. Run around forehand for Djokovic. Tien goes forehand up the line. Running forehand Djokovic. Tien backhand slice up the line. Djokovic stepping in. Inside out forehand. Tien goes forehand to a Djokovic forehand cross. Tien slices a backhand. Almost trips. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien back balance. Backhand cross. Tien now gets a backhand. Goes up the line. Sliced from Djokovic off the backhand side. Tien rolls a forehand to a drop shot again from Djokovic. Tien will get there. Pops it up the line. Lob from Djokovic. This one lands good. Tien. Tweener. Wide. Tweener misses wide. Djokovic looking to his team like he just wants to stop. He's again having to stretch out his chest. The crowd is roaring because it looks like he's asking for them to get loud, but he is truly trying to stretch. But I am just absolutely, I'm so perplexed by the tactics that Tien is taking here in a match that is wide open for him.
I mean, what was that tweener shot choice? Honestly, he had a play on that ball.
Yes, he did.
A good play, too.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's not time to play an exhibition shot, was it? With Novak sort of reeling and on the ropes to extend the point there with a high defensive lob. I mean, that could have really paid dividends.
24-shot rally. Loss of first serve,
there we
time
go.
violation
Wow,
there, and
guys.
it's deserved. I mean, he just stepped to the line as it hit 0. There's no way around that.
Second serve,
yeah,
ladies and gentlemen.
It's just a loss of first serve here, but 3-2, 5 mini breaks so far. Tien is
Lerner's still treating it like a
12
first
feet
serve.
behind the baseline.
Yes, does he
here.
not realize he had a time violation? He's not in second serve return position. He could be drop shotted for a winner here. He's that far
Yes,
back.
it could be an underarm serve here. Second serve for Djokovic, good. Serve and volley, easy volley that he misses by 8 feet.
It was
What
not
are
a
we witnessing?
particularly good return, was it? It was high,
No.
over the middle, and really that was a regulation volley if Novak was feeling himself.
If Novak was feeling himself, this set would be 6-2.
Couldn't
And
agree
it would
with
have
you
been
more, Mike.
done. And we'd be probably done with a third set right now if he was feeling himself.
I agree.
I mean, the Novak camp, and Nick, you can speak to it, they are just, there's nothing coming from them here.
No, really very little, Mike. And just watching Novak, I mean, the set has turned to a must-win.
Yes.
The drama has been high. The quality has been, I'll go back to my scratchy. But
That was a euphemism, as it turned out.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so they've changed sides. Novak now on the near side. 3-all here in the second set tiebreak. Toss goes up, serve, good. Tien goes backhand up the line to a Djokovic backhand cross. Tien rolls a forehand middle. Djokovic forehand up the line to a backhand cross from Tien that's into the net. Plenty of time for him to be there and goes forward the world. That is the first hold we've had in this tiebreak.
And guys, it just to me has never, Mike, maybe midway through the second set, but Lerner Tien has never fully settled into this match.
No.
And I'm curious how that plays out here these next few points. Pivotal points.
3-4, Tien serving to the ad side, good. Djokovic backhand middle, Tien goes forehand middle. Djokovic backhand middle to a Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand cross, Tien goes forehand up the line to a forehand from Djokovic cross. Tien goes backhand cross, Djokovic forehand cross, catches the line and good. Now a forehand from Djokovic through the middle. Tien goes inside out forehand. Djokovic forehand cross to a Tien backhand middle, sliced from Djokovic. Backhand from Tien goes cross, Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand cross, Djokovic forehand up the line. Tien digs that out, squash shot. Djokovic backhand up the line, in behind it. Tien backhand volley, Djokovic. Tien there, throws up a lob from the net, misses by 2 feet. 5-3, Djokovic finally in control here.
It was a very patient point from both players. Novak finally opened up the court with that forehand down the line, which has probably been his best pattern all night. And then once again, the volley was so unsure, though, wasn't it? It was so many times Novak's been to the net, and with a clinical volley, he would have barely lost a point up there, but his volleying has been very, very timid.
22 points at the net for Novak Djokovic, again just showing the fragility of his body tonight.
That's a great stat, Mike, showing that he wants the points to be shortened.
3-5. Tien's serve T is missed by 10 feet, and it's 90 miles an hour. Second serve for Lerner Tien. Oh boy, off the net and just catching enough of the line. Second serve here for Lerner. He double faults. This set was absolutely available to him multiple times.
And Mike, you know Lerner so well. Like, normally he's serving at a better clip than this, isn't he?
100%.
Yeah, this is just very strange. I mean, look, as Nick alluded to, Arthur Ashe at 9 against Novak Djokovic, you know, like, it's all how you look at things, isn't it? You can look at it as what a great opportunity, go for broke, enjoy the moment, but he hasn't been able to pull that psychology off tonight at all.
It's a set point here for Novak, and he's comfortably got 3 of them. 6-3, serve, good. Lob return lands, good. Djokovic forehand up the line to a Tien backhand rolled middle that misses long. I don't know how you can hear this crowd very firmly in the Novak Djokovic camp. Wins the second set in tiebreak 7-3, and we're going to see how the body responds. The physio is on the way for Novak Djokovic. We'll get you updated on that in a moment. But over on Armstrong, just a couple of minutes ago, Jasmine Paolini was able to come through in straight sets, and Gil Gross has an interview now with Jasmine Paolini. Gil?
Gil Gross with Jasmine Paolini on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Victorious in the opening round. Straight sets over Destiny Ayava. Jasmine, how is your body feeling and how's your game feeling less than a week after that Cincinnati final against Swiatek?
The first round is always tricky. She already played 3 matches and she was playing really well. So I'm happy I managed to stay there every ball and to find solutions, but it wasn't easy, But happy that I'm through the first round.
One of the great things about watching you play is it genuinely looks like you're having so much fun out there. Especially, it was very noticeable last year. And the question is, are you having as much fun this year as you did last year?
Depends. I always say that when you win more matches, you are more happy. But yeah, I'm always trying to enjoy the matches, enjoy being on court. That's when I play better, and trying to find that positivity always. It's not always easy because a lot of up and down this year, but still happy that, with my tennis and trying to keep the level that I had in Cincinnati.
Always a pleasure watching you play. Good luck moving forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. And let's bring Nick McCarville back into the discussion as he is courtside right now. And it is a medical timeout right now for Novak Djokovic. Nick, what can you tell us about what you see?
Yeah, I can tell you the right big toe being treated for Novak Djokovic. A blister, I believe, as the ATP trainer is out here, Mike. And it was actually a toe that had already been wrapped. So this is something that had already been existing. I think with tennis players, Maka can help detail for us more. But I think when you are playing inconsistently, the blisters can come back with fury because of the sweat in your shoe. The feet aren't used to it. So Novak obviously hasn't played since Wimbledon, but this was a injury that looks like it was taped before the match, and he is getting it retaped, the right big toe. In the meantime, Tien has left court, I believe, to do a full kit change, Mike, but we are getting Novak Djokovic here treatment on the right big toe currently.
Yeah, let me just say, first off, Nick, that you are a very lucky man that you're not seeing what I'm seeing on my screen, which is a picture of a foot of Novak Djokovic. I can tell you we were also able to see a little bit of blood, so that means the blister has popped, which anybody who's played this sport at any level knows how incredibly painful that is. Novak also right now is using an ice towel.
Ice towel. I mean, it's like 73, I think.
It's 72 right now. I mean, he looks like he has been. He looks like he has been through. This is a quarterfinal or semifinal, and is exhausted. But it's the first round, and we're an hour and 40 minutes into this.
Yeah, it's 72 currently. I mean, but look, let's say that he's 2 sets to love up, right?
Right.
And I mean. Tien blinked there, didn't he? I mean, he fully closed his eyes and took his focus away from what he needed to do on his side of the net.
Yep.
And we've been through not this before with Novak, but we've been through so many doubts, and that's why he's such a great champion, is that he is well and truly in control of this match as Tien makes his way back on court, Mike.
And Maka, you can speak to it. Nick brought it up just a second ago, but the idea of, this is a blister that is popped. We were actually able to see some blood on his right foot. That is pretty typical if you haven't played a lot of matches, correct? So true.
So true. You can get blisters on your hands in those early days where you're really working hard again or playing matches, long hours on the court. And the feet, they're so vulnerable as the skin softens up with a little bit of time off. Oh, yeah, gee. Reminds me of John Isner. He had obviously a lot of epic long matches, and I remember the poor bugger after losing 26-24 to Kevin Anderson in the semis of Wimbledon. His feet were just a bloody mess.
Yeah.
It was such a brave performance. His feet were just such a mess when he took off his shoes.
Yeah, this is, it's clearly worrying for Novak because not only is the medical timeout has now ended and he's going to put some socks back on and his shoes as well. This is match 1 potentially of 7. That's how he views things, right? He doesn't look at it as just one match at a time.
That's exactly
sees things
right,
in the big picture. I can't. He's also already had to stretch out the left hip flexor as well. You've seen him trying to get air into his chest. How does he get through 15 days in New York is the question. You know, it's one thing tonight, it's another thing for 15 days.
Well, I certainly can't say with any authority about what's going on with Novak, but I would think if he survives, like he could come out with a different mindset. You know, if the body will go where the mind tells it to a lot of times, and I just feel like if he gets his mind right, I still believe that he could recover from this night and go on to contend for the championship. To me, he just hasn't been at peace and tranquil with his mind all night, and then perhaps subsequently his body started to betray him. I mean, the blister is one thing, but the rib and chest issues that you're talking about, that's something else entirely.
It's reminiscent, guys. Remember what was it, the 2021 Australian Open when he had the abdominal injury sort of midway through the tournament, and that's all everyone was talking about. And it just sort of like fueled, and like you say, Macca, it changed the mentality for him. So listen, we're only 2 sets deep of potentially a 20 to 30 set U.S. Open, but he's 2-0. He's undefeated in sets, and that was a huge opportunity loss for Lerner Tien. Tien making his way to the back of the court and getting some, walking all the way under to Michael Chang. Little conversation there as Novak's ready to play again.
I'm going to just put you in Michael Chang's shoes. What do you say?
Wow, this is a tough one because obviously Novak's physically hampered. So you want to tell him just make a lot of balls, punish him, just make him earn it. We feel like Lerner's playing too deep to really play at his best tennis. But you certainly don't want to be making mistakes at this point. You want to be rock solid, making Novak earn every point.
Yeah, I just find myself thinking, get back to where you are supposed to be, on top of the baseline here, especially because Novak is not pushing you off the court here.
Exactly. If you're playing well, dictating from around about the baseline, stepping in when you get short balls, then that's going to punish the opponent more than it is just pushing and playing defensively.
So it is Novak serving from the far side to start. About 7 minutes in between points. Backhand from Novak, Tien backhand middle. Djokovic rolls the forehand inside out. Now we'll get a backhand, goes cross court. Tien goes forehand middle. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien goes backhand middle. Djokovic forehand inside out. Tien can't track that down. It's 15-love. And again, no pace on any of those balls for Lerner, just allowing Novak to do what he wants. And on a day where he's wounded, how can you allow that to keep happening?
Mike, I agree with your analysis there. Like Novak was able to just caress the ball around him. When he saw his opportunity to go forehand line, he took it. I think this is the wrong way for Lerner to go about things right now against a wounded Novak Djokovic.
Serve T. Tien goes backhand middle. Djokovic stepping in, misses a backhand. And it's certainly possible. Right now, the unforced error count is even, 25 each. It's possible to make a lot of balls tonight, maybe, and Novak gets you opportunities. But if you're not playing to seize the opportunities, what's the point? 15-all here in the opener, here in this third set. 1 hour, 55 minutes in. Djokovic serve off the net and long. You're not going to see too many balls that hit off the net and land good during this fortnight. That is very clear to me after watching qualifying and one day of Maine. Second serve, good. Tien goes backhand through the middle. Djokovic has a nice backhand. Now has a backhand up the line, in behind it. Backhand from Tien. Did it catch the line? Yes, it did. 15-30. Opportunity here for Lerner Tien. Caught just enough of the line.
Novak has, by and large, won most of the points at net, but at times he's come in on some curious approach shots.
Yeah, curious is absolutely right. 28th net approach so far tonight. Serve, T, long. Tien again staying 12 feet back behind the baseline. Okay, second serve. Off the net and wide. It is the first double fault for Novak Djokovic on the night. 2 chances here for Lerner Tien. He is 0 for 5 so far. Novak again, as you could hear there, screaming at his team.
Nick, how's your Serbian?
And they're screaming back. Oh my. Djokovic, 15-40 from the far side. Serve, T, good. Lob return. Djokovic steps in, swinging volley cleanly into the deuce corner. Tien 0 for 6.
30-40.
Supremely accurate T serve from Novak Djokovic right there. Lerner Tien was good enough to get a racket on it and at least extend the point, but the swinging volley was confident. he's played his break points down really well. I'll say that for him.
But it is another one here, 7th of the night. 30-40, serve, Djokovic, good. Tien goes backhand middle, lands on the baseline. Now Tien stepping into a forehand inside out, clean, and Djokovic can't track that one down. Oh, rumbling, stumbling, almost into the stands is Novak. Slams his racket on the stands, and for the first time tonight, Novak Djokovic has been broken. 1-love, 7th time lucky.
And it was good to see Tien like step into the court there and take advantage of a short ball, hit the forehand down the line. Perhaps a little bit lucky, caught the outside edge of the line. I don't think he hit it exactly where he intended, but it was an offensive shot, something that really should be routine. But tonight we haven't seen a lot of that from him.
Super frustrated there, guys. Novak just absolutely cannot believe that.
Did he switch frames there, Nick? Because it looked like he almost obliterated that racket.
He didn't break it. I watched that part. I don't believe he
good effort by his racket.
Switched frames. Yeah.
Novak has a back in return, and Tien just misses a back into the net. How flat after finally seizing some momentum. Love 15 here in this 1-love service game. First serve good. Djokovic backhand lands good. Tien backhand to a Djokovic forehand middle. Tien goes backhand up the line to a Djokovic backhand cross. Tien goes forehand cross. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien forehand up the line. Caught the line. Good for 15-all.
It was an audacious forehand. We've seen very few of that caliber off the Tien forehand wing tonight, but it shows you what he's capable of.
Yeah. I want to point out he won 28 straight matches at one point last year. 28 straight. Serve, long, and having watched, I believe I did 9 of them, there was never a time where he was that far behind the baseline. Serve good. Djokovic back in through the middle. Tien goes forehand cross. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien goes forehand cross. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien matches. Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien has to slice that into the net. Now he's looking down at his right leg as Djokovic into this one at 15-30.
Well, it's not a break until you hold, right? That's the saying. And also the left shoulder, he just rolled it out, did Tien, guys. He's done that
it's heavily taped, Nick.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's done that a few times tonight, Mike, the rollout.
Which could explain some of it. It is a real troubling spot here. 15-30, serve, T, good. Gets a forehand as Tien goes cross. Djokovic digs out a backhand. Tien, short forehand up the line. Squash shot, Djokovic. Tien, backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien goes backhand cross. Djokovic digs that out, but it's into the net and again stumbles, looks down at his right foot. It's 30-all.
Once again, rewarded for offense there. Lerner
yes.
Playing a little closer to the baseline, hitting his backhand clean, as we know he can. Had a nice offensive forehand in that point also.
Serve, T, long. So second serve, and this is where he's been quite vulnerable. 10 of 26 on his second serve points. Second serve, good. Djokovic forehand middle. Tien goes backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand middle, misses by 3 feet.
Just caught that way off center of the strings, which is once again like out of character. Normally his footwork is so sharp that he finds the sweet spot of the strings time and time again, but tonight clearly the nerves, I'd say, of just impacting his balance, impacting his footwork, and subsequently impacting his timing.
30-40, Djokovic 2 of 5 on his chances. Serve, good. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien goes backhand inside out to a Djokovic backhand cross. Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien has to dig that out, but it's into the net. We've traded breaks to 1-all. And Tien, a little bit of frustration as he swats that ball out of his pocket. Just when you thought maybe.
Yeah.
And then it goes away just like that.
I mean, we were talking about the scratchiness, obviously, and the drama has been there, especially at the backside of that second set. But, guys, I mean, that was a game that Tien had to win.
Yes.
To put some sort of pressure on Novak and say, oh, I'm going to go, we're 2 hours in. I want to play 5 hours.
Yeah.
And I think the way to go about it, as Mike alluded to, you've got to punish Novak now. You've got to throw some punches, which means playing offensive shots.
He completely retreated there.
I think we all are in agreement. He's probably going about it too passively here.
So serve here for Novak from the near side is an ace up the tee. First of the set, sixth of the night.
When you play a wounded player, it's easy to think just get it in, be defensive, but they don't want to run. So if you can be brave enough to run them into the corners and put them on the move. That's what hurts the most.
But Macca, as we get here, 15-love serve into the net. This doesn't feel like it's tactical against Novak. This feels like a tactical switch of I want to play this far behind the baseline, and that really perplexes me. Second serve here for Djokovic. Good. Tien has a forehand through the middle. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien backhand into the net.
Mike, that's a wonderful point. Look, he normally doesn't hit his flat two-hander from 10, 12 feet behind the baseline. So for him to come up short there in the net is just a sign that my best back in my shot is designed to be closer in.
Yes. So 30-love here for Novak Djokovic. Serve, T, ace. And Tien, a rare moment of frustration for him. He kicks the ball after it bounces off of that back wall. Second ace of the game for Novak, who has game points. Toss goes up. Serve, good. Lob return will not be good. So Djokovic grabs the first hold of this set. 2-1. Another match has gone on to Armstrong. And Gil Gross has our first update of Medvedev and Bonzi. Gil?
Guys, a very interesting one, considering Benjamin Bonzi, the Frenchman, shockingly leads this career head-to-head 2-0. Now, the first matchup came in 2017 at Roland Garros. Medvedev retired in the fourth set. Honestly, you can't put much stock into that, but you can put plenty of stock into Wimbledon this year in the first round when Bonzi won it not just in 4 sets. How about 6-2 in the fourth? Part of a string of losses for Medvedev that have come far too early for his liking. A second round against Lerner Tien at the Australian Open. First round exit at Roland Garros, and another first round exit at Wimbledon to the man he's playing tonight.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. And as we're keeping an eye on Novak, he's asking for more electrolytes. He looks like he's asking for one of those gel packs as well from his team.
Yes, it's a little bit confusing here. I mean, for such a consummate professional, you would think that he would have everything he needs in his equipment bag. And at least he seems to have lost some of, for the moment at least, some of the irritation with his team. But I think it's fatigue. He's so tired and worn out that he hasn't got the energy to yell at him right now.
He won't play again until Monday to Wednesday, which is a huge benefit.
I'll say, like, if he survives this,
yes,
he could be an entirely new man. He could be back to his superhuman self by Wednesday for sure, I would think.
All right, so just over the 2-hour mark, 2 hours, 4 minutes. Tien serving here, 1-2, near side, pulls back his toss. Serve is good. Return is not. Off the backhand wing. 61% effectiveness on the first serves for Tien, 37% on the seconds. And not surprising against the best returner of all time, although I know there are some others, including one in the stands, who might disagree with me, and Andre Agassi. Second serve for Tien, good. Djokovic, big forehand up the line, clean return winner.
That was had a little anger in it, didn't it? He was a little bit jammed into the forehand body. He took a quick step over to his left and just rifled it down the line for a winner.
Service good. Tien gets a backhand, goes through the middle. Djokovic forehand up the line to a Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien can't dig that out. It's into the net. It's 15-30, and just a little bit more aggression from Novak now that he sees that blood is in the water.
That was a good offensive shot down the line. Caught Lerner Tien well behind the baseline, and as we've remarked time and time again, like, he doesn't put a lot of spin on his backhand. He doesn't get a lot of net clearance on his backhand. So he doesn't want to be playing this ball 8, 10, 12 feet behind the baseline because he doesn't hit it with a lot of topspin and clearance.
Backhand from Tien to a running forehand Djokovic. Backhand up the line from Tien. Sliced back from Djokovic. Tien forehand cross. Djokovic digs that out. Forehand up the line now from Tien. Djokovic goes forehand cross to a Tien backhand cross. Djokovic forehand cross. Tien backhand up the line, but he's pushed it wide. And Novak Djokovic has 2 more break chances at 15-40.
Somewhat handed to him, you'd have to say. Like, Novak's hung around. He's made balls. He hasn't done anything. He had that one spectacular return to get it to 15-all, and then at the moment Lerner Tien is making the mistakes while not really trying to be offensive. So he's not really winning either way.
It's one thing if you're being oppressive and just putting a lot of weight on your shots, but it's not even that. And that's, you want aggressive misses. Second serve here for Tien at 15-40. Good. Djokovic goes backhand middle. Tien rolls a forehand into the net. I mean, if you told me that as Djokovic finally looks like he's got some comfort for a second now that he's got this 3-1 lead, 3 games on the trot, if you told me something was even more physically wrong with Lerner, not just the shoulder, I'd totally buy it, Nick.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I mean, I've been chalking it up to nerves.
Yeah.
A lot, Mike, but I mean, and you've tracked him a little bit more closely, but I'm just shocked, because Lerner Tien, man, he's crafted himself an incredible career at 19, and he just has sort of wilted since the end of that second set into early third when it felt like he really had a chance to come at Novak and pull off this crazy upset. It has gone the other way as Novak now wins the first point of this 5th game. And he does, I loved what you just said, Mike, he smells blood in the water and he is circling, is Novak.
Yeah, and he's such an incredible front runner as well and has been for his entire career. 3-1, 15-love. Toss from Novak, serve T, lob return. Djokovic stepping forward and puts away a smash for 30-love.
Nick, I feel like when Lerner's been asked to move at top speed for drop shots, he's moved at top speed. I don't feel like he's so impaired that he can't fly.
Yeah.
It's his little steps.
Yes.
The preparation for just ordinary shots where he's seemed like woefully off his best.
Serve out wide. Tien goes backhand to a Djokovic rolled forehand up the line that's into the net.
It just has felt, I mean, I said concrete shoes to open the match.
You did.
It just feels like there's remnants of that concrete still across his feet. And, obviously I think we'll learn a little bit more from him after the match. But he's never fully settled into this stage.
No, and that footwork has been one of his biggest assets over the last several years. And that's why, for me, if you told me something was wrong, I'd fully believe you here. Second serve upcoming for Novak. 3-1, 30-15 in this third set with the 2 sets to love lead. Serve good. Tien goes backhand middle. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien forehand rolled to a Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien backhand middle. Djokovic backhand inside out to a backhand from Tien. Now big forehand from Djokovic. Tien gets it back, but it's an easy finish. No, it's not. Up the line from Djokovic. Gets another shot at it, volley into the deuce corner. And game points here for Novak.
Oh my goodness, it was a case of the whole 90% of the court being open for Novak to hit it cross court for the winner. Lerner had given up on the point and stayed home. Novak hit it right to him. And then he had to come up with a very good backhand volley there to win that point.
Game points though for Novak, 2 hours, 10 minutes into this one. Serve just long. Second serve upcoming. Toss goes up, serve, good. Tien, inside out forehand. Djokovic forehand into the net. That's the one, right? He finally steps up to the baseline and takes it early.
Yes, I mean, what a case in point there, Mike. He took that forehand return just inside the baseline with good body weight on it. Got it pretty clean inside out, and because Novak's not moving his best, it drew an immediate mistake. If he could change tactics and pull off that kind of offensive ball striking, Novak may struggle right now in his physical condition.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think you could have said that at the end of the first set. I'd agree with you then, too. Serve here, 40-30. Good. Tien rolls a forehand. Djokovic forehand inside out, misses by 10 feet. I have no clue what's going to happen from here on. I genuinely have no idea what to expect from moment to moment.
Isn't that fun, guys? Yeah. I mean, it felt like Novak was turning the screws, and then those last couple points. What? Huh?
I like chaos quite a bit, but this is not the kind of chaos I really enjoy.
Oh, thanks. You've given me my Wordle guess for tomorrow. Thank you, Mike.
I've got to get mine in tonight. I still got, 2.5 hours? Serve here for Djokovic is into the net. Leans back before attempting the second serve. A few more extra bounces of the ball. Now finally ready. Second serve. Good. Serve and volley. Easy volley lands perfectly because Tien is nowhere close to the baseline.
Yes, Novak, just such a savvy competitor. He saw Lerner Tien standing way too far back. He went with the serve volley wide, even on a second serve, and the volley did not have any conviction whatsoever, but Lerner was in no position to track it down.
Novak winning the battle under 4 shots, 56-34 tonight. Serve, T, good. In behind it, touch volley, Tien, backhand lob with a lot of height. I mean, that's not even close to the court. I'm just so flummoxed, but Novak will take it regardless. He's got 4 games on the trot, leads 4-1. Gil Gross is over on Armstrong, but Gil, this has been kind of an odd one. Your thoughts on what's happening over on Ash?
Yeah, it absolutely has been odd, and in addition to listening to your descriptions, guys, I'm calling you the Triple M team, McCarville, Maka, and Mike. I've gotten a chance to see Novak on the monitors here inside Armstrong, and it's redness in the face, it's his chest going up and down, you can tell he's winded, and that motion that he's making with the racket over his head, I actually don't think it's a chest injury. If I were to speculate, that's what track stars do after running a race when they want to expand their diaphragm so that they can catch their breath quicker. So it's a cardio thing for Novak that I think seemingly is giving him tons of trouble in what I will reiterate, and you guys have done this already. It is a comfortable night here in Queens, about 70 degrees. It feels wonderful. And look, Novak, having skipped Cincinnati because he didn't want to basically part ways with his family at the time, the question right now is, did he train hard enough physically in absence of playing that tournament in order to be fully ready for this event?
Well, and both of you guys can speak to this. I mean, your blood oxygen level, when it increases, right, you're going to get that from matches. As much as you might train, there's no training that prepares you for what it's like within the competition of the matches, where the adrenaline increases, the energy has to increase, all of that.
Novak just doesn't take this much time out of competition.
Right.
So, clearly he was vulnerable tonight, and not to say that this match is over by any means, but I feel like he was as vulnerable tonight as you'll perhaps ever see him in his career. But Tien has just, to date at least, not had the right strategy or execution to take advantage of it.
Tien 1-4, new balls in his pocket as well. Gets a forehand, goes inside out to a Djokovic forehand middle. Tien forehand to a Djokovic forehand middle. Tien inside in this time. Djokovic backhand cross. Tien goes forehand up the line. Running forehand from Djokovic goes cross. Tien backhand cross. He's missed again.
Just a routine cross-court backhand mistake that time. I'd say most of the errors have been off the forehand side, but for his backhand to miss this much, that's very surprising because that's normally his shot.
I can give you the stats here in a moment as he cracks an ace, which is, believe it or not, his first of the night. He has 15 forehand errors, 10 backhand errors, 6 double faults, accounting for his 31 unforced errors. Serve to a backhand for Djokovic. Tien forehand into the net.
Boy, he's leaning off that forehand fairly badly, just taking one big step instead of the great points, I think, of Federer, I think of Tsitsipas, hunting the first shot with their little steps, 10, 12 little steps in between that serve and the first strike. I'm not seeing those little steps from Tien.
Serve almost barely in on the baseline there on a first serve. Second serve, good. Djokovic backhand through the middle. Tien goes backhand cross, tracked down by Djokovic. Backhand middle now for Tien. Slice from Djokovic to an inside-in forehand Tien. Backhand cross from Djokovic. Tien goes forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien slices that cross-court to a forehand for Djokovic that's into the net. It's 30-all.
Oh, Novak could be so wild with himself right there. He's got into a position where Tien is almost defeated. He's out of sorts, and Novak, if he can just play 2 solid points here, he's probably home. But he definitely doesn't want to let this match extend any farther than it needs to in his physical condition.
30-all. Serve out wide, misses wide by a solid foot. Second serve here for Tien. Djokovic right on top of the baseline, makes contact with a backhand, goes inside out to a Tien backhand middle. Djokovic digs that out. Tien backhand cross. Lob here from Djokovic. Tien overhead from the baseline. Oh no. Back tarp.
What was he thinking there?
Well,
that ball has to bounce.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a lot of confidence in your smash, I mean, the slice smash over to Novak's backhand was wide open for the winner. He was actually trying to go back behind him inside out, I believe. Caught it on the throat of the strings. And
I mean, Maka, that wasn't even close.
No, that was...
Yeah, but he caught it on the throat.
Especially with these lights, they can be so tricky.
Oh, I never saw a smash I didn't like.
Inside out forehand from Tien. Djokovic will throw up another lob. Tien lets this one bounce. Overhead from the baseline. He missed that one too.
So he's proved he can move a smash on the fly and a smash on the bounce.
So listen, Nick, what we have to take out of that, Nick is wrong. I mean, Mac is right. We're all wrong.
Like you're the only one who's right.
I'm going to just shut up, and it's 5-1.
Yeah, it's been confounding. I just was looking at the draw, though, you guys. I mean, Novak now 5-1, Mike. You'll call this on serving for it. But potentially, you've got Mickelson, Nori, Korda. I guess I haven't looked closely at results today. That's third round.
That'd be stern tests.
I have rounds. I have
Holger
to tell
Rune,
you,
Francis Tiafoe. I mean,
Nick, you're bypassing Zach Svida in the second round.
Yes,
and
okay, thank you.
Thank
you, Mike.
It's a great
He's
ball
had
striker.
An amazing summer.
Yes,
Zach
he
Svida.
has. 2 challenger type. I mean, listen, on a give me average Novak, average Zach. I'm going to take Novak, right? But
sure.
Zach has the presence of mind and stays so calm and strikes it well. I could see a whole range of possibilities.
Just, as Nick said, handling the ash nerves.
Yes, sure. Serve here. Second serve is good. Djokovic has a forehand up the line to a Tien forehand cross. Djokovic backhand up the line. Tien digs that out. Djokovic inside out forehand. Tien forehand middle. Drop shot. Djokovic is into the net. Barely to the net.
He needs to leave that backhand down the line drop shot in the bag, like the one iron. Don't take it out.
Yeah.
There's no need for it right now. Just keep playing solid, and Lerner's going to miss before too long. You don't need to be going for those droppers.
No. Love 15 here at 5-1. From the near side, Djokovic serve. Misses well long. Second serve here for Novak. Toss goes up. Serve off the net and well wide. Love 30.
Even at 5-1, double break, Novak hasn't relaxed enough to serve 4 unreturnables and get head to the showers.
Listen, he's going to give a very fine interview to the crowd. I really want to know what it's going to be like when he gets together with his team tonight. That's what I want to know. Serve, good. In behind it, volley into the corner is perfect. Serve and volley once again for 15-30.
And that really is a routine play when you're playing, especially a left-hander. If you can stretch a lefty playing too deep on the deuce court as a right-hander and follow it in if you're an adequate volley, there's so many points to be won with that play.
So 15-30, serve good. Tien chips a return well long. 2 points away now. Yeah, just a flat atmosphere as a result, too. It's just been one of those matches, right?
It was really cooking there in the middle of the second.
And
My
a good
goodness.
15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, the drama was high, and we wasn't sure if Novak was going to get off the ropes.
Serve, good, in behind it, and doesn't need to make a volley. Return misses by 10 feet, and we've arrived at match point.
I sure hope Jimmy Connors is not watching this match, because he would really be frustrated. Be like, get in on that baseline with that two-hander of yours. You would never see Jimmy that far back.
From the near side, Novak with a match point. Toss goes up. Serve into the net. Was going to serve and volley once again, wasn't he?
Why not?
He is 7 of 8 on serve and volley points here tonight. 4 of 4 here in this third set. We'll try again. Again, the crowd trying to get in every last shout that they can here before this one comes to a close. So Novak has pulled off, now ready to go. Second serve, he's missed it long and looks up at the crowd. His fan, who was too vocal, and daggers have been shot with the eyes.
If looks could kill.
If Nick, if you said he looked like a superhero earlier, that could be the superpower.
A super villain.
Man, I don't know what that yell out was, though. It wasn't really for Novak.
We go to deuce. Again, you just hear this crowd every opportunity they have right now to get involved. Serve out wide, in behind it. Short ball, backhand, lob from Tien over the head, and it's clean. It is a winner off of a lob from Lerner Tien. It's a break chance.
It's hard to explain how easy a put away that was for Novak Djokovic. It was a short little backhand, just a few feet from the net. All he had to do was just flick it cross court, and it was the easiest winner you've ever seen, but he guided it down the line and was lobbed over to create a break point and unnecessary trouble.
Serve, break point down, good. Return through the middle. Djokovic inside out forehand. He's missed that. So we're not done yet. 5-2. And Djokovic again. The daggers are being shot, Nick McCarville. Duck and hide the women and children. It's 5-2.
Yeah.
And those daggers were definitely shot at the box or at the fan?
No, those were at the box.
Just been so much frustration for Novak tonight, shaking his head now at his bench. But hey, listen, I mean, he can see the finish line, and I think as history has proven it, this will be Grand Slam win number 393 in his career, an all-time record. He moves on. It's a W, and Macca, I think the 2 days off are as impactful on Novak as anyone else in the draw.
I totally agree, Nick, but he will need a different mindset, though. He just does not look himself mentally. I know we're wondering what the physical ailments are exactly, but he needs to get himself back to who he is, the greatest player of all time, and believe in himself. He shouldn't be asking for any technical advice from his new coaching team. That's my question I'm coming out of tonight. Like, what's going on in between the ears as well?
I mean, Lerner could still win this match.
I agreed. I definitely don't want to write this off.
It's a set and a break, just a second away from being a second and two breaks.
If Lerner could produce a purple patch for 10, 12 minutes, this could get diabolically interesting.
Yes. And again, we're talking about Novak here, but if he holds here, right, things get a little bit awkward. Let's see if he can do it. It has been a woeful couple of service games for him here. Serving at 2-5, serve, good. Djokovic forehand middle. Tien goes forehand cross. Djokovic backhand cross. That misses long. Yeah, I mean, he's won now 5 of 11 first serve points. 1 of 7 second serve points has Tien. But here gets it to 15 love. Serve, good, into the body, gets a forehand. Squash shot from him. Djokovic forehand up the line. Running forehand from Tien is into the net. And now he's stretching out his left leg. Same kind of a stretch that Novak had much earlier in this match. So a hip flexor kind of a situation maybe for Tien. It would explain a lot. 2-5, 15 all. Serve, well long. Now it's the right leg that he's stretching. He stretched out both legs in
It always hurts a lot more when you miss.
And then he's missed again. He throws in a double, and he's stretching out both legs.
Just wondering if he's on the edge of cramping, but that feels... I guess I was going to say it feels impossible, but nothing's impossible tonight on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Goodness. Serve, good. Djokovic back in through the middle that misses long.
Yeah, we're all in wonderment here. Novak Djokovic returns. It's the best we've ever seen of all time, and he's missing 100-mile-an-hour first serves right into his strike zone.
Serve is good. Djokovic backhand middle. Tien inside out forehand into the net. He has nothing. I mean, Lerner has nothing here. It's match point. Match point number 2 for Novak.
The crowd don't know what to do they? They just want to get into it.
30-40, serve, Tien, good, return through the middle. Now Djokovic goes backhand up the line. Tien has to throw up a lob that's going to miss. And Novak Djokovic, I think you'd say survive and advance. He's done so in straight sets, 1-6-2 over Lerner Tien. Lerner with a couple of words for Novak. He taps him on the shoulder, and now Novak walks back out into the middle of the court. Thanks to this crowd. He will have a couple of days to rest his body, rest his mind, and then we'll see what happens with him and Zach Svajda. We're going to hear from Novak in just a second. Let's get a quick update. First set is in the books over on Armstrong. Let's hear from Gil Gross. Gil?
Mike, it's the man who beat Novak Djokovic in the 2021 U.S. Open final, but he looks like a shell of that self and has for the last few months, really most of 2025. Benjamin Bonzi has taken the opening set 6-3 over Medvedev, and more on this match later. We'll continue to track it here on U.S. Open Radio.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. Yeah, that is what a tough year it has been for Daniil Medvedev, and there are so many questions I have about whether the coaching team's going to change. And after this tournament, it seems like it might be a new set of eyes, something along those lines.
Gosh, I mean, like, he's done such a great job. That team's so solid. It's been
know.
a rugged year. I just don't see Daniil really changing his game style. I can't see him ever turning into a guy who takes the ball early, and you know, that's his style. I don't know. Like, I wouldn't be changing coaches. I mean, I think those two have just been such a solid team. They could come back in 2026 refreshed, and it could be a different story.
Mac, I'm on a rare moment, I'm actually going to disagree with you. I think it is time. There are certain times when things just have run their course. And I think, you know, we've seen, I talked to Casper Ruud earlier in the year, the guys are having to keep up with Jannik and keep up with Carlos, and Daniil's one of the ones who is following the farthest behind. And this is, again, for a podcast episode that we need to do. You and I just need to do several of them at this stage, because we've got Novak here who's getting the watch on. Chris Eubanks looking absolutely dapper out there. My good friend Banks out there for the post-match interview. One last sip of hydration here for Novak Djokovic. Puts down the towel, and now he is heading out. Chris Eubanks in the second year with ESPN to do these post-match interviews. Now let's hear from Novak Djokovic.
Well, Novak, first night match on a Sunday start for the U.S. Open. It's only fitting that you were the one to open us up tonight. Tell us how you felt about your level and this atmosphere in Ash tonight.
Well, good evening, New York. Thank you for showing up tonight. It was awesome, really, to experience a Sunday night for the first time in my career. I've never started a tournament on Sunday, and I would definitely love to have more Sunday starts in the future. It was, as always, the best night session in the world is here in Arthur Ashe, no doubt about it. The atmosphere is electric, amazing noise. You guys are great tennis fans. Thank you so much. Great to be back again in New York. It was quite a strange match, to be honest. I think the first set was just over 20 minutes. The second set was an hour and 20 minutes. So, you know, quite an opposite sets that we played in, you know, the first couple of sets. And, you know, I think it was key for me to really hold my nerves in the second set and really clinch the second set in the tiebreak. After that, I started feeling a little bit better, and I ended up a match in a good fashion. So, all in all, there are positives to take. I know I can always do better, but a great way to start this year's campaign.
This is your 19th U.S. Open. Your opponent today is 19 years old.
20th.
My apologies. We've seen your game transition over the years from 2005 until now. It's not just about the recovery, but you've been able to adapt your game very well over the years. What are you most happy with at this stage of your career that you do maybe better than you did in 2005?
Well, to be quite honest with you, I mean, I wish I had learner Tien's age, but that's not possible. Actually, he's double less of my age. It's incredible. But you know, I guess when you come to the late 30s, it's really about learning how to preserve the energy for what matters. The body is not, you know, recovering as fast as it used to. So I'm trying to dedicate as much time as I possibly can, and still kind of balance it with the mental freshness and motivation and sharpness on the court that is necessary in order to compete with the young guys. You know, I still have the flair, I still have the drive. You guys still give me energy to be here on the court. As I said, at times I wish I was younger, but you know, I have only to be grateful for an amazing career ahead here in New York and worldwide. So hopefully I can keep it going. You know, I still want to compete, and hopefully you guys are enjoying my tennis.
Look, you gave us a lot tonight. You opened up Nash on Sunday. 2 days off tomorrow. Novak, get some rest. Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you, guys.
Champion of men's tennis, Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected from Novak. Didn't give you a ton in a moment like that, but you know, he'll be asked some more questions, I'm assuming, at a press conference a little bit later. And yeah, I mean, it's one thing when he's speaking to a crowd. He's also very thoughtful when he's, you know, in front of the media and pretty honest about assessments. So I'm curious what he will say after that.
Yes, if I was the coaching staff, I wouldn't be looking forward to the locker room. I'd be feeling like that was not a good performance from Novak Djokovic. He advanced, but in large part because his opponent did not bring his best.
Yeah.
We got physical issues as well. Like, in a way, it was a troubling start to his campaign from my point of view. Like, if I'm young Zach Schweider, I'm watching the match and I'm going, if I can go out there and be the absolute best I can be, possibly I could push Novak to the brink of real trouble. So he should take heart in that and saying that he may be a little more vulnerable than we've ever seen in the past. Yeah, but at the same time, as Nick mentioned, sometimes those injuries bring out the very, very best in Novak Djokovic, right? And if you told me... Nick is right. 2 days from now, he could be a new man. Yes. So, listen, with this one coming to a close here on Arthur Ashe Stadium, we will step aside. Gil Gross will stay inside Armstrong. For Nick McCarville, Macca right over there, I'm Mike Cation signing off for the moment. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak joining you as we continue into the night here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers. And the OGs meet the next to bees. Where the stars, under these lights, meet a whole new electricity. This is where tradition meets trendy. And every moment is history. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
And we are back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, as we get set for the second match of the first night session of the 2025 U.S. Open main draw. Russ Thaler and Sophie Amiach here with you. Novak Djokovic, a straight set winner over American learner Tien in our first match on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And soon enough, we're going to see the finalist from 2024 from the United States, Jessica Pegula, taking on Mayar Sherif of Egypt. The first ever professional meeting between the two of them. That's coming up next, your final match on Arthur Ashe Stadium. But right now, going on Armstrong, Benjamin Bonzi of France is up a set, serving at 2-3, 40-15 to Daniil Medvedev. As soon as this game ends, we're going to go into Armstrong, get an update from Gil Gross, who is courtside on Armstrong tonight. He'll be our eyes and ears there as they rally from the baseline. Bonzi in the near court, Medvedev in the far court, and the forehand is wide from Medvedev, and it's 3-all in the second set. Gil, catch us up. What's been going on out there?
Second set.
I just don't know right now what Medvedev is doing great. Like, what aspect of his game is elite? And that's how it's been for most of the year. He's not serving big. That shot is not impactful. He has not been locked down consistent from the back of the court. He's made more unforced errors off the ground than Bonzi by some margin, and he's never been a big hitter off the ground, so he's not offensively potent. So I just feel watching Medvedev all year long, there's just no identity.
The three-time U.S. Open finalist and 2021 U.S. Open champion and former world number one, Daniil Medvedev, the 13th seed here this year, is in big trouble. Down a set, serving at 3-all, love 15 to the 29-year-old Benjamin Bonzi of France. Serve to the Bonzi forehand, now inside out into the backhand of Bonzi, throws up a defensive lob. Medvedev from right around the service line knocks off the overhead. It's 15-all. Sophie?
Well, good evening, everyone. And yes, it's rough to see what Medvedev is going through right now. I mean, to say he's having a rough patch is mildly putting it. Not only tonight, but in the last month, and this year hasn't been really what he was looking for, especially when you know how well he played here, winning his major against Djokovic here. So, you know, I think he's really struggling to get things together, and just the consistency is not there as it used to be, and and that's one of his, you know, characteristic. The guy refuses to miss.
Medvedev backhand cross-court into the Bonzi backhand. Medvedev now back to the backhand of Bonzi. It's 30-15 Medvedev serving at 3-all. Dropped the first set 6-3 to Bonzi as they rally from the baseline, and Bonzi dumps the forehand into the net. and it's 40-15.
Yeah, let's not forget that, they played twice already, and Bonzi won both of those matches, and the last one was at Wimbledon, and that was in the first round exit for, Daniil Medvedev. Again, not having a good year for sure, and that was 7-6, 3-6, 7-6, 6-2 for Bonzi then.
Daniil Medvedev, second serve into the Bonzi backhand, too strong for Bonzi, bricks it long, so Medvedev holds on serve in the second set. It's 4-3 Medvedev.
Yeah, he needs to hang in there, and all you got to do when you're having like a year like this where it's just not clicking, and you can play better, is just go with the process, and that's what he's doing. I think he's very well aware of what's going on in his tennis. He's also very well aware that just a good match could just start him up, especially here, at the U.S. Open. But then again, Bonzi seems to have his number.
Medvedev is the player in his generation who actually got to world number one and actually won a major championship, but is still feeling the pressure of Alcaraz and Sinner coming up behind him and overtaking the likes of Medvedev and Tsitsipas and Sasha Zverev at the top of the game. And mentally, that has to be difficult, too, when you felt yourself being number one in the world and challenging for majors, and suddenly there are these two guys that are blocking you from getting past semifinals.
Yeah, but remember, he was playing with the three guys who were blocking him at
That's
the
true.
time from anything. And the fact that he was able to get something, out of those three guys 1 year, and that was here at the U.S. Open against Djokovic. That was a pretty big effort, I would say. So I don't think he's really in his mind thinking about Alcaraz and Sinner. I think he's more really trying to find his game again. And we know that he can be so aggressive, but also pinpoint accuracy on his shots. He has a very low margin for error, obviously, because he's hitting flat balls. But it's tough to play him when he's at his peak. There's no doubt. I think the serve also has diminished for Medvedev, which is not helpful. Hi, having fun here, having a bunch of kids just screaming. They don't have school yet, so they're like screaming on our screen. So Bonzi serving here.
All right, so Bonzi serving a 3-4 up a set to Medvedev on Armstrong. First serve is long and wide. Medvedev in his customary position, right back close to the back of the court and returning deep and running around his forehand, hitting a backhand inside out, and then Medvedev a backhand into the net as Bonzi moves forward, and it's 15-love.
Yeah, so Bonzi, his game is pretty aggressive from...
All right, so we're going to head over actually to Arthur Ashe Stadium as we get ready for Pegula and Sharief. Let's listen in.
Manage the emotions? I mean, it's going to be quite tough. I still don't know how I'm going to feel first time, so I just told myself to go out there and try to enjoy it and embrace it and just leave the pressure out there.
You've never faced Jessica Pegula. What will you need to do well tonight?
I mean, she's very consistent. She's a top 10 player, so I need to bring my best to try and beat her. But obviously, no pressure. She's got all the pressure, so I'll just do what I can.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
That was Mayar Sherif, who's taking on Jessica Pegula, who's next up to the mic before the night match on Ashe.
Jess, a New York crowd. You've been in this walk many times down Ashe. What is it like when you walk out there with the crowd?
I mean, yeah, there's nothing like it here in New York City on Ashe, especially a night match. I just try to embrace it as much as I can, and you kind of play for moments like this, so I'm just going to try to go out there and have fun.
Last time we saw you in a singles match on Ashe, it was in the finals last year. What can you take from that run that you can lean on during this tournament?
I think my experience of being able to get through matches, even when I felt like I wasn't playing my best. I mean, a slam is such a long road, and there's a lot of ups and downs during a day and a match for a week and then 2 weeks. So, I'm not really sure what to expect coming into this year. Yeah, it's a new year, it's a new start, but, I'm ready for the challenge, and hopefully that experience can help.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
And Jessica Pegula already got a taste of a packed Arthur Ashe Stadium in Fan Week, getting to the semifinals in mixed doubles with Jack Draper before falling to Casper Ruud and Iga Swiatek. But Jessica Pegula has to be feeling good about her chances tonight and feeling good about getting back on Arthur Ashe in a singles court. Let's listen to the intros.
From Egypt, Mayar Sherif. returning U.S. Open finalist, the number 4 player in the world, Jessica Pegula.
You know, Sophie, last year, Jessica Pegula didn't just sort of crack her ceiling and get to the final. She hadn't been past a quarterfinal in a major, and that was her 7th trying to get past a quarterfinal, and then she beats Iga Swiatek to get to the final. Jessie had such an amazing summer last year. This year hasn't been quite the same, even though she's got a few titles under her belt. But how do you feel about Jessica after seeing her maybe in the mixed doubles a little bit and what we've seen of her recently?
Well, I think that obviously for her, you know, not playing that great in the majors is a little bit downhill in her tennis. But then you have to look around. You know, there are only 2 players who won 3 tournaments this year, and they're Sabalenka and Jessica Pegula. So Pegula won 3 tournaments, even though they're not probably the biggest tournament. She still won 3 tournaments. She was in the final of 2, I believe. So, you know, it's a bad season, but I think 90% of the players would like to have that same season.
Yeah, she won Bad Homburg right before Wimbledon. She won Charleston on the green clay in Charleston, South Carolina, and Austin, Texas as well.
And I think the turnover really from Miami final against Sabalenka and going into Charleston the week after on clay, being able to win that right away, I think that turnover took a toll physically on her. I think that was a lot, even though she did so well, and she probably would do it again if she could. I think that for me it was a tough turnaround. Then after that, you know, obviously things didn't go too well, especially in the majors. And you know, I talked to Mark Knowles, as he's one of the coach of Jess, just before going here and coming here to wait for a shift to start. And you know, he says, listen, we all know that she hasn't played as well as she wanted to play, especially in the hard court season with what she did last year, which was extremely incredible coming into the U.S. Open. But in all, she hasn't really played that badly, considering that she won tournaments.
No,
so
she had a good chance to make a big run at Roland Garros as well, and she ran into the buzzsaw that was Louise Boisson.
Louise Boisson was completely
playing out of her
mind. And the
match
was an incredible match that
Boisson played unbelievable in that match.
So, in all, I think that she's very excited, as what Mark was saying, Mark Knowles. She's very excited to be back and couldn't wait to be on court. And you know, playing a little bit on Arthur Ashe in the doubles, the mixed doubles helped, I think, to get her, going. She played really well in the mixed doubles. She volleyed really well. I think Mayar Sherif, if she wants to hurt her, is going to have to really use that topspin forehand that she has. She's more of a clay court player.
All right, so while the warm-ups continue here on Arthur Ashe Stadium, Daniil Medvedev has just held for 5-4 on Louis Armstrong Stadium, and he is gesticulating wildly after a backhand overhead smash winner to take a 5-4 lead in the second. Gil Gross is there. Atmosphere looks like it's rising, Gil.
Russ, I could hardly hear you toss my direction. Actually had to adjust my pack here on my belt to just make you out. Medvedev just was in a 15-30 hole at 4-all in the second. So sticky situation. He came up with a couple of good first serves, but on 40-30, he actually served and volleyed on a second serve, very un-Medvedev-like, ended up making a stab reflex volley. Bonzi went for the lob, which was available, but it was too short, and Medvedev with a little high backhand flick volley, short cross court for the winner, and then really got the crowd going. So Medvedev now leads in the second set.
Yeah,
5-4.
it was a pirouette. It looked like a pirouette, what he did, really, on that backhand volley.
He hit one of the ugliest looking forehand volleys right before that and left himself dead to rights and ended up with a huge backhand overhead winner. And let's remember, Daniil Medvedev and Louis Armstrong Stadium have a long and rich history together that dates back to 2019 when Daniil lost the crowd, then gained the crowd by the end of the night and the end of the tournament. And it all started on Armstrong, where he said, your energy is pulling me through this. And right now, I think he's actually trying, not sarcastically, to get the energy of the crowd there to pull him through. Right, Gil?
Yeah, but it's a bluff, right? He just served and volleyed on a second serve.
And hit
That's
a terrible
not a percentage play.
second volley, too.
I think it's a bluff, but it's brilliant. That's because he's one of the smartest guy out there. And I think he's going outside of what his rim of play is to try to create something because he knows that it's, what he's doing is not working. He's got 27 unforced errors at this stage on this match,
Right.
in not even finishing 2 sets.
All right, Gil, we're going to come back to you at the end of this set and check in, but we're just about ready for first ball on Arthur Ashe Stadium. The serving warm-ups are just about complete between Jessica Pegula and Mayar Sherif of Egypt. They're both Adidas athletes in different kits on this night. Pegula wearing the white dress from Adidas with the Y3, which is the for the designer that has designed all the kits for Adidas, men and women. So you're going to see that Y3 around the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center for the next couple of weeks. Sharief is wearing the all-purple kit from Adidas, also with the Y3 visor from both players on this night. So it's Jessica Pegula and Mayar Sherif of Egypt. Sharief, 29 years old, played college tennis, was a 2-time All-American at Pepperdine, junior and senior year.
Pepperdine is hot right now, with Chen, who just actually beat today. Who did she beat today? Somebody good, Kudermetova, qualifying.
Pretty good for the wave.
Pepperdine is hot.
Pepperdine Wave in Malibu. Not a bad place to go to school.
No, you have the view of the ocean when you're practicing. That's not a bad place.
Pretty amazing, yeah. So Jessica Pegula won the toss. She elected to receive. So it's 29-year-old Mayar Sherif of Egypt, former world number 31, highest-ranked Egyptian player, man or woman of all time, comes in ranked 104 in the world. First serve of the near court to Jessica Pegula. Here comes Sharief into the top of the net. So a second serve coming for Pegula to get a look at a return. Remember, she won the toss, elected to receive, trying to put immediate pressure on her opponent who's playing on Arthur Ashe Stadium at night for the first time, and those nerves are evident as a double fault off the racket of Sharief. She looked like she was just trying to kick the balls in, too.
Well, that's, her serve is not something that is really her forte, and I think Jess Pegula with a return, a classic return, is going to really attack those serves. And, she's actually surprised right here because it's 74 miles per hour. It's not going anywhere, and Jess is just pretty much standing there, not being more aggressive.
And Pegula dumps a backhand return into the net off a 74 mile an hour, just throw in first serve from Sharief. It's 15-all. Here comes Mayar Sherif at 15-all. First serve now into the backhand of Pegula, return right down the middle to the forehand of Sharief, who loops one to the forehand of Pegula. Forehand to forehand they go. Sharief bangs a forehand long, and it's 15-30. Nerves from Mayar Sherif, obvious to start off. 5'11", doesn't seem to take advantage of that height on her serve. Serve hasn't cracked 100 miles an hour yet. Here she is at 15-30. Last first serve was 88 miles an hour. And now Pegula standing right inside the baseline. A forehand returned into the backhand of Sharief. Now to the middle of the court. Pegula deep to the forehand, and Sharief tried to lob one high in the air and pulled it wide. And it's 15-40.
Yeah, so I was alluded a little bit to the play of Sharief. She's much more comfortable on clay. Clay is really her surface, and she loves to hit like a loop, kind of a big topspin forehand.
All right, first serve now to the forehand of Pegula, deep to the backhand of Sharief, who moves forward into the net. And a volley goes for the drop volley. Jessie runs it down and finds the short angle winner. And Jessica Pegula breaks to open this match. It's 1-love to the number 4 seed American.
That's a great move from Jessie Pegula. And I mean, I love to see Sharief just sneaking in and trying to come to the net to win the point. But what a get from Pegula. And not only you get it, but you're able to place the ball and control it cross-court for the winner.
Wasn't a terrible drop volley either.
No, I thought that was really well done from Sharief. And the tactic from Sharief is not, it's pretty smart, because winning against Pegula from the baseline when you don't really have much of, a power shot, which she doesn't, it's not going to be easy. So I would think that maybe we see Sharief coming forward. Hopefully that's not going to stop her from doing it by losing that point.
All right, here comes Jessica Pegula now serving up 1-love in the first. First serve to the forehand of Sharief. Return to the forehand of Pegula. They go forehand to forehand. And now Sharief throws one up inside the service line. Pegula bangs it again to the forehand. Jessie really working the forehand of Sharief. And now it's backhand to the backhand of Sharief. Deep into the forehand of Pegula, and it's long, and it's 15-love.
And you saw that on this one, you can feel like the forehand topspin of Sharief is really bouncing high, which if Jessica Pegula is smart, she's going to try to take it early before it really kicks above the shoulder level, which she doesn't like and doesn't enjoy. That's why she doesn't really enjoy sometimes playing Iga Swiatek.
15 love. Here comes Pegula's first offering down the tee to the forehand of Sharief. The return down the middle. And now Pegula opens up the court with a clean winner. Inside out from the middle of the court. It's 30 love.
Well, so far, really good beginning of match for Pegula. Just brilliant on the shot selection. 5-all on Armstrong between Medvedev and Bonzi in that second set.
First serve to the backhand of Sharief, returned down the middle, a forehand inside out to the backhand of Sharief. Now backhand to backhand, Pegula to Sharief. Backhand to backhand again they go. Now Pegula waits for the ball and Sharief bangs the backhand long, and it's 40 love. So Sharief struggling to hang in these longer rallies with Jessica Pegula. And a fast start for the American. 1 love, 40 love. Points for 2 love. Here on Arthur Ashe Stadium, last match of the night. First serve now from Pegula, misses wide down the tee. Second serve, it'll be the first time Sharief has a look at the Pegula second serve. Right now, she starts her return position about 3 feet behind the baseline. See if she moves forward. 1 step forward, takes the return right on top of the baseline. Deep to the forehand of Pegula, back to the forehand of Sharief, who loops one high to Jessie. And Jessie takes that looping forehand just out of her strike zone, can't control it, sends it long. It's 40-15.
This one was not timed as well. It was kind of in between, right before the ball really is high, but in between, and shoulders height is not where she wants to hit that ball.
All right, 40-15 for Jessica Pegula. Another point for 2 love here in the first set. Wide serve to the forehand of Sharief. Chips it back like a squash shot. Second one on the run. Jessie comes in swinging backhand volley. And then an easy forehand volley put away. And 2 love just like that for the American Jessica Pegula on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Just great feel at the net. Jessie Pegula was former #1 player in the world in doubles with Coco Gauff, and kind of stopped playing as much doubles because she wanted to focus on the singles. And oh boy, did she have the right, opportunity to do so. And what she did after that, was absolutely brilliant. I mean, her singles ranking, start going higher and higher. So very interesting.
All right. Mayar Sherif now in a love 2 hole here. She steps to the line to serve in the far court to Jessica Pegula. Kick serve down the peak tee and just catches the top of the net.
And Benjamin Bonzi just broke Medvedev. He's up 6-5 in the second set, serving for a 2-set-to-love lead.
We'll check in with Gil Gross on the changeover here after the third game. This is the first point of game 3. Into the backhand of Pegula, the return to the forehand of Sharief, and a return from Sharief into the net. So we're seeing a pattern develop early here where Jessica Pegula is really targeting the Sharief forehand to great success early so far. Love 15 on the Sharief serve. Here it comes to Pegula. Sharief again, far court, serving to the near court of Pegula. Kick serve to the backhand. Return deep into the backhand corner, taken as a forehand from Sharief. Now forehand to forehand. Now Pegula goes down the line. She had opened up the court so much by going to the Sharief forehand. There was so much space down the line, and Sharief hardly made a move for it. Clean winner from Pegula.
Sharief doesn't really have anything, to hurt Pegula unless she starts, changing the rhythm, maybe drop shotting, or, even coming in. You got to do something.
So it's love 30. And Sharief misses her first serve. Pegula gets a look at a Sharief second serve here at love 30. Pegula already up 2 love here. Trying to exert maximum pressure on her Egyptian opponent. Second serve to the backhand of Pegula, and Jessie flies that backhand return long. These courts are playing at what we would consider medium fast, just a little bit slower. We've heard from Cincinnati just a week ago, which was considered pretty darn fast. But they're also playing with the regular duty balls, the smaller balls for the women, that instead of fluffing up, they kind of get really, really tight and fly through the air and skid through the court. Plays into the game of Pegula, I would think. Kick serve at 15-30 out to the Jessie backhand. Deep return to the cross-court backhand of Sharief, who bangs one wide, and it's 15-40. 2 break chances.
By the way, we didn't mention that, but Sharief never won a round here. 4 attempts.
This is her 5th straight year playing the US
Never won a
Open.
round.
Yeah, and she's lost in the first.
Open. And she lost first round also earlier in majors, in all 3 majors. So
tough draw, too, to play Jessie Pegula here.
Very true.
So it's 15-40. Second serve now. Sharief into the forehand of Pegula. Got her nice and jammed up there, but into the rally they go, and Sharief's forehand breaks down again. A forehand into the net, and it's 3-love Jessica Pegula. Let's get over to Armstrong, where Benjamin Bonzi is serving for the second set against Daniil Medvedev.
15-all, 6-5, second set. Bonzi took the first 6-3. And Medvedev in his classic deep return position right along the back fence. Bonzi pops an ace, 127 up the tee, and he's 2 points away from taking a 2-sets-to-love lead on a man who reached the U.S. Open 4th round or better for 6 straight years.
Yeah,
that streak is on the line tonight.
That was a flat serve. If you can hit a flat serve, that was very flat down the tee. Beautiful.
Bonzi rocks back. Serve into the Medvedev backhand, return good. Bonzi backhand clips the tape. Unforced error there from the Frenchman. It's 30-all.
Boy, Daniil, we caught a little glimpse of it going to his bench after getting broken at 5-all, gesticulating wildly toward his bench. I mean, Medvedev looks like he's losing it a little bit out there.
He kept it together for a while, Russ, but it started to go off the rails last 10 or so minutes, and the gesticulating I would describe as sarcastic fist pumping towards his team, and Gilles Servara looking on. Wide serve, Bonzi at 30-all, +1 forehand short down the line. Medvedev picks it up with the slice. Bonzi forehand inside in, Medvedev forehand cross with some height. Bonzi loops a forehand, Medvedev backhand down the line. Bonzi slice defense, Medvedev approach forehand. Backhand volley from Medvedev, it hangs. Bonzi pass, wide. And Medvedev will have a break point.
That was a big opportunity for Benjamin Bonzi. He had a good look at that pass. And I'm going to take the play-by-play call back from you, Gil, but we're still going to call the rest of this game because it's a big deal with Bonzi with a chance to go up 2-sets-to-love, but facing a break point. We'll get you back to Arthur Ashe Stadium shortly, but we're still following Bonzi, serving at 6-5, but 30-40 against Daniil Medvedev. So Bonzi serving at 30-40 to Medvedev. First serve, Medvedev standing by the back fence. Flat serve into the backhand of Medvedev, and he hits that return long, just perhaps cranks it long, and again gesticulating towards his box. Can't understand why that thing was flying so much. Well, maybe because there was absolutely no spin on it whatsoever. It was a knuckleball that just took off and never came down. And it's deuce at 6-5 to Bonzi. First serve out wide to the Medvedev forehand, who chips it back deep to the middle of the court and resets the point. Forehand to forehand. Now Bonzi goes to the backhand of Medvedev. Cross court hard into the corner, and here comes Medvedev. Swinging volley coming into the net. Bonzi throws up a defensive lob. Medvedev lets it bounce overhead near the baseline. Bonzi returns it. Medvedev to the backhand of Bonzi. They're back at the baseline now. Backhand to backhand they go. Bonzi hard to the backhand of Medvedev. Clips the top of the net. Bonzi with a forehand. Rips it wide. And Daniil Medvedev has a break point one more time to send this second set to a tiebreak.
And that's all they want out there. They want a tiebreak. And, oh boy, what a rally that was. Unbelievable.
Up and back in all four corners of the court.
And just coming to the net once again, I feel like Medvedev is really trying to force the issue not to stay back because he's not obviously been that successful since the beginning of the match.
All right, so one more breakpoint opportunity for Daniil Medvedev. By the way, on Ashe, Jessica Pegula up 40-love, looking to take a 4-love lead in the first set. Here's Bonzi's first serve down the tee, just wide. So Medvedev will have a look at a second serve from Bonzi here. Break point. Chance to send this second set to a tiebreak. Bonzi won the first. Second serve from Bonzi to the forehand of Medvedev. Down the middle of the return. Bonzi big forehand into the forehand corner of Daniil Medvedev, who puts it into the net. Medvedev allowed himself to get jammed on the second serve and didn't do anything with the return.
But that forehand, I mean, it came with authority and such a depth from Bonzi in the little corner, I call it, right between the lines in that corner, right corner of Medvedev's forehand. That's tough to play at that junction of the match with so much pressure on the serve with saving a break point, and that's the way to save it. Oh boy, he went all the way in.
And Bonzi hasn't had a set point yet, but he's 2 points away from taking a 2-sets-to-love lead. First serve into the forehand of Medvedev, and here comes the set point as Medvedev misses the return into the net. And Benjamin Bonzi now with a point to take a 2-sets-to-love lead on Daniil Medvedev on Louis Armstrong Stadium.
And every single time he's just looking at his box and waving and throwing his arm up. Medvedev just so unhappy right now.
Set point for Bonzi. And by the way, Sharief has battled back to deuce at 3-love with Pegula serving from 40-love. We'll get you back there soon, but set point now for Bonzi. First serve down the tee is long. So a second serve coming to Daniil Medvedev in the ad court. Bonzi serving in the far court. Medvedev returning in the near court. Second serve from Benjamin Bonzi to the forehand of Medvedev, who tries to hit a winner down the line, but it's wide. And with a fist pump, the 29-year-old Frenchman Benjamin Bonzi has taken a 2-sets-to-love lead on 2021 U.S. Open champion Daniil Medvedev. Now let's go back into Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Jessica Pegula has yet another chance to take a 4-love lead on Mayar Sherif. She was serving up 3-love, 40-love. Sharief got it all the way back to deuce. And now Pegula's got a point again. Add in. Pegula serving in the far court to Sharief in the near court. Down the middle to the Sharief forehand. The return, a big looping forehand return to the middle that pushes Pegula all the way back to the fence. Now Pegula on top of the baseline, taking a backhand to the backhand of Sharief. Now it's another backhand to backhand exchange, and Sharief throws that backhand into the net. And it is 4-love to the number 4 seed, Jessica Pegula, on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Yeah, it was just a little better from Sharief here in this game. Just wasn't lucky at 40-all when Pegula had a tape and a lead cord winner. And then on this last point, once again, another unforced error. That's 7 unforced errors for Mayar Sherif so far, for 2 only on the other side. And by the way, not yet hitting a winner from Sharief. 7 on the other side.
And by the way, on Louis Armstrong Stadium, Daniil Medvedev has left the court. We don't know if he's going to go just to the bathroom or to make a full kit change, but that will determine how long he gets. And the clock doesn't start until you get into the facility.
First serve down in the net from Sharief at love 4 in this opening set.
Sharief serving at love 4. Here's a kick down the middle to the Pegula backhand. Now Jessie's got a forehand into the forehand corner of Sharief, who squash shots it nice and deep to the baseline, tries to reset with a looping forehand into the Pegula backhand. And now Sharief going harder inside in on the forehand and goes for a dropper. And that drop shot works. That was clay court perfection on the hard court of Arthur Ashe Stadium. No, Sophie?
Yeah, and I love to see this because she's got to use something else. She's not going to win, the majority of the points from the baseline, but I think she's very crafty. She has the drop shot, and the last second opens the racket face and is able to drop it cross court for the winner. Well done. Smart.
All right, so 15-love for Sharief serving in the near court to Pegula in the far. Pegula's forehand returned into the backhand of Sharief. Now forehand into the forehand corner from Pegula. That forces the error of the forehand wing of Sharief, and it's 15-all.
I love the way that Pegula is just going so fast towards the bounce of the ball and accelerating, and you see her body language behind all her shots going forward towards the net, attacking and changing the pace. You can see that she's injecting a lot more pace when she has a shorter ball.
So 15-love at love 4. Mayar Sherif playing for the first time on Arthur Ashe Stadium at night, looking for her first game, looking to get on the board here. It's love 4. Jessie Pegula stepping into the quarter on a high looping backhand. Now Sharif's backhand again into the net. The unforced errors just building and building and building from Mayar Sherif. Her 8th unforced error to just 2 from Jessica Pegula. Sherif just won 1 point when making her first serve in this match. That is not a recipe for success in any way. She kicks one to the Pegula backhand, and now a forehand that goes down the line to the Pegula backhand. She goes back to the forehand of Sherif. Now Pegula takes control of the point, and she's got Sherif on her back foot. Forehand in the backhand corner, forehand into the forehand corner. Forced error into the net, and it's 15-40. Jessica Pegula doing a great job turning defense into offense on that point.
Yeah, and she's very aggressive. She knows exactly when to really inject more power. She's moving well. I like what I'm seeing from Jessie Pegula right now. She needs this kind of match to get into the tournament.
Mayar Sherif serving to the forehand of Pegula. And the forehand return catches Sharief, and she short hops it into the net. And it's 5-love to Jessica Pegula. Not a lot of time is eclipsed here. 18 minutes into the first set. It's 5-love for Jessica Pegula. As they change ends and sit down, Sophie, it's a good chance for us to take a look around the grounds. And on court 11, we have a final that just went final. And a nice win for American Marcos Giron. 6-4 in the fifth after giving up a 2-set lead to Mariano Navone of Argentina. Dropped sets 3 and 4. Comes back to win the fifth. 6-4 in the fifth for Marcos Giron. So well done out of him. Brandon Nakashima, another American, playing a very long match, is on the court right now with Jesper de Jong of the Netherlands, and Nakashima serving at 4-all add-in deep into set number 5. 4-all in the fifth. Nakashima took the first, de Jong took the second in a tiebreak, and the third 6-2. Nakashima came back to win that fourth set 6-2, and now they play at 4-all in the fifth set on Grandstand. Boy, Grandstand, it's seen some crazy matches
today. And I mean, those guys are in for like 3 hours and 20 minutes already, and the match with Giron and Navone went 4 hours and 12 minutes. This is like, you know, those are the matches that you hope to have at the beginning of the tournament when you have 2 days off.
That's right. That's right. Especially
like,
when you start on Sunday and the first round goes for 3 days.
Yeah.
Nakashima has taken a 5-4 lead as they change ends on Grandstand. Alexandra Eala with a big, long win earlier on Grandstand today, with the entire crowd cheering for her against the 14th seed, Clara Tauson. Now back to Ash and live action as Jessica Pegula serves for the first set at 5-love against Mayar Sherif of Egypt. Pegula in the near court wearing the white Adidas kit. Sharief in the far court wearing the purple Adidas kit. And Pegula, after a let on the first serve, gets a second chance at serve number 1, and it's a service winner, as Mayar Sherif just shanks a backhand wide, and it's 15-love. There is despair showing in the faces of the folks in Sherif's camp. Justo Gonzalez Martinez has been the coach of Mayar Sherif since he's 16. And this has to be a little bit tough to watch. That's an ace for Jessica Pegula, who has not dropped a serve. A point when making her first serve. She's 9 for 9 on that. Meanwhile, Sharief is 1 for 11 when making her first serve, and a 5-love lead makes a lot of sense when you start pulling out the statistics. Into the backhand, the serve goes from Pegula to Sharief. Sharief now backhand to backhand with Jessie, and now into the middle of the court and long. Those backhand to backhand exchanges are not doing any favors for Mayar Sherif.
I almost feel like Sharief might want to use maybe a slice backhand here and there to change the rhythm, because nothing is working in what she's doing. She's completely outplayed.
21 minutes into the first set. It's a set point for Jessica Pegula. First serve into the top of the net. Second serve coming. It's 40-love at 5-love for Jessica Pegula. Second serve is deep from Pegula. That's a double fault. And it's 40-15. Second double fault of the match for Jessica Pegula. Hasn't hurt her necessarily. And at 40-love, it's probably the acceptable time to do such a thing. It's 40-15 and set point number 2. Pegula's first serve just deep, although Jessie looks up at the chair umpire and then just swats the ball away. Steps to the line for a second serve. No need to waste any energy on that at this point. Second serve from Pegula to the backhand of Sharief down the middle of the court. Jessie takes the backhand right back down the middle. Now they're going to just play down the middle. Now Sharief throws one up with a lot of loop underneath it. Gets some air. Now a slice backhand deep to the forehand of Pegula. And now Pegula back to the forehand of Sharief to the forehand of Pegula. Forehand to forehand they go, and Sharief tried to put air under it again. Hits it long, and the first set is over on Arthur Ashe Stadium. A fresh and hot New York bagel served every day, including day one here of the main draw at the U.S. Open. 6 games to love. Back over to Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Daniil Medvedev is serving to open up the third set, down 2 sets to love against Benjamin Bonzi. Looks like we have a marathon first service game from Medvedev. No, Gil?
Yeah, just got underway, Russ, after a marathon break in between sets. Medvedev certainly did get the full 5 minutes for a change of attire. But I also think it's worth remembering what Daniil said after the match, after he lost to Bonzi at Wimbledon earlier this year, saying that he was surprised by Bonzi's level. Even on court, he was heard saying, and I'm going to quote him directly, Why doesn't he play like this every day? Win millions, be rich. Instead, he decides to do it once a year. So Daniil clearly giving Bonzi almost some bulletin board material by implying that he redlined against Daniil at Wimbledon, that he played out of his mind. But here he is again, down 2-0 against the same opponent. Sophie, what do you think of that?
I think, Bonzi probably after that comment got a little bit hurt, his ego, and probably prepared so well for this match. And Bonzi has been playing some really good tennis this summer on the hard courts. And he's having Nicolas Mahut on his camp as well, the Frenchman who is semi-retired, who's finishing his, his career at the end of this year. He's 43 years old, playing doubles mainly. And didn't know that he was going to be called on to coach Bonzi that quickly. But Bonzi and Nicolas are very, very good friends. They played a lot of Davis Cup together. And Bonzi made the call and said, hey, would you help me on this U.S. Open, and kind of like the U.S. Open series and tournaments here in the U.S. And he said yes, although he's working for your sport. He's doing a lot of stuff. So in any case, he's been a really big help for him.
Yeah, well, Bonzi is at 51 in the world, career high 42 back in February 2023. So he's closing on in, and again looking for his second win of the summer over Medvedev at a slam. Back to you, Russ, with our action from Ash.
Yeah, Mayar Sherif serving to open up set number 2 against Jessica Pegula. Jessie won the first set 6-0. And Sharief takes the opening point of this game. It's 15-love as Pegula hits return into the net. So 15-love for Sharief. I'm sure this New York crowd is waiting to give Sharief a round of applause when she finally gets a game here against Jessica Pegula.
If she finally gets
She'll get a game. Come on now.
You think?
I have high hopes.
Okay.
I have high hopes. She can get a game here. It's 15-all. And if she doesn't, she doesn't. That's on her.
It is on her, isn't it?
It's, all right, 15-all now. The serve down the tee to the Pegula backhand, and a drop shot from Sharief, and tries to go behind Jessie, and Jessie was there with the hands for a reflex volley, but it just went long, and it's 30-15. So Sharief trying to mix things up there, throwing in a little drop shot.
It's worked twice now. I mean, the last drop shot was a winner, was the only winner so far of the match for her, was that drop shot earlier in the first set.
That's crazy. All right, 30-15, serve to the backhand of Pegula, nice and deep to the forehand of Sharief, who throws it up high. Jessie steps in, takes it on the rise, and now Pegula nets a backhand, and it's 40-15 game points for Mayar Sherif.
There you go, Russ. You predicted it.
I don't want to see anybody get, one bagel's enough.
Not done yet, though, I tell you. Still a lot of work.
And everyone knows you start on that second bagel, you're going to feel like crap. One bagel. 40-15. Just deep. Sharief taking a little extra time here at 40-15, serving at the second serve into the backhand of Pegula. Deep return into the forehand of Sharief, who throws it up high again. Now Pegula goes to the backhand of Sharief and opens up the court, goes behind her. And Sharief blocks a backhand long.
It's going too fast from the racket of Pegula right now. Sharief is very late on the last backhand. The racket face is slightly open, cannot produce enough topspin to keep the ball in.
Still a game point for Mayar Sherif at 40-30. And here comes the first serve into the backhand of Pegula, and another forehand. That's the pattern that she wants, or at least she's trying, but that time Sharief skied the forehand long.
And the unforced errors are just creeping in. 12 total in the match for Sharief, 3 times more than on Jess's side.
All right, so now it's deuce from 40-15. A serve to the forehand of Pegula, and Jessie blocks that forehand return long. So another game point opportunity, another chance for Sharief to get on the scoreboard here. Jessica Pegula won the first set in 22 minutes time, 6-0. Sharief with game point now, add in from the far court, serving to the near court. Jessie Pegula awaiting the serve, and it hits the top of the net, and the second serve is coming from Sharief. Closing in on 10:40 p.m. Eastern time in New York. And Sharief doesn't like that toss. She's going to catch it and start again. Second serve here now from the Egyptian into the backhand of Pegula. Backhand to backhand they go now down the line into the forehand of Sharief, who loops it to the forehand of Pegula. Forehand to forehand. Now Jessie back to the forehand of Sharief. Pegula now to the middle of the court. A slice backhand from Sharief down the middle to the backhand of Jessie. Another slice to the forehand of Pegula. Now a forehand looper up high. That Jessica Pegula steps into the baseline, takes on the rise. Backhand to backhand, and that time Sharief pushes Pegula back. The backhand goes into the net, and Mayar Sherif is on the board and takes the opening game of set number 2.
Best point of the match for Sharief. I mean, she mixed, the backhand slice with the top spin. She mixed the height of the ball and got, Pegula a little bit off, because on the slice you get to stay low. On the high ball you have to try to take it early, so you have to move forward into it. It's a lot of work with the legs for Pegula, and couldn't adjust on the last shots. So well done for Sharief. Now, the problem is that you have to repeat this for 2 sets.
That's a lot of work, too.
That's so difficult, because you're changing the spin, you're changing, obviously, the kind of shot that you hit from the top spin backhand that is totally different than a slice backhand. So it's very, very difficult for her to do that. But if she can, more power to her.
They've said tennis is like boxing in a lot of ways without the physical contact. That was like a 6-punch combination, throwing uppercuts and hooks and straights and overhands just to win 1 round. It's a lot of work, where Jessie can take out Mayar in 1 or 2. But Jessie Pegula serving at a deficit for the first time in the match. Love 1. Second set. After taking the first, Pegula, first serve into the top of the net. Here comes second serve from Jessie Pegula. Mayar Sherif returning in the near court. Forehand return to the backhand of Jessie Pegula. Inside out to the forehand of Sharief. Now Sharif's on the run. Slice backhand. Floats one deep, right, hits the baseline. Pegula goes back to the backhand. Now Jessie steps in and tries to hit a forehand and hits the top of the net. And Mayar Sherif is starting to get her teeth into this a little bit.
Yeah, and she's getting more depth in the rally and with her shots, which is bothering a little bit more Pegula.
All right, second serve from Jessie Pegula into the Sharief backhand. Deep return into the backhand of Pegula. Now a forehand to the forehand of Jessie. Now forehand to forehand they go. Pegula, nice and deep forehand. Sharief throws up a super high looping forehand that Pegula steps into the baseline and gets. And then Sharief misses on the backhand wing just deep. 15. But again, she seemed to be executing the game plan. Didn't quite execute the final shot there, Sophie, but we're seeing what Sharief is trying to do at least, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a little better. I mean, couldn't be worse than what happened in the first set. She was just MIA.
All right, so Pegula serving at 15 all at love 1 and misses a first serve long. The second serve coming here. Sharief finally realizing she can't really go toe-to-toe with Pegula from the baseline. She has to mix up heights and speeds and spins. Forehand return. Now they're banging it down the middle of the court. Forehand to forehand. Jessie with a forehand off the back of the baseline. Sharief can only throw it up high. And Pegula misses the forehand from the middle of the court, and it's 15-30. So stuff, it's tightening up a little bit here, Sophie.
Well, she's making a little bit more mistakes right now, Pegula, but that's because Sharief is playing better.
All right, 15-30. First serve down the tee to the forehand of Sharief. She throws one up high to the Pegula backhand. Throws another forehand high to the Pegula backhand. Now she goes inside out and moves forward. Pegula throws up a defensive lob, and Sharief finishes it off with a fluttering forehand angle volley, almost an overhead, but kind of shoulder height volley winner.
But you know what I'm happy about is to see that Sharief accelerated a forehand for the first time inside out, pushing really Pegula to revert to a one-handed backhand floater, and right away it came into the net. So well done. 2 breakpoint opportunity for Sharief. One missed on the returner serve from Pegula.
Yeah, that was too tough on the first serve. She got it right into the body of Sharief and was able to force the return error, but she's not out of it yet, is Jessie. It's 30-40. Second break chance for Mayar Sherif. Here comes Pegula's first offering at 30-40 into the backhand of Sharief, and it's a backhand return long. Two big first serves into the body from Jessica Pegula.
That's right.
On break point down.
Amazing when it counts, when it's important how these players and the top players, are relying on their serve. And the serve hasn't been as great as it's been for Pegula, but here in this occasion just worked perfectly.
All right, first serve at deuce into the box, the backhand return to the backhand of Pegula, and Jessie puts a backhand into the net, and it's another break point opportunity for Mayar Sherif. And I am going to tell you, listening on U.S. Open Radio, that as soon as this game ends, we're actually going to turn our attention to grandstand because there's a match tiebreak going on at the moment. Jessie Pegula, though, erases another breakpoint opportunity with a huge backhand winner cross court. I think Sharief might have been thinking it was going wide until it landed right on the line.
I think she was so upset of missing the last one that she missed cross court, Pegula, that she went all the way in on that one, made the corrections.
All right, so it's deuce again. Pegula misses the first serve, and Sharief's going to get a look at a second serve. 0 for 3 on breakpoint chances in this game and in the match. These were the first break chances of the match for Sharief. Second serve to the forehand of Sharief, loops it deep to the forehand of Pegula. Now a bigger forehand into the forehand of Pegula, and it forces the error. So a fourth break chance for Mayar Sherif here. Second game of the second set. Pegula took the first. Sharief won the first game of set number 2.
And that big loop forehand with a ton of topspin landing deep to the forehand of Pegula is really where Pegula hates to hit the ball.
All right, so here's Jessie's first serve into the forehand of Sharief. Forehand return into the backhand. Now another looper to the backhand. Jessie steps in, backhand to backhand. Now Sharief, forehand down the middle. Pegula goes inside out and into the top of the net. And Mayar Sherif has taken a 2-love lead in the second set on Jessica Pegula on Arthur Ashe Stadium. We'll keep you abreast of what's happening here, and we'll certainly come back to the action here. But right now we're in a match tiebreak on grandstand between American Brandon Nakashima and qualifier Jesper de Jong of the Netherlands. It's 3-all in a fifth set match tiebreak. And Brandon Nakashima, you can hear the American has the crowd behind him on grandstand. This is the last of the day session matches. So the people that are on grandstand right now have been here all day, well lubricated, perhaps a little sunburnt, but the sun is down, and they're trying to cheer on the 24-year-old American, Brandon Nakashima from San Diego, California. Nakashima now serving up a mini break to the 25-year-old from the Netherlands. It's 4-3 Nakashima. Remember, match tiebreak first to 10, win by 2. Nakashima down the tee and an ace for Brandon Nakashima. Nakashima took the first set 6-2. De Jong took the second and third 7-6, 6-2. Nakashima took the fourth 6-2. And here we are in a match tiebreak at 6-all in the fifth. 5-3 to Brandon Nakashima. First to 10 and win by 2. Nakashima serving in the near court again with an ace down the tee.
Are you kidding? Talk about clutch serving. This is crazy. Up 6-3 now in this tiebreak, first to 10 points.
And you can hear the crowd cheering on Brandon Nakashima. All right, so now it's Jesper de Jong serving down 3-6. Now remember, it's first to 10. 6-3 sounds like a big lead, and a match tiebreak it isn't necessarily. De Jong, big first serve into the backhand of Nakashima, who can only float it up, and De Jong puts away the second ball, and it's 6-4 to Nakashima.
So this guy started the match during the day session and now are under the lights. It is now, 10 till 11 local time, 3 hours and 38 minutes.
Grandstand has been the court of long matches on this day. De Jong goes for the first serve down the tee, clips the net. Second serve now to Nakashima in the deuce court. 6-4 Nakashima with the lead. De Jong serving at 4-6. About 6 bounces to the ball before the second serve. Here comes the second serve down the tee to the Nakashima backhand, down the middle to the backhand of DeJong. Now a forehand from Nakashima, and DeJong puts a backhand into the net, and it's 7-4 Nakashima. One serve coming to Nakashima before they change ends.
Wow.
And that was a big error off the racket of DeJong. Tried to put a little extra mustard on that backhand. It didn't put any air under it at all. And it was an error from the middle of the court. Nakashima serving at 7-4. 3 hours and 39 minutes into this first round match on Grandstand. The first serve is into the net. Second serve coming from Brandon Nakashima. 6th consecutive main draw appearance for the young American. Second serve down the tee, and DeJong's forehand return is too hot to handle for Nakashima, who can just shank a forehand that goes nowhere. So they'll change ends. Nakashima is leading 7-5, but he might have something to think about if he misses a first serve, because DeJong treated that second serve with disdain.
I agree. And this is key right now for him to get that first serve in. Oh, he wishes he could have an ace, just the way that he had back-to-back aces in his last offerings.
So here comes Brandon Nakashima, 15-15 in tiebreaks so far in 2025. Nothing to see there. He leads 7-5, 3 points from victory. And a big first serve down the tee that DeJong actually gets back into the court. Here comes Nakashima moving into the net and knocking off a forehand volley to take an 8-5 lead. Brandon Nakashima 2 points away, from a 5-set win on Grandstand.
Wow, what a great approach shot down the line, and then finishing with that really crisp volley. Can't hit the volley any better than this. Really firm at impact, perfectly played.
So Jesper DeJong serving to the number 30 seed, Brandon Nakashima, 5-8. Nakashima 2 points away from victory. First serve is wide down the tee. Nakashima has a look at a second serve. And here comes the second serve offering from DeJong, and it's long. It's a double fault.
Oh, my.
And Brandon Nakashima now with match point. 9-5, 3 hours and 42 minutes in. Brandon Nakashima from San Diego, California. Match point. DeJong serving to the forehand of Nakashima. Too good. Nakashima bunts it wide, and it's 9-6. And now match points on the Nakashima serve.
Now trouble in paradise.
2 big aces for Brandon Nakashima in this tiebreak. Boy, would he love one more to just finish this thing off. These two played in qualifying in Rome in 2024. Nakashima won it in 3.
He was going for the ace on the tee, but missed by a couple inches.
They've gone the distance again, and it's match point number 2. Second serve from Brandon Nakashima into the backhand of DeJong. DeJong to the backhand of Nakashima. Now to the middle of the court. Forehand clips the top of the net, but stays in, and Nakashima misses the forehand long.
That was a tight forehand from Nakashima.
And it's 9-7. A third match point for Nakashima. A second on his serve now coming. Tension rising on Grandstand. Jessica Pegula has broken back on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Match point number 3 for Brandon Nakashima. First serve off the top of the tape and sails long. A second serve now for Brandon Nakashima at 9-7 in the match tiebreak. 5th set, 6 games all. Second serve to the forehand of DeJong. Forehand to the backhand of Nakashima. Backhand from DeJong, who moves forward. Nakashima chips one low, and DeJong puts the volley into the top of the net. And Brandon Nakashima, 3 hours and 43 minutes in, comes from 2-1 down to win his opening round match of the 2025 U.S. Open in a match tiebreak.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that Young missed that volley. It was right there to finish it up, but well done to Nakashima. This is a gutsy performance too. Anything that you finish in the fifth tiebreak, you just gotta love it. It's going to give you hopefully wings for what's to come.
And that closes out a wild and long day and night on Grandstand, and joy for the fans as they go home happy to see the 24-year-old American win his first round match, Brandon Nakashima, into the second round of the 2025 U.S. Open. We'll take a quick break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross here inside Armstrong Stadium, where Daniil Medvedev, who's seated outside the top 5 at the U.S. Open for the first time since 2019, has his back firmly against the wall against the man who beat him at Wimbledon, Benjamin Bonzi. It is on serve. Medvedev up 4-3 in the third, but down 2 sets to love. Sophie and Russ, it's actually been a very aggressive Daniil Medvedev tonight. You cannot accuse him of sitting back and being overly passive. It's been the missing, and it looks almost unrecognizable at times the way Medvedev has been playing. I'll give you one example. One shot that he's gone for now several times is a runaround forehand inside in second serve return, where he moves around his backhand and goes for an outright winner on a forehand inside in return. He has missed that all 5 times he has attempted it, but it's just very odd. I've been watching Daniil religiously since 2019, and that's not a shot he goes for. It's not a shot he hits. This is like Shaq stepping outside the three-point line to me.
I agree, but the reason being is that I think he knows that his game is just not working the way that he wants to play, and he's trying to do other stuff. And you know, you have to admire this, going outside of his comfort zone and creating opportunities.
All right,
yeah,
go
it
on.
Is certainly. No, it is admirable, especially because Medvedev is actually accused of not being adaptable and being stuck in his ways all the time. But I genuinely think he's trying incredibly hard. He's a very, very smart tennis player, and he's throwing everything at the wall right now.
Bonzi hanging in there. They're on serve. Bonzi serving at 3-4-15 love in set number 3. I want to bring us back to Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Jessica Pegula is in a spot of trouble in the second set. She won that first set in 18 minutes, or 22 minutes, actually. 6 love, sorry. But here we are 25 minutes into set number 2, and Mayar Sherif got an early break, got broken back, and then broke right back, and is serving at 3-1, 30-15 to Jessica Pegula. Second serve into the backhand of Jessie, and she returns it down the line, strongly into the forehand wing, forcing the error, and it's 30-all. But the fortunes on Arthur Ashe Stadium have changed significantly since that first set, when Sharief looked very much like a player playing for her first time under the bright lights at night on Arthur Ashe Stadium against a defending finalist in Jessica Pegula. But she's turned things around, gotten more comfortable here, up 3-1, 30-all, second set. First serve long towards the Pegula forehand.
well, she adjusted and made adjustments. She changed a little bit her way of playing. She started to mix it with the spin, the slice, the depth, the drop shot.
And now a second serve at 30-all into the forehand of Pegula. Return to the forehand of Sherif. And Mayar tried to put some air under that forehand, but pulls it wide. And Pegula has another chance to get the break back here in set number 2.
Yeah, that forehand just flying wide, but the tactic is there, trying to put a lot of spin and kick on the top spin to the forehand of Pegula.
All right, first serve down to the forehand of Pegula. Return down the middle now. Forehand into the backhand quarter. Jessie throws a little slice. Here comes Sherif into the net. Pegula throws up a defensive lob, and Sherif puts away the overhead. Well done from Mayar Sherif to fend off a break point, and it's deuce.
I love the way that she adjusted after the first set and, realized that she was just not hurting at all, Pegula, and, changed the rhythm of the match by really using more potential of what her play is, which is really the forehand, guiding it with a lot more topspin, coming to the net. She's doing a great job out there, considering how badly she started.
And Mayar Sherif, it's deuce at 3-1 after just saving a break point into the backhand of Pegula, and the backhand return goes wide, and now a point for 4-1 in the second set from Mayar Sherif.
And a reminder that she has yet to win a round in any of the majors this year, Mayar Sherif.
And yet to win a round at the U.S. Open in her previous 4 tries, the last 4 years here at the U.S. Open, losing in the first round. Deep return from Pegula into the forehand of Sherif, who neutralizes with a high looping forehand, and now a slice backhand from Jessie into the forehand of Sherif. Now a backhand into the forehand again, another slice forehand this time from Sherif. Now Sherif tries to flatten it out into the forehand of Pegula, and now changing direction and going down the line with a backhand winner, a fist pump from Mayar Sherif. They'll change ends at 4-1 to the Egyptian, and we'll take a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We have ourselves a developing situation on U.S. Open Radio. On Arthur Ashe Stadium, Jessica Pegula, a finalist a year ago and a winner with ease in the first set of Egypt's Mayar Sherif, 6-0 in 22 minutes, is now serving at 1-4 in the second set to the Egyptian. Love 15 after dumping a forehand volley into the net. Russ Thaler and Sophie Amiak here with you on the call on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross is our eyes and ears in Armstrong Stadium as they change ends on Armstrong, and Benjamin Bonzi will serve for the match against the 13 seed and 2021 U.S. Open champion Daniil Medvedev on Armstrong. So it is all happening right now on U.S. Open Radio. It's 15-all. Pegula serving to Sherif on Ashe. Serve into the forehand of the Egyptian. Now a slice forehand from Sharief down the middle of the court. Inside out forehand from Pegula, who takes a swinging volley from the middle of the court, puts it right down the middle, but Sharief, who tries the defensive lob, pushes it wide, and it's 30-15.
Yeah, that first volley really from the first point from Pegula, it's just, not finishing something that is high over the level of the net. It's not really the best shot from her. Now 30-15 still on the first serve right to the body. And down the line, back in from Sharief, who's trying to be really aggressive. And the drop shot from Sharief, unfortunately, a little bit too short. Doesn't make it over the net, and she is now 40-15. Pegula serving here, trying to stay within distance in the score. Down 4-1.
All right, so game point now for Jessica Pegula. Trying to get to 2-4 in the second set. Already up a set, Pegula. Trying to keep it close here within striking distance, within one break. Pegula has gotten the break back once and then immediately relinquished it again. And now a second serve from Jessie Pegula at 40-15 to the backhand of Sharief down the middle of the court. Forehand to forehand. Sharief throws it nice and deep. And now from the middle of the court, Sharief pressuring, moving in, and Pegula throws up a defensive lob. Sharief puts away an overhead, tough overhead from Sharief from beyond the service line, and finds the winner. Meanwhile, on Armstrong, Benjamin Bonzi is serving for the match at 5-4 in the third, up 2-0 on Daniil Medvedev. We're going to get there shortly, as soon as this game ends, or if they get really close, maybe within 2 points of the win for Bonzi. We'll jump over there. Right now, let's see if we can hang through the rest of this game, as Jessie Pegula has another game point for 2-4. It's 40-30. From the baseline, backhand to backhand, and Jessie tries to change direction, almost bailed out on that backhand and put it into the net.
Yeah, not even close. She's starting to be out of sorts because, what Sharief has been doing is not only has she been playing much deeper in the court, but she's also attacking the ball just like playing on hard courts much more than she is normally used to play on clay court and being patient. She's very aggressive out there.
All right, first serve into the backhand of Mayar Sherif. Nice deep return. At the backhand of Sharief. Now backhand to forehand, and Jessie misses a forehand into the net.
Now this is uncanny from Jessie Pegula. She's kind of like probably losing it mentally, thinking, what's going on here? How did this turn around so quickly? And now she's facing a break point for Sharief to maybe serve for the second set.
Unforced errors from Jessie Pegula. 3 in the first set, 10 here in the second set. Break point for Sharief to take a 5-1 lead in the second set now, after Pegula was up 40-15 as they rally forehand to forehand. Again, forehand to forehand. Sharief tries to throw one up with some air and throws it long. So back to deuce they go. Meanwhile, it's 15-30. Bonzi serving at 5-4 in the third on Armstrong, but Daniil Medvedev threatening to get that break back, trying to get it back to 5-all in the third set. Again, we'll keep you up to date on what's happening there, and an ace from Bonzi down the middle makes it 30-all. Pegula's serve to the forehand of Sharief,
Yeah, she's
and
going,
the return is wide.
She's definitely going to the forehand. The forehand of Sharief is so, Western grip, like so pronounced that it's so difficult. And I would love to see actually Pegula hit some slice to the forehand of Sharief.
All right, game point for Pegula. 30-all on Armstrong. Here comes Jessie Pegula. Forehand deep to the forehand of Sharief. Now forehand to the backhand of Sharief. Into the net it goes, and Jessie Pegula holds. Sharief will serve at 4-2 in set number 2 after Pegula won the first. All right, quickly, we are hopping you back over to Armstrong Stadium, where Daniil Medvedev has just earned a break point opportunity as Benji Bonzi is serving for the match at 5-4 in the third. But Medvedev just won a long point with a forehand passing shot down the line winner. And it is 30-40 with Bonzi serving to Medvedev. Bonzi has yet to have a match point. Medvedev has led most of this game. Love 15, 15-30, now 30-40. Bonzi has managed to level things out. We'll see if he can do it again. First serve into the backhand of Medvedev, and it elicits a backhand return error into the net, and it's deuce. Bonzi 2 points away again. Nico Mahu in the Bonzi box is looking on, animated.
Wow.
What's the wow?
The pronunciation of Nicolas Mahu.
Mahu.
Nicolas Mahu.
Mahu.
Oh, that's the Mahu.
Mahu. Did I get it correct, Mundo? Magnifique. Okay, deuce. It goes into the backhand of Medvedev, who dumps a return into the net, and Benjamin Bonzi has a match point, looking to take out Daniil Medvedev for the second consecutive major this year in the first round. The kryptonite to Medvedev apparently is Benjamin Bonzi. Match point for Bonzi. First serve coming. Trying to find that Medvedev backhand again. It's into the net. Second serve from Bonzi to Medvedev on match point. Add in at 5-4 in the third. Bonzi took the first 6-3. Second set 7-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, because of the delay caused by an outside interference.
Oh no, one of the cameramen was moving. One of the still cameramen
he's going to go crazy.
was moving, and now Medvedev's going to lose his mind. He is gesticulating to the crowd because he's upset. He wants the crowd to be more upset. The chair umpire just gave Bonzi a first serve because of the delay caused by the still photographer who was moving.
He doesn't like to be here. He gets paid by the match, not by the hour. Yeah.
That is not pretty what's going on right now. That was Medvedev.
What did Riley Opelka say? What did Riley?
Let's play.
Greg Allensworth is the chair umpire from the United States. He is taking a little verbal abuse from Daniil Medvedev, but Allensworth hasn't called a code violation on him at all. But it's going to be first serve for Benjamin Bonzi on match point, as a still photographer caused a little bit of a delay, and Allensworth called for a first serve for Benjamin Bonzi. That's a judgment call from the chair umpire. Now, of course, after Medvedev decided to argue, that's a real delay. And now Bonzi probably deserves a first serve out of this. But Medvedev's doing everything in his power to rile the crowd up, either in spite of the chair umpire's call or to get under the skin of Bonzi. But either way, Medvedev is really trying to get the crowd into this thing.
Please.
And the chair umpire, Greg Allensworth, is trying his best to try to get this crowd to come down.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bonzi is ready to serve. Please.
Guys, the still photographer went onto the court between first and second serve. Not in the photo pit, on the court. The still photographer was trying to get in position, presumably to try to get match point. And that is why Greg Allensworth decided to give Bonzi a first serve after his rhythm was disrupted by the movement.
And now Medvedev is trying to get the crowd actually to calm down so they can start this matchup again. He got them too riled up, I think. And the crowd is still a little bit restless. And Bonzi serving up 5-4 with the advantage. And by the way, over on Armstrong, Jessica Pegula has broken back for 3-4 in the second set against Mayar Sherif. But we're not going anywhere until this one ends. Could be this point. I mean, heck, it could be another 3 hours on this court. You never know. Benjamin Bonzi with match point against Daniil Medvedev.
Well, guys, at this point, Bonzi could have taken the line, started bouncing the ball, and I think if he just starts serving, everybody will be quiet.
Well, it is match point, so he doesn't really want to go out there and starts playing until this crowd is contained, and I don't blame him because this is huge for him. Absolutely huge.
The crowd is now chanting.
Are they saying Medvedev?
Second serve. No, they're
really?
chanting second serve.
Oh boy.
And Medvedev's now smiling. And every time Bonzi appears close to starting to serve, the crowd gets into it again.
And you know there's a huge chance for him to just
now Daniil is blowing sarcastic kisses towards the chair.
Yeah, he's going to get a warning, but you know there's a good chance that this could be an ace. Oh, wow. Now Bonzi is going towards the chair umpire to have a chat with him. He's not playing until the crowd calms down.
this is incredibly unfair to Benjamin Bonzi, but I am confident what he has to do here is bounce the ball and start to basically look like he's going to begin the point, because every time he just walks up to the baseline, it's inciting the crowd. He just needs to try to act like he's about to serve, and I think they'll settle down.
Yeah, certainly chair umpire Greg Abernathy saying, ladies and gentlemen, please, is not helping. Daniil is trying to actually get the crowd to stop doing this right now. Like, guys, enough. Even though he's the one that incited it to begin with. And now it's been almost 6 minutes since the last point ended.
Never seen this before, but
it's unfair to Bonzi because even if he wins this point, I think the crowd's going to boo.
probably. And he could ace.
Even if he aces him, I think the crowd boos.
They're probably boo. They're going to boo. Yeah. There's no way out.
All right, here comes Bonzi. He is bouncing the ball. It is match point. And as he puts his hand to his racket to begin his motion, the crowd starts whistling. Somebody yells, and Bonzi pulls back. And he's going to reset.
Well, he had time for sure to pick his target. That's for sure on his serve. Probably changed it about 3 times already, but all he needs to do right now is to really keep thinking about where he's going to serve that first serve.
Big, deep breath from Benjamin Bonzi. It's match point. 5-4 in the third after winning the first 6-3 in the second 7-5. Bonzi into his motion now on a first serve, and it's off the top of the net and long. So here comes the second serve.
And they're booing him and they're cheering for the first serve being long. And it's still match point here, second serve.
Second serve from Bonzi. Medvedev way back towards the fence into the backhand of Medvedev, returned down the middle. Bonzi forehand to the backhand of Medvedev. Now cross court to the backhand of Bonzi. Backhand cross court to backhand of Bonzi again. Backhand to backhand, they continue, and Bonzi doesn't get down for the fourth ball and puts it into the net. Medvedev puts his fingers to his ears, and the crowd responds, and it's deuce.
Oh my goodness. This could change the whole momentum of this match.
And an update from Arthur Ashe Stadium. Jessica Pegula has leveled the second set from 4-1 down to 4 games all in the second against Mayar Sherif. First serve from Bonzi to the forehand of Medvedev. Here comes Bonzi moving forward, and he dumps a backhand into the net. Look out now. Break point for Medvedev.
Wow.
The momentum has been broken. The emotional momentum of this match has shifted. We are deep in Medvedev territory. Psychological bliss for the former world number one. And now a break point, second break point opportunity for Daniil Medvedev, looking to level this second set at 5 games apiece. First serve from Bonzi into the backhand of Medvedev. Now he moves forward again. Forehand pass from Medvedev. Down the line winner. He puts his hand to his head again. He makes the shape of a heart with his hands because he knows that the crowd played a large part in that break of serve. It is 5 games all in the third on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Gil Gross, what is it like inside that box right now?
It's mayhem. It's absolute mayhem for Daniil Medvedev, and Bonzi felt the wrath of the crowd, and none of this is deserved. He did nothing to deserve this, but the still photographer got on court. Medvedev felt wronged, but it was Bonzi who actually ends up wronged because the energy in this building is going to be really difficult for the Frenchman to deal with.
Well, you know, let's stay here for a second. 5 all with Medvedev serving to Bonzi in the far court. They're deep into a rally on the first point of the 5-all game. Bonzi slides to retrieve a forehand off his wing. Medvedev comes in but looks utterly uncomfortable. Doesn't really split step. Just threw a forehand racket at the ball, and that's love 15 to Bonzi. That seemed like a helpless mission forward. You now got a little Bonzi chant going on. Is that what I'm hearing? Now return into the net.
Yeah, guys.
There
are both contingents in this crowd. Full throat right now after every point. Bonzi is getting a fair amount of support here.
So it's 15-all. First serve into the forehand of Bonzi. Now from the middle of the court, forehand to forehand. Bonzi just playing a little defense, pushing those forehands back, shoveling them to the middle of the court. Now Bonzi with the backhand from the middle to the backhand of Medvedev. Backhand to backhand they go. Neither changing direction until Bonzi tries to do so with a slice that goes right into the middle of the net.
Yeah, not a good choice for Bonzi. I think that he's definitely bothered mentally, and there are reasons for it. Obviously, with serving match points, and this whole thing happened at match point. Now 5-all, 30-15, Medvedev first serve in the net, and now the crowd is getting involved on every single point, every single hit. Second serve to the forehand of Bonzi.
In the middle of the court, backhand down the line to the forehand of Bonzi, now to the forehand of Medvedev. Now Bonzi to the backhand of Medvedev with his forehand, a slice deep to the backhand of Medvedev. Daniil slices it back to Bonzi, goes down the line beautifully for a clean winner for the Frenchman, and it's 30-all at 5-all.
You have to be so tough mentally to stay within that match, as Nicolas Mahut is up in the booth and saying, just go ahead and destroy him.
So it's 5-all, 30-all. First serve into the net from Medvedev. Draws a big cheer from, I'm guessing, the French crowd here in Armstrong Stadium. And now Medvedev blows a forehand long, and it's a break point opportunity for Benjamin Bonzi at 30-40 on the Medvedev serve.
It is a first serve right here, Medvedev, no doubt. And a big first serve.
And meanwhile, in Arthur Ashe Stadium, Jessica Pegula has a break chance to take a 5-4 lead in the second set. Meanwhile, Daniil Medvedev hits an ace on break point down to go back to deuce.
I would call that a big first serve. Timing is everything.
Ace number 12 of the match, fifth of this set for Daniil Medvedev. It's 5-all deuce in the third. Here comes the first serve out to the forehand of Bonzi. Backhand cross court from Medvedev, has Bonzi on the move, and Daniil comes in and knocks off a high backhand volley winner, and Medvedev has a point for 6-5 now.
Again, so aggressive for Medvedev, just striking really the ball so well and coming to finish at the net. This is not where he's very comfortable doing, but oh boy, is he trying to really win this game. And the first serve winner here for Medvedev is holding. He will switch at 6-5, asking for the crowd once again to keep screaming. Absolutely amazing what's been going on this court.
You know what? Let's take a quick break. We'll come right back to Armstrong when we return on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. All right, welcome back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Russ Thaler and Sophie Amiak in studio. Gil Gross is in Louis Armstrong Stadium as Benjamin Bonzi now serves to stay in the third set at 5-6 after the mayhem of 5-all. Gil Gross is there. Gil, quick update on what's going on Armstrong.
Well, Bonzi just needs to get back in the zone because he's been the better, or he was the better player in this match all the way up until match point. And it wasn't even close. Medvedev only had 2 break chances all match long and hadn't broken Bonzi's serve. And then the camera guy walks on the court, and now it's 5-6, Bonzi down.
All right, so Bonzi just served an ace in the first point of this game, so it's 15-love. Bonzi looking to send this third set to a tiebreak. And that first serve is just wide. By the way, on Arthur Ashe Stadium, Jessica Pegula won the first set 6-love against Mayar Sherif. She was down 4-1. She's won 4 games in a row. It's 5-4, and Jessie is serving for the match on Arthur Ashe Stadium. So I'm going to keep you abreast of everything that's going on both these courts right now. The match we're calling at the moment is Armstrong Stadium with Benjamin Bonzi up 2-0, serving at 5-6 to Daniil Medvedev, 15-all. I'll let you know clearly if and when we go back to Arthur Ashe Stadium as Jessica Pegula is up 15-love, 3 points from the match there. Here's Bonzi's first serve at 15-all, and it's wide. Daniil Medvedev will have a look at a second serve here on Armstrong. Bonzi, who had an opportunity to win this thing when he served the last time around. Now he finds himself fighting to force a tiebreak, and it's 15-30. Medvedev 2 points now from forcing a fourth set on Armstrong Stadium.
And I mean, Gil, it feels like Medvedev's shots are going so much faster through the air. Is he trying to put a lot more pace in it?
He's been trying that throughout the match, but he's making the balls in the court now. He's played aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so a second serve now at 15-30 for Benjamin Bonzi. Medvedev returns it deep with his backhand to the backhand of Bonzi, back to the backhand of Medvedev, back to Bonzi's backhand. Medvedev still going right back to the backhand, and now down the line from Bonzi to the forehand of Medvedev elicits the error, and it's 30-all.
Again, here comes the huge point, and why the serve is so important right now for the Frenchman to try to put a really good first serve in. Maybe an ace.
5-6, 30-all. Benjamin Bonzi serving to Daniil Medvedev. First serve is an ace.
Wow.
And then we have a match point over on Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's 40-30 for Bonzi right now. I'm going to call match point on Arthur Ashe Stadium with Jessica Pegula serving up 6-love, 5-4, 40-15. Bonzi trying to get it to a tiebreak. Here comes Pegula's first serve on match point into the backhand of Sharief to the forehand of Pegula, down the line and inside out. Forehand winner, Jessica Pegula, a finalist in 2024. The number 4 seed is into round number 2 of the 2025 U.S. Open with a straight set victory over Egypt's Mayar Sherif, 6-love and 6-4.
That was a much better second set for Sharief, no doubt. And Pegula get back into it, and she had to go through the motion. It was tough because Sharief just changed her game, got more aggressive, came to the net, starting to play deep. But good on Pegula to come out here and be able to win it in 2 and not have to be pushed in 3 sets, because that was a little bit of the feeling at some points that it could have happened.
Nice turnaround for Jessica Pegula after Sharief figured out her game, changed her tactics. Jessie was able to adjust and come back in that second set, and I'm sure is happy to get off the court, as you said, Sophie, in straight sets. And as Jessie was finishing off Mayar Sherif on Arthur Ashe Stadium, Benji Bonzi actually forced a third set tiebreak on Armstrong Stadium. So let's go back there as we play the second point of a third set tiebreak. Bonzi got a quick mini break, winning Medvedev's first point on serve in the tiebreak. So he's serving at 1-love. Medvedev pulls a forehand wide as Bonzi slips. He's okay, and the Frenchman has a 2-love lead and is serving on Armstrong Stadium.
Yeah, it was a smart play from Medvedev trying to wrong foot Bonzi, who slipped, as you mentioned, but unfortunately missed the mark. The ball was wide of the forehand of Medvedev, so 2-love Bonzi trying to finish this in 3 sets, as he was already with a match point earlier.
So Bonzi's first serve at 2-love in this tiebreak to the backhand of Medvedev, returned down the middle. Now this ball's off the top of the tape. Daniil comes in, and it's easy pickings there, as Bonzi had a guess aside. Medvedev went into the open court, and it's 2-1. Back on serve, Medvedev will serve at 1-2 here in the third set tiebreak.
And still being very aggressive, Medvedev trying to hit the ball hard and deep, what he's normally doing, coming to the net. Love the fact that he's still fighting. Got a little bit lucky with the cameraman walking on the court earlier.
And so Medvedev with a forehand winner. And just to recap, Benjamin Bonzi had a match point on his serve in this third set He missed his first serve, and a still photographer walked onto the court for reasons we still can't comprehend. The chair umpire called for a first serve, which led to an amazing situation where Medvedev was riling up the crowd, got it totally on his side. Bonzi had to wait forever to play his match point. Obviously, he didn't convert the match point. Momentum went all the way over to Medvedev, who broke back. And here we are in a third set tiebreak, and Daniil Medvedev has just held on to his service side. So it's 2-3, Bonzi serving in a third set tiebreak against Daniil Medvedev. But that commotion in the middle of a first serve and then a call let by the chair umpire is what really changed the momentum of this match.
Yeah, and the fact that Medvedev 1-2 punch on this last serve point of his own, and that was so good, just being so aggressive once again, and it's 2-3 Bonzi serving.
All right, here's Bonzi's serve on the dad court to the Medvedev backhand. Into the rally, they come forehand deep to the backhand of Bonzi. Now Medvedev from the middle of the court tries to go inside out in the backhand, hits the net. They'll change ends at 3-all. Now remember, this is a regular tiebreak, not a match tiebreak. First to 7, win by 2 here in the third set. Gil Gross, what do you got?
Well, all the points so far in this tiebreak have been on Daniil's racket, right? We've got quick winners for him on the +1 balls. We've got some errors off of the Medvedev racket. Bonzi's the one staying more solid right now, and Daniil is the aggressor, which is not typical from what a Medvedev match is usually looking like.
Yeah, and the other thing is he's playing a lot of balls down the middle. We've seen a lot of unforced errors coming from the Medvedev rackets, with ball coming right at his body and his frame being tall and needs to move around that ball much quicker.
All right, 3-all. Bonzi serving after they changed ends. Here comes the first serve, and it's deep. Medvedev standing right back about a foot inside the fence to return the second serve and stays there. Deep backhand return to the middle of the court. Bonzi goes to the backhand of Medvedev, back to the backhand of Bonzi, and Bonzi throws a backhand into the middle of the net, and Medvedev now has a lead at 4-3.
And that was a very tight backhand from Bonzi. I mean, you have to feel how difficult it is mentally, and the body gets tight. They've been out there for quite some time already. So you know it's playing also a part. And the tension, the adrenaline, because of what happened on the court also plays a part.
Big ace from Daniil Medvedev. 2 hours and 27 minutes into this match is 2 points away from forcing a fourth set on Louis Armstrong Stadium.
And the crowd is going to go absolutely wild if that's so.
It's 5-3. First serve into the net from Medvedev. It's still just one mini break here. Medvedev is second serve now at 5-3 to Bonzi in the deuce court. Forehand return to the backhand of Medvedev. Back to the forehand of Bonzi. Picks it up off his shoelaces. And well done by Bonzi as Medvedev blows a forehand wide. And it's 5-4. So back on serve. Bonzi will serve at 4-5.
And Nicolas Mahut just telling him, you've got to go after it. Go behind all the hits that you're doing. Go forward. Be aggressive. You've got this.
Bonzi steps up for the serve at 4-5 in the breaker. Puts it in the net. Second serve coming from Medvedev.
Some people applauding the first serve miss.
They want to see more tennis here on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Second serve deep to the backhand of Medvedev. Now they're rallying. Medvedev backhand to the backhand of Bonzi. Again, backhand to backhand. They're playing very safe, both players. Off the top of the net from Bonzi. Right on the sideline.
Are you kidding?
And Medvedev puts a backhand into the net.
And it is.
Hold your horses 1 second. Off the top of the net. That ball was just wide.
That was wide.
That ball was just wide, and now it's 2 set points for Daniil Medvedev. So loud in there you couldn't hear the call. So 4-6 set points now for Daniil Medvedev. And the first serve from Bonzi's into the top of the net. 2 hours and 28 minutes in. Daniil Medvedev on his service return with a chance to send this to a fourth. The return to the backhand of Bonzi. Backhand to backhand they go. Bonzi's backhand cross court again. Same thing from Medvedev. A slice backhand from Bonzi. Medvedev widens the court and another slice reply. Medvedev down the line. It's a winner. It is a forehand winner down the line. Is it a winner? It is just out. My goodness, it wasn't out by much or if any at all. It might have been within the margin of error. It is out by a millimeter, says the electric line calling system. So this set continues on, and a set point on the racket of Daniil Medvedev. Wowza.
Now is he going for it? Is he going to go for an ace again? Now his camp is actually starting to believe a little more. He was very negative earlier in this third set.
Set point number 2. Big first serve down the tee from Medvedev. Forehand inside out coming into the net. An overhead now for Medvedev that Bonzi retrieves. Puts up another lob. Daniil lets it drop. Overhead again. And it's a winner from Daniil Medvedev. And we're going 4 in Armstrong. And Daniil is thanking the crowd, giving the heart sign to all the fans who pushed him through. And we will continue with a 4th set on Armstrong. And we'll be back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. It is late night at the U.S. Open on day 1 of the main draw. Look at that. 2025 starting up like every other New York night before. This is what we're here for. This is what they came for. Daniil Medvedev getting into the crowd. Down a match point in the third set. Lost the first 2 from Benjamin Bonzi. Down a match point. Bonzi misses a first serve. A still photographer, for some reason still unknown to humankind, walked onto the court. The chair umpire called for a let and a replay of the first serve, which Daniil Medvedev took great umbrage with down match point. There was a delay of about 8 minutes while Medvedev argued with the chair umpire and also brought the crowd into it, gesticulating wildly for the crowd to get on his side. And that threw Bonzi completely off his rhythm, although he was able to sort of get back into things and force a tiebreak in the third set. Medvedev played aggressively and won that third set tiebreak as he sits on his chair. Bonzi has left the court, by the way, presumably to do a full kit change. Medvedev did that after the second set, so he's sitting on his chair without his shirt on at the moment, blowing kisses to who knows what in the crowd. I mean, just unreal scenes here at Louis Armstrong Stadium.
Yeah, you would have scripted this. I would have never believed it. And what I'm looking at is the stats. You know, if you're looking at the unforced error to total winners of Medvedev, I mean, he was at one point 25, minus 25 on this. Now he's getting closer and closer. He's only at minus 11. Unforced errors 51, total winners 40. And that gap, is getting smaller. And if you are Medvedev right now with all this action that happened mentally, you can turn things around. And we know that he's capable of pushing it to 5 sets and come back in this match.
And Sophie, I think what's even more incredible about the way that Daniil has cleaned up his game with the unforced errors, he's actually gotten more aggressive in the way he's playing.
That's the whole thing. That's why the total winners are going higher. He's coming to the net. He's serving well at the right time. His ace counts now is at 13 for the match, for 7 on the other side. You have to feel that the momentum has completely shifted, and Bonzi just got off the court, taking himself a comfort break. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how this starts in this fourth set, as Bonzi will be serving to the big two starts the 4 sets. But wow.
Interestingly enough, the crowd is fairly split, maybe a little more Medvedev than Bonzi, but Bonzi's got enough supporters that it means something out there, it seems.
It's funny that I think Medvedev was trying to talk to the microphone again, as he did earlier when he was talking with the chair umpire, saying that, that was unfair, that the chair umpire is trying to make things for Bonzi so he can go home. That was a horrible comment, I thought. But hey, listen, that's Medvedev right here in a shell. So Bonzi is back on the court right now. And it is new balls right now.
Were you surprised at all that Greg Allensworth didn't give Medvedev any kind of warning?
I was. I think that after he said that, especially in the mic, saying that the reason for him to make that call, he made the right call. I mean, if you think of it, you have to. It's unfortunate that it happened on match point, that you have to replay the point and give a first serve to the guy who's serving for the match with a match point. But it is, in effect, it is exactly what you have to do as a chair umpire.
Greg Allensworth did the right thing. Daniil was disrespectful in saying right into the courtside microphone that Allensworth gets paid for the match, not by the length of time, and he just wants to get out of here. Either way, we're not getting out of here anytime soon, because Bonzi's to the line. First point, set number 4 is deep. Second serve from Bonzi to the backhand of Medvedev, down the middle of the backhand of Bonzi. Now cross court moves Bonzi, and now down the line. Medvedev moving Bonzi around the court. Medvedev's forehand is short. Bonzi goes to the backhand of Medvedev, now to the middle of the court, and Medvedev sends one deep. Forehand to forehand they go now. Still forehand to forehand, both hitting pretty deep. Now Medvedev goes down the line to the backhand, and they switch to backhand on the rally. And now Bonzi tries to inject some pace, but puts it in the top of the net, and it's love 15.
Yeah, Russ, when was the last time that we saw a long rally going the way of Medvedev from the baseline? Think about it. That was a 20 shot rally right here, and it's been a while. I mean, he has to either come forward and win the point of the net or try to go for big from the baseline, but that was long.
Yeah, and the long rallies, Bonzi has won twice as many of the points as Medvedev in those rallies that have gone 9 strokes or more, and of course that was more than double that. Yep. So 16-8 is the number on those longer rallies. Second serve, Medvedev returns with the backhand of Bonzi. Bonzi very deep on the backhand, hits the back of the baseline. Now Bonzi moves forward, puts a forehand volley into the net, and it's love 30.
I mean, the retrieval skills from Medvedev in that point, because he was really pushed, were pretty exceptional.
Daniil has sort of like found himself again.
Well, he's finding also his ground strokes from the baseline, which is very dangerous.
So it's love 30 on the Bonzi serve, opening game. Fourth set. Serve into the forehand from Bonzi. Took a little off that first serve, got it in the court, and Medvedev, a little bit early on it, pulls it long and wide, and it's 15-30, pardon me. So 15-30, first game, fourth set. 2 hours and 38 minutes into this match. We could have a long way to go here on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Bonzi.
First serve.
We'll get another first serve. As that one clipped the top of the net, but still stayed inside the service line, or maybe clipped the service line. Either way, first serve from Bonzi well wide. Trying to go down the tee at 15-30. Medvedev will have a look at his second serve. Trying to break serve in this opening game of the fourth set. Second serve into the backhand of Medvedev. They go backhand to backhand. Again, right down the middle of the court right now. Very very little width from both players. They're both playing safely down the middle, and then Bonzi tries to go inside out on the forehand, sort of losing his patience, his rally tolerance there.
What happened is really Medvedev changed the pace, went for a slice backhand down the middle. Bonzi thought that he had an opportunity, but it's hard to control those kind of balls that are very low. 2 break points opportunity here for Medvedev in this fourth set.
15-40, first serve into the forehand of Medvedev. Deep return to the forehand of Bonzi. Now down the line to the backhand of Medvedev, who pulls it wide. So that's 1 break point saved. And it's another one coming for Daniil Medvedev at 30-40. Fans are coming out of Arthur Ashe Stadium, some of them moving into Armstrong after Jessica Pegula's straight set win over Mayar Sherif. Medvedev and Bonzi's the only ongoing match on the grounds here at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center on this opening night of the 2025 U.S. Open main draw. First Sunday start in U.S. Open history. Second serve from Bonzi. Medvedev with a backhand return down the middle. Again, backhand to backhand. Slowing the pace down is Medvedev. Bonzi now with a forehand to the forehand of Medvedev, who rolls one wide. Bonzi tries to go down the line into the open court. Highest part of the net, and he catches the top of the net. And Daniil Medvedev is broken in the opening game of the fourth set on Armstrong.
Ouch. This is going to hurt. I mean, Bonzi knows it. And, I think the mental toughness is playing a huge role right now for Bonzi. There's no doubt after this losing this third set.
And just a reminder that Benjamin Bonzi is 2-0 at the pro level against Daniil Medvedev, including a first-round win at Wimbledon this year. So this is a rematch of their round of 128 at SW19. And here at the Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Center, Benjamin Bonzi had a match point for a straight sets win over Daniil Medvedev. Of course, that didn't happen, and here we are with Medvedev serving at 1-love now in the fourth after taking the third set in a tiebreak. So Medvedev misses that first serve long, second serve coming. Bonzi returning in the near court, Medvedev in the far court, second serve into the forehand of Bonzi, return to the forehand of Medvedev. He picks it off his shoelaces and puts it deep to the backhand of Bonzi. Now a forehand from Medvedev, running Bonzi to his forehand side. Long slide, goes for the squash shot retrieval and pushes it wide, and it's 15-love.
Little by little, Medvedev is finding his game. It's pretty incredible to watch, but he's starting to be so much more consistent from the baseline and moving Bonzi side to side. And now he's a little bit more on the mission, and just his face and his body language is showing for Medvedev that he's really believing in this.
All right, first serve from Medvedev, and there's an ace from Daniil. 30-love. That's 14 aces in the match for Medvedev.
Yeah, that's twice the amount of Bonzi's aces at 7.
Just an incredible ability from Daniil Medvedev. First serve, top of the net from Daniil, to go from absolute madness to what looks like completely locked in and calm and composed now here at the start of the fourth. Meanwhile, Benjamin Bonzi has lost the plot in his game. He looks emotionally still to be in it. He's not losing it in the way that we saw Medvedev lose it for, to be fair, most of the first 3 sets. Daniil looked, well, like a madman out there at certain times. He was doing some crazy stuff and saying some crazy things, to tell you the truth, to the chair umpire. Now he is cool and calm and collected, and 40-love here at 1-love, looking to consolidate a break at the start of the fourth. Backhand inside out, and now a drop shot attempt from Medvedev from about 4 feet behind the baseline goes into the net.
Yeah, completely missed that one. That's the first serve here once again.
It's a 40-15, another point for a 2-love lead, and that first serve is off the net. Second serve now.
Bonzi needs to be more aggressive right now.
Bonzi stepping in, taking the return inside the baseline, but blowing it long. And it's 2-love Medvedev.
Medvedev leads 2-love, fourth set.
Right. Gil, what happened to the still photographer who interrupted play there at match point?
Russ, I've confirmed that the still photographer who ran on the court between first and second serves on match point has been removed. Security did instruct him that he could enter that way at the break, but he did not follow the instructions, and he ran onto court really on his own accord. So you know, there is security there, and he just kind of went through it, and he has been removed.
All right, well, that momentary lapse of reason has turned this match into on Louis Armstrong Stadium into something that we'll be talking about for a while. This will be a topic of discussion. No matter the outcome of this match tomorrow, we'll be talking about the still photographer who ran onto the court in between first and second serve on match point at Armstrong Stadium. Why? Because we've never seen anything like that before. It is 15-love to Bonzi, by the way, serving at love 2. And now they're into the rally, and Bonzi puts a forehand into the net, and it's 15-all.
He's tentative. I mean, Bonzi is definitely tentative, and maybe he's also feeling it not only mentally but physically. He's been there for a while on this court. There's definitely some worrisome on the face of Nicolas Mahut, who's been coaching Bonzi on this American and Canadian soil for the last tournaments.
So first serve from Bonzi down to the tee to the Medvedev backhand. Now forehand to forehand they go. Bonzi, nice deep forehand into the backhand corner from Medvedev. Now Bonzi moving forward. Medvedev passing shot down the line. Bonzi picks it up. Doesn't even make a move for the next ball as Medvedev just puts it into the open court, and it's 15-30. But you get the sense that this could be a freight train fourth set.
Yeah, Bonzi is asking for the trainer, as we are seeing chair umpire calling in.
Greg Allensworth from the United States is the chair umpire. He is on the telephone right now, and Bonzi has, my goodness, is his service motion at what, 40% speed right now? Bonzi looks like he has lost all of his energy.
Yeah, he's definitely depleted, and you can tell that things are not going well for him right now. The stress probably is starting to feel in his body.
15-40. First serve to the Medvedev forehand. Bonzi barely returns the forehand. Here comes Medvedev in to an open court, and he just hits it off the top of the net. And we're getting into one of these situations where for Bonzi, it's getting harder and harder to play, and for Medvedev, it's becoming harder and harder to play against an injured player, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not sure Medvedev has recognized that Bonzi is having trouble.
All right, so it's 30-40, and Bonzi misses the first serve long. And second serve coming. That was 103 miles an hour on that first serve, and then he double faults. And Bonzi's going to walk to the sideline. He has called for a trainer or asked for one. We're going to take a quick break with Medvedev up 3-love in the fourth. Bonzi up 2-1. This is U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Joe Gross back inside Armstrong on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Medical timeout for Benjamin Bonzi, down 3-love in the fourth. and the trainer is grabbing Bonzi's right knee. You could see he wasn't really pushing off in that last service game or moving at full capacity. However, there was also something handed down from his box to a ball kid to be delivered down to Benjamin Bonzi, some sort of tablet or medication, whatever it was, something that was to be ingested by Bonzi was handed down onto the court, Russ and Sophie.
Yeah, you can tell on the, I mean, we have the image obviously with the medical timeout from Bonzi, and he's definitely working, the physio is working behind the right knee and the insertion almost of those ligaments.
I want to know what's in the magic pill. Like, you're allowed to give just a pill out of the box?
I don't know if it was a pill. I think it was more of a packet, maybe some salt or something like this. But definitely working that knee and the back of the knee, which, as you mentioned, Gil, very difficult for him to push on that leg. I mean, can you imagine if this is ending in a note of Bonzi not able to continue the match because of this after having a match point? I'm not sure they're going to have a nice hand check. The shaking of the hand is not going to be pretty.
I'll be surprised if Bonzi doesn't give it a shot.
Oh, he's going to give it a shot for sure. There's no way he's not. But
yeah, the handshake is going to be odd.
I'm not sure. Then there might be some words.
There might be. And Bonzi probably wants to punch him in the nose at this point, but you can't do that.
Yeah. That's,
Bonzi has seemingly, it's just been, his demeanor has been very unconfrontational. And, you know, there are some players who maybe would embrace the villain role to some extent in that hostile environment. But Bonzi, while he stayed very calm, he's certainly tightened up there at the end of the third, and it seemed like he was negatively affected, even though he kept it together in terms of his facial expressions. I don't think that should fool us. He started thinking way too much, and this whole situation made him tight.
Yeah,
and by the way, don't think that wasn't masterminded by the former world number one, Daniil Medvedev, who steps to the line now, serving at 3-love in the fourth set, down 2-1 to Benjamin Bonzi of France. First serve is long from Medvedev. We're keeping an eye on Bonzi, who just had his leg worked on by the physio, and that's a nice deep return off the second serve right at the toes of Medvedev, who can only put the backhand into the net, and it's love 15.
Yeah, I think Medvedev is going to look to just try to move Bonzi as much as possible to see and check how he's doing.
Well, first serves would help, but on the first 2 points, he's missed both. Second serve at love 15. Bonzi's backhand return is long. Kind of hard to tell if Bonzi has full push off on that leg at this point because they haven't gotten into a rally yet. And maybe that's by design from Bonzi. We'll see. Big first serve from Medvedev down the tee. Bonzi pushes a return deep, and now they're into a rally. And Bonzi tries to go inside in on the forehand, and he looks like he's really trying to end points quickly here.
Yeah, he's
now.
He's barely moving around that ball. He was so late to go around the backhand, just not pushing enough to get the footwork going.
Medvedev misses another first serve. It's 30-15 for Daniil Medvedev. Second serve, Bonzi, a big miss. I mean, missed the second serve by about 10 feet long.
That's his ninth double fault. So when you count all the unforced errors, that's 56 really unforced errors. 9 of them were because of the serve.
All right, Medvedev served to the forehand of Bonzi. Now trying to get Bonzi to move to his backhand side, and he can't move at all.
Nope.
And he tried a defensive backhand slice and put it into the net, but that was mainly because he couldn't get his feet moving over there, and it's 40-30.
Everything's going to be awkward if this match finishes with Medvedev winning. And
well, there's an ace. That's ace number 15 for Daniil Medvedev. Makes it 4-love to the number 13 seed here in the fourth set. Now you have to start thinking, how much does Bonzi have left in him? How much can he hang on at 4-love? Does he put anything into the rest of this set, knowing he still has a fifth set to try to get it back together? But even as he goes up to serve that first offering, he had no spring off the legs whatsoever. Second serve now, pretty much all arm, and he throws it into the top of the net. We're not going anywhere in the changeover after this game, by the way, because we have to see what happens on it. Last time, Bonzi got worked on by the physio. This time, we'll see if anything else happens. Medvedev misses a return here.
This is an awkward kind of match right now. I mean, there's like no rhythm at all.
Now, Daniil looks like he's struggling playing against the injured opponent right now, in a way. Bonzi at 15 all. First serve just swings it in. A point starter to the Medvedev forehand. Now Daniil's got another forehand, making him run to the backhand. And again, Bonzi can't move to the backhand side.
Yeah, he's not going to finish this match. And it's amazing. You see the bench of Medvedev with Daria, his wife, and his coach, Gilles Savin, who are completely changing on their view of this match. They're like so positive and smiling some as well.
We're closing in on 5 minutes prior to 3 hour mark here, and I wonder if we're even going to hit the 3 hour mark as Bonzi puts another backhand into the net, and it's 15-40.
I mean, maybe he wants to go on the changeover and gets obviously more worked on.
Right, first serve into the backhand, and Medvedev, Bonzi can't move at all off the return at his feet, and as they change ends, Medvedev kind of puts his head down. Bonzi does not speak to the chair umpire on his way through, which is a sign that this match will continue, or at least this set will continue, as Daniil sits down on the changeover. Gil, what do you see from Bonzi, if anything at all, right now?
Yeah, just dejection, and now a conversation with Greg Allensworth.
Okay, now it's happening.
But he's listless, and he just has to be beside himself. Thinking and rewinding in his head the improbable sequence of events that led him to lose control of this match.
Improbable it is, that's for sure. We're going to be talking about this a long time, especially if Medvedev comes through in this match. But
Greg Allensworth just went to the phone again as well, by the way.
Is the trainer on it, on his knee working, or no, not anymore?
No trainer out, and a player is not allowed to receive a medical timeout for the same injury twice. So it'll be interesting to see if Bonzi is able to get the physio out for him again. And I mean, Sophie, what you said just moments ago, I kind of agreed with that. At this point in time, the way Bonzi is moving out here, I don't anticipate that he finishes this match, but we'll just have to see.
Well, this set is close to being over as Bonzi is down love 5. Medvedev to the line at 5 love, looking to force a 5th set. And the first serve is long, so Bonzi will have a look at a second serve. Medvedev, second serve into the backhand of Bonzi, who goes inside in down the line, right to the Medvedev backhand. A cross-court backhand into the opening court, and Bonzi doesn't even make a move for it. It's 15 love.
Difficult to tell what's going on exactly.
First serve down the tee from Medvedev.
I mean, we know he's
long,
got
it's 30 love.
We know he's got a problem with the back of his knee, but is he trying to just get rid of this set to really focus on the next and the 5th set and try to go all out? Question.
Well, there's an ace from Medvedev, and well, we got 3 set points for Medvedev. $40 love. And here comes the second serve offering after the first serve is off the tape. Medvedev second serve goes for a big one into the body. Bonzi puts it back into the court. Medvedev hits a drop shot. Bonzi runs it down.
On one foot, on one leg.
Really. Yeah. He sort of jogged it down and scooped a forehand cross-court winner, but he didn't really celebrate that. His box didn't really emote in any way, because the inevitable is this set is going to be over sooner rather than later. The question is, when will the match be over? There's an ace from Medvedev to finish out the 4th, 6 games to love. They walk to the chair umpire, and I'm going to turn it over to Gil Gross to tell us what's going on as they change ends between sets.
Physio out on court for Benjamin Bonzi, so there's going to be an evaluation period. Again, it is not allowed to, you cannot take a medical timeout on the same injury twice. So we'll have our eyes on where the doctor goes to in this evaluation. Bonzi has already gotten treatment on the right knee, and now the physio is rubbing the right knee again. That said, this isn't a medical timeout yet, it's a regular set break. So Bonzi is allowed to get treatment in between the set, just not a full medical timeout.
See, that's why I don't understand he didn't get it at 5 love. why not use it? Or maybe he didn't want it until the beginning of this set. That's probably why. That might be the smart way to do it, because he can get it now and he can get it again one more time.
And Bonzi was given another packet of some kind as he sat there on the bench while the physio was working on the knee just a little bit. That set was lopsided in every way, shape, and form. Daniil Medvedev has leveled this match at 2 sets apiece after being on the precipice of defeat. Bonzi had a match point there in the 3rd set, and then all the wackiness began, and it's really been Daniil Medvedev ever since. I mean, Sophie, is Medvedev the best player since McEnroe and Connors to win in this, to really thrive in chaos like this? I can't think of another player who actually brings it on. He wanted the chaos.
I can think of one. It's Corentin Moutet. He loves the chaos.
Oh, Corentin Moutet. Yeah.
But you're right. As a top player.
As a top player. Yeah, Moutet almost can't play without chaos.
Right. But I think that he can obviously play with that much of chaos, and he's been showing it. Now I think Bonzi is going to try a lot harder to play and see if the knee and the injury sustains. But we'll see what happens here, especially on this serve, because he's going to be serving first. So we'll know right away if he can push on that leg.
Bonzi got up from his chair and jumped up and down 3 or 4 times. It seemed like he was almost testing it, and he's doing it again now on the baseline. Bonzi's going to put forth every effort he can here. 3 hours in, we start set number 5. Here's Bonzi's first serve into the top of the net. He actually pushed off better on that first serve than he did in the entirety of the 4th set. Second serve coming from Bonzi in the near court. Medvedev returning in the far court. Backhand deep to the forehand of Bonzi. Now a forehand down the line, testing the movement of Bonzi, and it is a struggle for Benjamin Bonzi.
But it's better, though. He's definitely doing better. He's going to push the knee, and whatever his injury is, and hopefully doesn't get injured more, but he's going to go for it.
Credit to Bonzi here. He's mentally trying to push himself physically further than maybe his body wants to go right now. First serve is into the net at love 15. Second serve to the Medvedev backhand. Return to the backhand of Bonzi. Now they go backhand to backhand. Bonzi down the line to the forehand of Medvedev. Now he's got to run to his forehand, and that's a problem. When he's in the rallies and doesn't have to move, he seems to be okay, but as soon as he changes direction or Daniil changes direction, he can't chase down the line shot on either side, it looks like. Yeah, that was to his forehand, and it did not look good.
No, and the French bench is really trying to help him out, but they're very worried.
Bonzi's served to the forehand of Medvedev. Now Benji goes down the line and has Daniil on the move. Tries to go inside in, and it's into the net, and it's love 40. And as much as Bonzi emotionally is trying to fire himself up, it almost looks like these first 3 points have brought him back down a little bit. The sadness has returned. And the break points are here in a flurry for Medvedev. Bonzi with a nice wide serve. A service winner there. And it's 15-40.
He's looking at his bench.
15-40.
You got to go. You got to be courageous. That's all you're going to have. Courage. Keep having the courage to go through it. That's what Nicolas Mahut just saying to him.
Break point number 2. It's 15-40. First serve wide to the Medvedev forehand to the middle of the court now. Bonzi goes inside in, down the line. Medvedev runs it down at his forehand. Bonzi inside out. Medvedev runs it down at his backhand but pushes it long. And it's 30-40.
Well, earlier, when he was really tight and getting tight in that 3rd set, said physically you're going to do it. Just keep believing. Physically you can do it. But in the 3rd set, they were telling him to be more aggressive, and he really tightened up also. So
break point number 3 for Medvedev. It's 30-40, and he'll get a look at a second serve from Bonzi. Daniil Medvedev. Back into his customary deep position, and Bonzi throws in a double fault. An untimely double fault from the Frenchman gives Daniil Medvedev a break of serve in the opening game of set number 5. And that is 7 games, actually 8 if you consider the tiebreak a game on the trot for the number 13 seed. And Daniil Medvedev, one of the leaders in hard court wins. In fact, he's leading the ATP in hard court wins over the last 7 years. And only Novak Djokovic has won more tournaments on hard courts in the last several years than Daniil Medvedev. 20-18 is the number on that one. Daniil has joked that he's a hard court specialist, but it hasn't looked that way this year for the former world number one. He was in all sorts of trouble, losing the first 2 sets and getting outplayed badly by the Frenchman here. It all turned in the third, and now Medvedev serving up 1-love in the 5th. First point of the second game. Bonzi goes big down the line with a backhand and forces the error from Medvedev, and it's love 15.
Yeah, it's the first time that he's able, after this loss of 6-love in the 4th, to really push Medvedev to the corner with a very good acceleration of the backhand down the line.
Medvedev serving at love 15. Big serve flat out wide to the backhand of Bonzi. Good return from Bonzi. Now changes direction, goes down the line into the forehand of backhand, of Medvedev, and gets another error.
Yeah, and it's another shot with the forehand, but what I love to hear is the adjustment steps, the little steps that he was able to do. So that's telling me that maybe the leg is feeling okay.
Love 30. Medvedev serving to Bonzi. Out wide to the Bonzi forehand. Great deep return. Chip forehand return from Bonzi. Now off the top of the net from Medvedev, and Bonzi cleans it up. Forehand winner into the open court, and it's love 40. And signs of life from the Frenchman.
Definitely signs of life. So much better.
I wonder if this crowd is going to start getting behind the Frenchman if he starts making a move here in the 5th. First serve in from Medvedev, and now they rally down the middle of the court, backhand to backhand. Bonzi throwing a little extra in there and a slice low to the forehand of Medvedev, who whips it towards Bonzi, who retrieves on his forehand side. Medvedev goes behind Bonzi again, who that time can't control the forehand, and it's 15-40, but Medvedev really testing the legs of Benjamin Bonzi there.
Yeah, and Benjamin Bonzi just going and sliding into that forehand. I think that if something was bad, he could have done that twice, and he did that twice in this point, even though he lost it.
So 15-40 and an ace from Medvedev. That is number 18 from Daniil Medvedev, the first of the 5th. But it's still a breakpoint opportunity for Benjamin Bonzi. Third straight in this game. It was love 40. Now it's 30-40. First serve from Daniil. Big one out wide to the Bonzi backhand. He stabs it, and it lands just in front of the baseline. Resetting once again. Defensive lob from Bonzi. Medvedev moves forward, takes it out of the air, and Bonzi catches Medvedev with a backhand cross. And now it's the Frenchman motioning to the crowd to get to their feet. Pulling a little Medvedev on Daniil, and it's 1-all in the 5th.
Yeah, the whole camp of Nicolas Mahut and the French camp are all on their feet trying to get Bonzi back in this set and in this match. Great playing. Big mistake from Medvedev on that last shot coming to the net. Just didn't do enough and give a chance for Bonzi to go for the pass, and that worked.
A little bit of tit for tat there as Medvedev used the crowd and urged the crowd to his benefit. And that's the first time Bonzi's turned to the crowd and said, please help me. And they respond with, let's go Bonzi.
Thank you. Players are ready.
And Nicolas Mahut was saying, you know, it's normal that the fans are for you. That's normal, pointing to his heart.
Bonzi's first serve to the Medvedev forehand, chips it to the Bonzi forehand, who moves forward now into the net. Medvedev throws up a defensive lob. Bonzi has the short steps to get his hips around and put away the overhead. And signs of life in those legs from the Frenchman.
Totally, the movement is so much better from Bonzi.
Scenes on Armstrong. (15-love). First serve from Bonzi. Just spins it in. Obviously, he doesn't have the spring to get his legs onto him to go for the big first serve, so he puts it in the court and gets into the rally. Now Bonzi's moving a little bit better. Medvedev, forehand into the backhand of Bonzi. Right down the middle they go. Backhand to backhand, and a backhand into the net from Benjamin Bonzi. And now Medvedev asks the crowd for help. And the crowd responds in kind. This is an easy group. They just want to be loved. They want to be acknowledged. And we're here for all of it. It's 15-all.
Thank you.
15 all. Benjamin Bonzi spins one wide to the forehand of Daniil, who returns it long. And it's 30-15.
It's a smart serve when you see Medvedev being so far behind the baseline to hit a slice on the deuce side, really wide. And they're all screaming Bonzi's name right now. And Daniel's, for that matter.
Thank you. Please.
30-15. Bonzi staring down Medvedev at 1-all in the fifth. Into the forehand, that first serve goes. Bonzi forehand to forehand to Medvedev. It goes down the line. Now Bonzi right down the middle of the court. The Medvedev backhand. Now Bonzi into the forehand corner of Medvedev. Now he switches direction, goes to the backhand of Daniil. Backhand from Bonzi down the middle. Backhand from Bonzi again down the middle. Medvedev backhand into the forehand of Bonzi. Goes back to the backhand of Medvedev. Backhand to backhand, they continue. Backhand down the line from Bonzi to the forehand of Medvedev. Running to his forehand and down the line. Into the open court for the Frenchman and the winner. And he cups his hand behind his ear. And then he asks for more volume. And Armstrong obliges. It's 40-15.
This is so much fun what's going on right now because the crowd is so involved in this match. But what a strike from Bonzi down the line forehand. Absolutely beautiful. That was his 28th winner of the match.
A quarter past midnight on Louis Armstrong Stadium. We are into day two, but this is still night one of the 2025 U.S. Open. 40-15. Benji Bonzi serving it to Medvedev's forehand. That return is wide. They'll change ends, and Benjamin Bonzi has taken a 2-1 lead in the fifth on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Quick break here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, live on the U.S. Open app and usopen.org. We're also on TuneIn and SiriusXM channel 982. We're also streaming live on usopen.org. And we are into this fifth set with Daniil Medvedev serving on serve at 1-2. First point here. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak on the call-in studio. Gil Gross is courtside as Bonzi sends a backhand wide. It's 15-love. Gil, what did you see on the changeover? What are you experiencing in the arena?
Yeah, it's just bedlam here, really, for both players. I think there is some sympathy right now in the crowd for what Bonzi had to deal with, and there's certainly been a comeback in terms of his support. And now this becomes very mental. I like that Bonzi's being a bit more extroverted now and has just more stage presence at this point in time than he did towards the end of the third set when the crowd was a little bit more firmly on Medvedev's side. And Daniil, you know, he's been in these battles so many times before, and this would be his fifth comeback from down 2-0 just since 2021.
Bonzi with a huge forehand winner there, and it turns out all he needed to do was ask, really, because once Benjamin Bonzi asked the crowd to get behind him, they obliged without any reservation whatsoever. So it's 15-all. Medvedev serving at 1-2. They're playing from the backcourt here, backhand to backhand. Now Bonzi tries to change directions down the line. but pushes a backhand long, and it's 30-15.
30-15.
The simple fact that Bonzi can hang in these rallies when changes of direction come is in stark contrast to what we saw in the fourth set when he literally couldn't push off. That right leg was worked on twice on changeovers. Now Medvedev serving at 30-15 at 1-2. Big first serve into the Bonzi backhand, pokes it back just over the net. Medvedev walks in, knocks a forehand into the open court, and it's 40-15.
Great 1-2 punch, but you know, I think in the third set when he saw that it was in the fourth, sorry, when he saw that it was down 3-love, he kind of said, you know what, I'm double breakdown, I'm gonna let go that set. A great serve again from the racket of Medvedev, who holds here. It's now 2 games all here in this final set.
Everybody seems to be settled in right now, sort of waiting to see what the next
flashpoint's
going to be. Yeah. It's just, we seem to hit like cruising altitude here in the fifth, where the crowd is just sort of, they're kind of waiting for one of the players to do something to either get them on their side or push them towards another side. Bonzi's first serves into the forehand of Medvedev. Now Bonzi tried to go backhand line.
Yeah, he's going for too much too soon right now. Bonzi needs to be a little bit more patient, I think.
Yeah, and this goes back to what Gil's talking about. This is no big deal for Daniil Medvedev. He's been in this position many times before. For Bonzi, he had a match point in the third. Now he's coming forward to the Medvedev forehand. Oh, man. He hit that at about Mach 3, but it sailed long, and it's 15 all.
Good initiative from Bonzi to come forward and ask the question of the pass from Medvedev on the run.
So it's 15 all. Bonzi's first serve is into the net. Second serve coming to Daniil Medvedev. Into the backhand of Medvedev, returned right on the back of the line. Bonzi might have thought it was going deep, but it stayed in, and now Medvedev moves forward. Bonzi throws up a defensive lob that's long, and Bonzi knew he probably missed that when he thought that Medvedev shot was going deep, and all he could do was push it back, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, he actually almost stopped playing and then grabbed the racket and hit the two-hander.
It was an oh crap, it's in.
Yep. The electronic line calling not agreeing with me.
15-30 now. Big moment at 2-all here in the fifth set. Medvedev will get a look at a second serve from Bonzi. Daniil standing way back as normal, takes even a step back, hits that backhand return right down the middle of the court to the Bonzi backhand. Now Bonzi moving to his backhand. Medvedev cross court to the backhand. Bonzi tried to inject some pace, too much pace, not enough spin. It's deep. And it's 2 break points now for Daniil Medvedev.
He's not even set. I mean, to hit that backhand, I don't even know why he's trying to go for it as much, Bonzi, because, I mean, it was so off balance.
Please.
Bonzi serving at 15-40. Wide to the Medvedev forehand. Into the middle of the court. Here comes Bonzi moving forward. Medvedev puts up a defensive lob, and Bonzi puts it away with ease. It's 30-40. That's sort of the textbook point against Daniil Medvedev.
Well, that play worked. He's been doing it, you know, so much where he's going wide on the due side and putting really Medvedev completely off the court. And then he has the open court to follow up at the net. So very well done from Bonzi.
Break point number 2 for Daniil Medvedev. It's 30-40. First serve from Bonzi into the forehand of Medvedev. Deep return to the forehand of Bonzi. Right back to the backhand of Medvedev. Backhand right down the middle, both of these players playing right now. And Bonzi tried again with the backhand down the line. This time misses it into the net. Medvedev gets the break. Asks the crowd to come to their feet. Puts his hand to his ears. Everybody obliges. Fans on their feet. And Medvedev, with a fist pump to the crowd, sits down at 3-2 in the fifth with a break of serve.
Yeah, I'm just amazed at what I'm seeing. But the movement of Benjamin Bonzi on the backhand is just not there. The footwork is not accurate enough for him to get closer to that ball. And I think that's the problem right now.
Daniil, the conductor out there.
Yeah, he's missing way too many backhands, Bonzi. And now is going to be the question here. Can he still do what he did earlier? That means break right back.
Gil, what you got down there?
Yeah, Sophie's right. 3 backhand unforced errors in a row there from Bonzi. And the positioning and even just how far down he's getting with his legs on that two-hander, not getting down to the ball. So you can tell that it's just not 100% in the lower body right now. And Medvedev has gotten pretty solid out here. And for, again, 3 sets, he was leaky. There were a lot of errors off the ground. There were big, important points where Daniil was missing returns. These are things that prime Medvedev you'd never see from him. But he's just been a little bit better, I think, down the stretch here. It's hard to really have a huge takeaway in terms of Medvedev's level because Bonzi is now a compromised opponent.
True. Definitely compromised, especially on that backhand. There's no doubts. But you're right. I mean, Medvedev did what he had to do, which is kind of get out of his comfort zone throughout the match to try to do other stuff. And now he's finding his game from the baseline again, which could be very dangerous.
Well, Daniil is playing this like the veteran that he is at this point. He sensed blood in the water, and he hasn't let up on Benjamin Bonzi since then, winning the 4th set 6-love on a compromised Bonzi, and now up 3-2 with a break in the 5th against Bonzi. First point, inside out, forehand down the line, has Medvedev on the move. A nice retrieval from Daniil, and then Bonzi misses a forehand from the middle of the court into the net.
Look, 3 hours and 20 minutes, and Medvedev just retrieved the ball that came so fast in the court and was able to get there. That's pretty impressive.
And Daniil is showing Bonzi, hey, I'm not going away. And I'm going to run down everything you got and make sure you hit another ball. Bonzi didn't have another ball there. It's 15-love, second serve. Bonzi, nice return to the backhand of Medvedev. That time, Daniil too far on the move. Puts a backhand into the net. It's 15-all.
I like that jumping backhand, taking the ball really early on the second serve of Medvedev to be really aggressive from Bonzi.
First serve at 15-all, out wide to the Bonzi forehand, and Bonzi cracks a forehand into the feet on the forehand wing of Medvedev. Medvedev too late on it, and it's 15-30 as he puts the ball into the net.
Yeah, he's jumping off the return, really like going forward into that ball, cutting the angle, Bonzi, and not leaving time for Medvedev, who hits this first serve at 15-30 long, second serve.
Here comes the second offering from Medvedev to the forehand of Bonzi, and another big return of serve from the Frenchman. Crazy. And an opportunity for a rebound ace.
That's 3 in a row where he takes the ball so early, but it's Medvedev's fault not putting enough first serves in this game.
Break chances for Bonzi. First serve from Medvedev. Into the forehand of Bonzi. Chip return deep to the forehand of Medvedev. Now Daniil with a slice to the forehand of Bonzi. Hits it cross court on the run, but leaves the court wide open for Daniil Medvedev to hit a forehand winner down the line. That's a break point saved. Another one coming for Bonzi. It's 30-40.
And it is showing that Bonzi cannot really run to the backhand side. That's where the problem is really worse for his legs.
First serve into the body of Bonzi, but it's deep.
Yep. Here comes the second serve.
Second
is he gonna
serve
attack?
coming for Daniil Medvedev. Second serve into the forehand of Bonzi. Return down the middle. Bonzi forehand to the backhand of Medvedev, and Daniil puts it in the top of the net, and it's 3-all. Fist pump from Bonzi, who looks right at his box, gaining strength from his team. And we are level at 3 apiece in the 5th on a 85% full, it appears, Louis Armstrong Stadium. Deep into the night here on night 1 of the 2025 U.S. Open main draw. Closing in on 12:30 in the a.m. It is late night at the U.S. Open. 3-all. Benjamin Bonzi serving in the far court to Daniil Medvedev. Serve to the forehand of Medvedev. Deep reply to the forehand of Bonzi. Now to the backhand of Bonzi from Medvedev. Bonzi forehand is long, and it's love 15.
This is amazing. I mean, those guys are really having a hard time holding serves. This is like 4 breaks throughout this 5th set. They only held once. And that was only Bonzi.
That first serve speed under 100 miles an hour really for Bonzi. Another one he's just trying to throw in. Bonzi doesn't really have the push-off required to get all of his strength behind the ball on his serves. Now he kicks a second serve that clips the top of the net at 83 miles an hour. Another second serve coming to Benjamin Bonzi. At love 15, 3-all in the fifth. Bonzi, kicker out to the backhand of Medvedev. Puts it right into the middle of the court. Now Daniil forehand to the forehand of Bonzi. Back to the forehand of Medvedev. Now down the line. Bonzi, slice backhand. Well done. Medvedev whips that cross court now. Tries to push one down the line. That Bonzi tried to pound into the open court and puts it into the net.
I can't believe he got those two backhands. I mean, the way he did, because he was really pushed, and that's where he has been having the most trouble. But he got to the last two like nothing was wrong with his leg. Pretty impressive.
Really tough backhands from Daniil Medvedev that Bonzi ran down,
Yep.
but he couldn't get the forehand once he had a look at it. And it's love 30.
I mean, 4 breaks already in this last set. Could there be another one coming here? Love 30.
Bonzi to the backhand of Medvedev, return right down the middle, and a backhand wide, and 4
Sure
break
looks like
points for Daniil Medvedev. More surprising that Medvedev struggled holding serve because he's the fresher of the two, allegedly.
Yep. They only held once each in this final set.
Well, we are on the brink of another break. 3 hours and 25 minutes in. It's love 40 at 3-all. First serve to the forehand of Medvedev into the middle of the court. Bonzi moves forward with a well-struck forehand approach, and it's 15-40.
That was much more aggressive. Sorry, Russ, on this from Bonzi.
Took the words right out of my mouth. An aggressive Bonzi moving forward, forcing the error. 15-40. Daniil Medvedev still with a break point. Bonzi served to the forehand and Medvedev out wide. Now a forehand into the open court. Bonzi moves forward and knocks off a backhand volley very well. And it's 30-40.
I love the way he cut off the angle and he went forward to that kind of dropping ball retrieved by Medvedev from the backhand side. And Bonzi just closed in into the net, hit that ball as high as possible before it really dropped below the level of the net. Well done with that backhand volley. Absolutely beautiful.
And by the way, all the pressure going onto that right leg when he hit that volley, that's the one that the physio had been working on changeovers. Didn't seem to be an issue there. What is an issue is that it's still break point for Daniil Medvedev. 30-40. Bonzi's second serve to the Medvedev backhand down the middle. Backhand to the forehand of Medvedev and a backhand cross court from Bonzi to the backhand of Daniil. Now down the line to the forehand of Medvedev. And that forehand is long, and Benjamin Bonzi has fought back from love 40 in this 3-all game.
Can you believe it?
And it's deuce.
Fist pump from Nicolas Mahut in the box, standing up, trying to encourage Bonzi, who just started to work together. And Bonzi serving at 3-all, 40-all.
First serve from Bonzi again out to the forehand of Medvedev, and now tries to go backhand of Medvedev, but it's middle of the court, so Daniil just pushing backhands down the middle. Now backhand to backhand again. Medvedev content to play down the middle of the court with Bonzi, and it works because Bonzi's patience runs out, and he cracks a backhand into the net. It's another break point.
Yeah, that just hit the tape, and couldn't get over on the other side. 4th break point opportunity in this game.
Andrei
Medvedev.
Rublev talks about playing juniors against Medvedev and losing his mind because Daniil just refused to miss. That's kind of what he got into in that rally. Like, hey, man, I'm not going to miss anything. You got to do something, and Bonzi couldn't do it. First serve now, break point again for Medvedev. They're back in the backcourt rallying. Medvedev forehand into the backhand of Bonzi, backhand to the backhand of Medvedev. Now Bonzi will go down the line to the forehand of Daniil. Forehand to the backhand of Medvedev. They're basically going cross court and down the line here. Now they've settled into backhand to backhand. There's a big strong backhand from Bonzi, an inside out forehand set up by a big backhand, and it's back to deuce.
The injection of pace on the last 2 shots from Bonzi. He's just throwing out the kitchen sink right now. I mean, you can't hit the ball any harder than this on the last 2 shots. One was retrieved, but the second one, inside out forehand, was just too much for Medvedev.
Credit to Bonzi for taking control offensively of this point. In the last point, he would seem to be content to just rally with Daniil and then lost his cool and put one into the net. That time, he got aggressive earlier, took control, and it's deuce at 3-all. First serve to the forehand of Medvedev. Now Bonzi to the backhand of Daniil. Down the middle of the court, slice backhand to the forehand of Medvedev. Now a backhand cross court is long from Bonzi.
Well, that was gutsy earlier from Bonzi, but this time he tried to go for also a little bit more pace, missing the mark. Fifth or sixth break point opportunity, fifth, yep, for Medvedev in this game. He was up love 40.
It's add out here. First serve to the forehand of Medvedev. Down the middle of the court, they rally again. Backhand to backhand. That was a little more pace from Bonzi. Big forehand into the forehand of Medvedev. Daniil retrieving, just puts one up with no pace in the middle of the court. And now a deep forehand from Medvedev to get back into the rally. But he blows a backhand long, goes Daniil, and we're back to deuce.
I'm surprised to not see Daniil trying to come forward to the net, to tell you the truth, and ask the question on those add points, on those break points opportunity. Just make Bonzi pass you. That's what he did to start coming back into this match, by being a little bit more front forward and coming to the net, which we know it's not something that he likes to do, but it worked earlier, so maybe right now is an opportunity. 40-all, 3-all.
Bonzi's first serve, going to spin it into that forehand again to Medvedev, who again returns it to the back to the forehand of Bonzi. Now big forehand inside, in, down the line from Bonzi, and from love 40 down, and many, many break points saved. The Frenchman now has a game point for 4-3 in the fifth. You wonder how much of an emotional swing this could be if Bonzi digs out of this hole.
Yep, this is the 11th point of this game alone.
Here we go, add in now for Bonzi. First serve at about 85 miles an hour, make it 84 to Medvedev. Doesn't matter, they're into the rally. Daniil moves forward. Bonzi goes for the backhand pass down the line. The volley is wide, and Benjamin Bonzi has held for 4-3 in the fifth set. Quick break here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We'll be right back to Louis Armstrong. We're in the meat of the fifth set on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Daniil Medvedev just had love 40 in the Benjamin Bonzi serve, but could not find the break, so he serves at 3-4 in the fifth. Russ Taylor, Sophie Amiak in studio. Gil Gross in the stadium. What'd you notice in that last service game from Bonzi, Gil?
Just one thing to note, amazing hold by Bonzi. He didn't break 105 on his first serve once. So he's just rolling it in, and he was able to outmaneuver Medvedev from the back of the court when it really counted there.
Medvedev just hit an ace at 85 miles an hour, so they're trying to undo each other, not outdo each other.
This is so funny.
15 love
He's
to
like,
Medvedev.
I'm going to do that to you too. 85 miles per hour wide ace. That was his 19th ace of the match, by the way.
So Medvedev serving to Bonzi at 15 love, 3-4 in the fifth set. Medvedev had 5 breakpoint opportunities in that last Bonzi service game, was not able to convert. Second serve to the forehand of Bonzi, the returns down the middle, and the reply is into the net from Medvedev, and it's 15-all.
And you know, on that last game, he finally came into the net, but that was on Bonzi's add in to close out the game, and I think that was just a little bit too late. He could have done probably that on the break points.
Another wide serve to the Bonzi forehand, this time returned to the Medvedev forehand, who goes down the line, right onto the line. Bonzi can't find the reply, and it's 30-15.
30-15.
By all accounts, Daniil Medvedev should be the fresher of the two players at this point. He had all the chances in the world to take a 4-3 lead on his own serve, but it is impossible to figure out what's going to happen from here. There's an ace out wide for 40-15.
Number 20.
For Daniil Medvedev, yeah.
20 and still only 7 on the other side of the net. Oh,
And
make
there's
that
number 21. Blackjack for Daniil Medvedev. 4-all in the 5th on Armstrong.
4 games all, final set.
T'essaies de t'appuyer sur la balle. Eh oui, on a vu. Allez, c'est pas grave. Allez. 8 points. 8 points.
I said, try to put your weight on that ball, and then somebody in the squad said 8 points. 8 points. So you can't serve really, can't push.
No, that's a 100-mile-an-hour first serve as we get into the rally, but we're into the rally. And there's Bonzi down the line, forehand winner.
Yep, that's what he's asking. Just push on this and be aggressive. And that's what he has to do right now because physically, I don't think he can make too much of this match anymore, Bonzi. So being aggressive right now is really the key.
The other thing is Medvedev's not doing much on those return of serves.
I'm amazed that Medvedev is not coming forward to try to attack those serve. I know he doesn't like to move forward, but still.
He returned
92 miles per hour.
92 mile an hour first serve returned from the fence. But Bonzi gives him a bit of a break and blows a forehand long for 15-all.
And you got to remember that whomever wins this match is going to have 2 days off. So there's plenty of time for Bonzi to probably recover, hopefully, from what he's having as a problem with his leg.
Bonzi slides another serve on the deuce court into the forehand of Medvedev, but then pulls a backhand wide as he tried to find the open court on Daniil. And again, Bonzi finds himself behind the 8 ball a little bit. It's 15-30 here at 4-all in the 5th. First serve from Bonzi at 15-30. Slice to the forehand of Medvedev. A slice return from Medvedev. And now down the middle of the court, and it's Medvedev's turn to hit a backhand long.
Yeah, we haven't seen a loose error from Medvedev for a long time.
We are 3 hours and 36 minutes into this first round matchup on the very first Sunday start here at the U.S. Open. As we've entered into Monday by some margin at this point, 4-all, 30-all, 5th set. First serve off the top of the net and in, so he'll re-rack and try again at 12:41 in the a.m. in New York City. Slider out wide to the Medvedev forehand, and Bonzi goes behind Daniil. And that's a forehand winner, and it's 40-30.
How smart is that, to have the presence, in his mind to say, you know what, I've been going to the open court all these times after that white serve. I'm going to go behind him this time. And you saw that Medvedev was running already to the backhand side. No chance for him to get back to that ball.
Let's for serve.
Brilliant. Still trying to push that serve in, basically. Making barely the 100 mark.
Second serve to the Medvedev backhand. Return to the Bonzi backhand. Down the line to the Medvedev forehand. Now Bonzi goes down the line. And it's another forehand winner from Benjamin Bonzi, who takes a 5-4 lead in the 5th on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Daniil Medvedev will now serve to stay in this match. Gil Gross, we've reached the business end of the 5th set here on Armstrong. Which way do you feel the momentum going now?
Well, you're going to ask me this with Medvedev down 4 or 5. Fascinating what's happened here, because Daniil on Bonzi's serve has tried to go shock absorber mode. Hanging back, make Bonzi come up with something, and just kind of engaging him in neutral rally after neutral rally, knowing that Bonzi is not going to be able to get much done on the serve. But what has Bonzi done in response? He's found really good aggression off the ground. He's been able to damage Medvedev there, in these rallies. So Daniil's passivity have actually cost him in these exchanges, and that's why Bonzi's been able to hold really without a serve. Look, I don't know where this is turning next. It is so difficult to predict, but I lean towards Medvedev's figure it out sort of skill. That said, guys, he hasn't been past the second round at a major all year long.
Right, it sounds difficult to achieve when you haven't done so throughout the whole year, but on the other hand, we know that he's capable of doing so, but I think that his lack of being aggressive on the serve of Bonzi really has been costly right here.
The confidence of Medvedev has been in question pretty much all year long here in 2025. This match has been sort of testing his essence. Daniil, he steps quickly to the line at 4-5, bangs a first serve down the middle. Bonzi returns it. Medvedev goes to the open court and moves forward. Bonzi throws up a defensive line that bounces beyond the service line. Medvedev does a good job taking it off the bounce, the overhead, out wide into the open court, and it's 15-love. Well, that was an aggressive start from Daniil Medvedev. 15-love. First serve to Bonzi. Tries to go wide, and it's well long. So it's a second serve for Medvedev at 15-love. 4-5. Medvedev goes down the tee, long and wide. A double fault from Daniil. Just his second of the set.
His 10th of the match, though.
Excuse me, his first of the set, his 10th of the match, and it's 15-all. First serve, Medvedev not wasting any time. I mean, this is like Steffi Graf pace right now. Blink and you'll miss it. Second serve from Medvedev to the Bonzi forehand, deep to the forehand of Medvedev, into the middle of the court. Bonzi backhand deep to the backhand of Medvedev. Now a slice down the line's got Daniil on the move. Medvedev can't handle the low forehand, shakes out his wrist, and it's 15-30.
That slice from Bonzi was exceptional. Just deep and completely gets really Medvedev out of sorts. He didn't believe that that ball was going to go down the line. He was expecting it maybe to go cross court, and he was late on it. And then it tried to wrist it, and now shaking his hand.
Got a little inside of the ball on that slice too. Had it speeding away from Medvedev's forehand as well. 2 points from the match now. Bonzi at 15-30 in the Medvedev serve. It's 4-5 as Medvedev continues to shake out his wrist.
Please.
After that forehand.
Please.
Shook out his wrist and the crowd started going nuts. Everybody's calmed down. Again, Daniil steps off and shakes out his wrist.
He's trying to push the boundary here. He should be getting a time violation, and he's not getting it. I don't understand. How is this possible? Is he going to ask?
Yeah, here, Medvedev back into his motion. This time he does toss the ball, and the first serve's into the Bonzi backhand, out of the Medvedev forehand, into the open court, and it's 30-all.
Could he be cramping?
He could be. He could easily. He's still shaking out the wrist, trying to get that wrist to move.
He could be cramping, actually. What a play, though. The wide serve and then the open court forehand winner cross court. 30-all.
See if Medvedev continues to shake out the wrist now. He steps back to the line. First serve coming from Daniil Medvedev into the net. He was trying to go down the tee. 30-all, 4-5. Medvedev serving to Benjamin Bonzi. Second serve to the Bonzi forehand into the middle of the court. Medvedev back to the forehand of Bonzi. Now Medvedev goes to the backhand of Bonzi, who can just push one defensively up. Had to choose sides. Medvedev had the whole court. Hits the winner and still continues to shake out that right hand. Is Daniil Medvedev gives a look of extreme exhaustion now out there. And Sophie, I'm starting to think that you might be onto something.
Might be cramping.
He could be cramping on the hand. We'll see, because the minute he let go of the racket after hitting the open court winner, he was shaking that hand.
And the funny thing is that, you know, the fans are starting to do this.
The shaking of the hand
as well.
The shaking
of the hand.
Yeah. All right, game point now. First serve to the backhand of Bonzi into the forehand of Medvedev. Now Bonzi goes behind Medvedev to the backhand. Now Bonzi down the line to the forehand of Daniil. Cross-court forehand and a drop shot from Bonzi. Maybe a little bit too deep. But now a defensive lob over the head of Daniil, who goes tweener and grounds it. It's deuce.
What a play again from Bonzi. Absolutely spectacular, that lob. so good. The drop shot was pretty good, but the lob behind it, absolutely genius. And he's 2 points away, Bonzi, once again.
Medvedev had a chance maybe to do more with that drop shot from Bonzi, but put it right at the feet of Bonzi, who just poked the ball right over Medvedev's head, whose momentum carried him forward. Then he had to run back and went for the tweener.
He's still
And it's
shaking
deuce.
that hand.
Yeah, that hand is still shaking it out at deuce, trying to open up his hand, it looks like, before he puts it on the racket. Blows into the hand, grabs the racket, and then pulls off again.
I was wondering how long that was going to take.
Yeah,
time violation.
Daniil gets the time violation because he didn't start his motion. Well, let's see if Daniil can start his motion. He's going to do it now. He's into the motion. Here comes Daniil Medvedev. First serve out wide. Very strong serve to the forehand. But Daniil Medvedev with a low backhand that sails long. And Benjamin Bonzi has his second match point and his first since 5-4 in the third.
And it's been at least an hour and a half since that match point.
Medvedev up to the line. First serve into the forehand of Bonzi. Chip forehand return to the middle. Here comes Medvedev in. Backhand pass. Can't be handled by Medvedev. And Benjamin Bonzi has knocked out the 2021 U.S. Open champion, Daniil Medvedev, who limps slowly to the net and slumps over as the two embrace. Medvedev has some nice words, it appears, for Bonzi. Medvedev limping to his chair. Bonzi takes his hat off and arms out wide to the fans at Armstrong.
Oh, that's beautiful. What an end of a match. And Bonzi, I mean, just the guts that he had to bring to this match to be able to win it. And you almost feel like it's a final. It was absolutely crazy after this match point that was saved by Medvedev. And oof, a lot of emotion as he's going to thank his team and Nicolas Mahut has been working with him. This has been pretty spectacular what's been happening here on this court for Bonzi.
Late night at the U.S. Open, Louis Armstrong Stadium is no stranger to scenes like this. But this one is pretty unique, Gil Gross.
This match could have a 3-part documentary. This was unbelievable. And just to reset, coming in, before all the shenanigans ensued at the end of the third set, Daniil Medvedev has given away all of his rackets in his bag. There might be one left. He continues to smash it against his chair. He is going berserk at his chair. And normally you see the loser in a hurry to leave the court, but Daniil is just despondent, still sitting on his bench. Anyway, guys, this is the second consecutive slam which Medvedev has lost in the first round to Benjamin Bonzi. Bonzi got him in 4 sets at Wimbledon. Daniil implied both during and after the match that Bonzi essentially played far better than he normally would play, ordinarily would play. That was bulletin board material for Bonzi coming into this match, and now he's beaten him back-to-back. As I mentioned just moments ago, Medvedev will now go the entirety of 2025 without surpassing the second round at any of the 4 major tournaments.
And Daniil Medvedev was continuing to smash his racket on his chair even after it was already dead to rights. He was pretty much smashing the grip. Blair Henley is on the court waiting to interview Benjamin Bonzi. Normally at this point, as Gil mentioned, the player that was defeated would have walked off the court already. Bonzi's scrolling on his phone at this point.
I think they're going to do the interview regardless of Medvedev being on the court or not.
I think they are, because Blair has just taken her spot on the court as the officials are telling Benjamin that maybe it's time to go up, and Benjamin gave a thumbs up to the official and went back to his phone. So it's going to be fascinating to see what happens.
I'm wondering if Medvedev is hanging on the court because he wants to say something into the microphone.
Well,
we'll see.
That would be even more strange.
All right, let's listen in. This is Blair Henley talking to Benjamin Bonzi.
Ben, congratulations. There is so much to discuss tonight, but first of all, I think you made a whole lot of new fans. How do you sum up this match?
I have no idea. It was crazy. I may got some. I may got some new fans, but also some new non-fans. Yeah, the energy was wild. Thanks for all the ones who were booing. Thanks for the energy in the fifth. Well, it was crazy. Match point in the third, then crazy scenario. Exhausted in the fourth, and give all I had in the final set. That's a crazy win.
You were so incredibly composed at the end of the third set. You could have gone away in the fifth set. Were you as calm on the inside as you looked on the outside?
Well, I never experienced something like that. I don't know, maybe we wait maybe 5 minutes before the match point, and it was so difficult to play, so noisy, and all the time during the points, between the points, and it was a very wild atmosphere. But I tried to stay calm, to stay in the match, but it was not easy. And at the end, yeah, I give all I have, all my heart on the court, and I have the win today.
Last quick thing for you, because I know you need to go and recover. You had a packed box over there. Nico Mahut was on his feet for most of this match. How helpful were they in your success tonight?
Well, very, very important. It's my first Grand Slam with Nico. It's only our fourth week. And I think this is the match where I get the most invitation tickets. There is like 30 French people in the crowd. Thank you so much. Merci les gars. C'était...
Ben, congratulations. We'll see you in the second round.
That is Benjamin Bonzi, 6-4 in the fifth over Daniil Medvedev. Second straight major he has taken Medvedev out in the first round. Wild scenes at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amiak in studio, Gil Gross courtside all night long at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Gil, thank you so much for all of your work on this wild evening in Armstrong tonight. Sophie, how would you sum up what you just saw alongside me here tonight?
I'm just glad in a way that Bonzi was able to win this, because, you know, it was really not in his favor in some way, shape, or form. Yes, he had a first serve instead of a second serve, but in match point, but that all delay of play and what it did to his mind, and then having the problem and completely losing the intensity in the fourth and losing that one so quickly, 6-love. Then the injury. I mean, you have to give it to the guy who really stood his ground and stayed calm. I think a lot of the players might have lost their mind as well out there, but Bonzi would just stayed with it. And Medvedev, I have to say that I'm not sure what's going on in his mind, but he's not in a good place. There's definitely, I mean, we knew that he was volatile, and that's been the guy that he's been as a player, but that volatile and that angry at the end of the match, the way that he was bashing that racket and not leaving the court, and then leaving the court at the time of the interview, I thought that was not really honoring the winner. So I don't know what's going on, but I think that maybe a break would be good for Medvedev at this point in his career.
Daniil Medvedev certainly looks like a shell of the player who we saw 3 times in the final here at the U.S. Open, 2019, 2021, when he beat Novak Djokovic, who, by the way, was a straight set winner in the opening match on Arthur Ashe Stadium tonight over American learner Tien. But Medvedev is out in the first round of this year's 2025 U.S. Open. Compliments of Frenchman Benjamin Bonzi, who is into the second round, where he will play an American, Marcos Giron, who also had a long 5-set match, a winner 6-4 in the fifth on grandstand. That was the last match going from the day session earlier today. I'll tell you this, if this is our overture for the 2025 U.S. Open, we are in for one heck of a ride, ladies and gentlemen. But that's going to do it for the night session here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. It has been amazing. It has been wild. And it is nearly 1 o'clock in the a.m. It is time for you to go to sleep. And it is time for us to go to sleep, because we're starting it again tomorrow, baby.
Yeah.
All right, so thanks for joining us. Day one is in the books of the 2025 U.S. Open. For Gil Gross and Sophie Amiak and our entire team at U.S. Open Radio, I'm Russ Thaler. This has been US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And we are right back at you tomorrow, or later today,
Yeah,
in the
really.
AM. See you then.